Chapter 3769, Cracks in the Void Realm. The illusory body flew silently towards the beast abyss with its own mission. The magic talisman that Lin Moyu used on it was called the Ronkong Talisman, which was improved on the basis of the Necromancer talisman. Its function is to merge the talisman with the void, concealing all auras and making it difficult to be detected. Coupled with the already weak aura of the illusory body, the effect is even more perfect. There once was a lich named Genie, which had a similar effect when it walked in Genie at night. But the effect of the illusory body is better. Lin Moyu's way of magic talismans has gone very far. Now he has begun to create his own magic talismans. He no longer follows the old path of his predecessors and starts to walk his own unique way of magic talismans. The illusory body slowly approached the beast abyss and transmitted back all the images it saw. Gradually, it saw the human emperor. Lin Moyu met the human emperor for the first time, but he did not recognize his identity at first sight. An exquisite and majestic soul robe falls on the body, exuding an indescribable temperament. The entire soul is emitting purple light and is extremely noble. Even if it is just a soul body, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Compared to the human emperor, the Woodkiller Realm Master is obviously weaker, and the gap between the two is not small. Because of the Void Fusion Talisman, the gaze of the illusory body also merged with the space, and the human emperor did not notice the gaze of the illusory body. The illusory body stopped 10 million kilometers away from the human emperor, which was very close to the beast abyss. He saw the human emperor sitting cross-legged in the beast pond, motionless. Layers of invisible forces sometimes spread outwards and sometimes converged, as if they were practicing in seclusion. Lin Moyu knew that the human emperor was definitely not in seclusion here. What on earth is the emperor doing? Lin Moyu talked to himself in his heart. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before the human emperor would take action. Of course, he couldn't just sit there and wait, so he drew another talisman. The talisman unfolded and exuded the aura of the Great Tao. However, this aura of the Great Tao was illusory and not real. Place the soul refining furnace in the aura, and use the aura of the Tao emitted by the talisman to cover up the aura of the soul refining furnace. Here, you can never be too careful. A large amount of soul crystals were put into the soul refining furnace to start refining the void soul pill. The little python swallowed his saliva and said, "Master, can you give me some of the soul-eliminating pills you made this time?" Lin Moyu said, "You are indispensable." The little python shouted excitedly, "Master is the best, Master is the best in the virtual world." Moyu was too lazy to pay attention to this funny guy. The soul refining furnace continuously refines the void soul pill. This time he wants to refine the triple refined void soul pill. Each triple refined void soul pill requires 1,000 soul crystals to be refined. For practitioners, its effect is not as good as directly absorbing soul crystals. But for virtual beasts, it is better than soul crystals. The effect of the triple refined void soul pill is much better than that of the single refined void soul pill, and can almost reach more than 90% of the soul crystallization. However, because it is easier to refine and saves a lot of time, Lin Moyu feels that the price cannot be too low. Assuming that one soul crystal is worth 30 soul beads, the void soul pill, which requires 1,000 soul crystals to refine, must be priced at least 3 soul beads. However, the specific price will depend on the test results of the trading field formation, and he has no say. Soul crystals come in different levels, with the lowest being grade 9 and the highest being grade 2. Lin Moyu blended them together, melted them all and distributed them evenly. The resulting soul-depleting pills were almost the same in size, appearance, and effect. In this way, there is no need to distinguish between grades when selling, because they are all the same. It takes a lot of time to refine the void soul pill, and Lin Moyu practiced while waiting. Soon, a month passed, and Lin Moyu had refined most of the soul crystals into virtual soul pills, a total of 15,000 pills. The next step was the second refining. 15,000 void soul pills could be used to refine soul pills, and in return, 1,500 second refined void soul pills were refined. After 3 more refinements, 153 refined soul-depleting pills can be refined. If it is really as he thought, and each soul bead is sold at 30,000 soul beads, then that would be 4.5 million soul beads. Not only is it enough for him to enter the number 9 trading field, it is also probably enough for him to buy a lot of things. The refining speed of the second-level Void Soul pill was even slower, and it took a full 2 months to complete. Next comes the third refining, and this time it will definitely take longer. As the third refining process began, the human emperor, who had been sitting still for several months, finally made some movement. The aura of the human emperor suddenly surged, and the majestic aura transformed into the power of a brilliant avenue that rushed out from the beast abyss, evolving into avenues that illuminated the void. Hachio Avenue. Lin Moyu was shocked that the human emperor actually controlled 8 avenues, more than himself. The avenue of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the avenue of space, the avenue of luck, and the avenue of destruction. Lin Moyu recognized the 8 avenues. Among them, the avenue of destruction is high above, the brightest, and the most powerful, suppressing the other 7 avenues like an emperor. The human emperor is the lord of destruction. He has projected the great Tao into the place of origin and is a truly eternal existence. As long as the ancestral land of origin still exists, the human emperor will not die. The avenue of destruction is naturally the strongest. Below the avenue of destruction, the other 7 avenues stand side by side, regardless of strength. There is no balance. Lin Moyu reacted subconsciously because the emperor's 8 avenues were not balanced. The 5 elements avenue is real, and the 5 real avenues have made it impossible for the 8 avenues of the human emperor to be balanced. The avenue of space is both real and unreal, the avenue of luck is unreal, and the avenue of destruction is also both real and unreal. In this way, the great path of the human emperor tends to be more practical, which means that his combat experience in the virtual world is not as good as that in the real world. However, this has little impact on the strength of the human emperor. Even if he can only exert most of his strength, he is almost invincible in the Jinmu Great Spirit realm. Only Emperor Jinmu can compete with him. The human emperor gently raised his left hand, then grabbed with force. Boom! A crack that was larger than the small spiritual realm suddenly appeared. The human emperor evolved an invisible giant hand and 79 firmly grasped the crack. Then he raised his right hand and grabbed with force. The beast abyss shook violently, and brilliant light surged out of the beast abyss, and the human emperor grabbed it in his hand. Void and reality, yin and yang. Lin Moyu was startled. The rosy glow from King Zheng Yuan contained both reality and illusion, yin and yang. The beast abyss connects the real and virtual worlds and contains the majestic power of yin and yang. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as the origin of this world. The human emperor directly grabbed the real and virtual yin and yang from the beast abyss. Countless virtual beasts were screaming in the real and virtual yin and yang, and all these virtual beasts were caught by him. These are all virtual beasts with first-class souls, and they themselves have extremely strong power. The human emperor used their power for his own use, and it fell into his left hand. Boom! The crack shook violently, and a faint roar could be heard from within the crack. Lin Moyu was shocked that there was something in the crack. This scene opened Lin Moyu's eyes, as if a new world had opened up. Roaring sounds continued to be heard from the space cracks, and the existence inside kept roaring. The human emperor whispered, "Don't shout, the rift in the virtual world can't save you, just be obedient and stay inside." The roar in the crack became more intense, the space continued to vibrate, the entire space was wriggling, countless ripples were rippling, and the void was twisted like a pretzel. But no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the control of the human emperor. As space distorted, the phantom bodies shattered like bubbles. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, so this is called the virtual world rift. Chapter 3770, Getting Smarter. This huge crack is called the virtual realm crack. There was a guy hiding inside, trying to escape with the help of a crack in the virtual world, but failed. The strength of the human emperor has reached an astonishing level. As the Lord of Destruction, the most top-notch existence, he holds both reality and illusion, yin and yang, and has unparalleled combat power. He is already so terrifying in the virtual world, and he must be even more terrifying in the real world. Moreover, he also has a world will that has entered the eternal stage. When these two are combined, how powerful will he be? Lin Moyu felt a chill in his heart, and unconsciously compared the human emperor with the old man in green robe. The answer was unexpected and incomparable. Although it is difficult to predict the power of the human emperor, we can foresee its end. The rift in the virtual world is the best reference. At least the human emperor can do nothing about it in the short term. Moreover, his illusory body could also deceive the human emperor, which showed that the human emperor was not omnipotent and omniscient. Think again of the old man in green robe. That guy's strength is unknown, everything is in a state of chaos, and there is no end in sight. If the old man seen during the skill demonstration was the old man in green robe, then the old man in green robe might be stronger than the human emperor. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly and quickly discarded the unrealistic idea. Such a comparison did not make much sense to him. No matter which one it is, they are much better than me. It is better to focus on the present and be practical. But Lin Moyu did not give up. These two guys were his goals to surpass. If you are strong, I will be stronger. Is the rift in the virtual world formed naturally or artificially? What is hiding inside? The Emperor of Man said that he wanted to work together for a great cause. He is truly immortal. He already exists forever. So what is immortality? Could this be what the human emperor is pursuing? The human emperor opened a trading market and released soul beads, using them to leave marks in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, various worlds, and the souls of countless Dao realms and Dao masters, perhaps for the so-called immortality. But what exactly is this immortality? Is it a state or a condition? The amount of information is too little and the silent time is incomprehensible. When this trip is over, I will go back and ask the Deting Beast. He should know. Lin Moyu didn't think anymore and continued to refine the Void Soul Pill. He buried today's events deep in his heart. It was a secret anyway. Given the Emperor's behavior, it was estimated that not many people would know about it. 3 months later, all the 3 refined Void Soul Pills were finally produced, totaling 150. If they were sold at the planned price of 30,000 each, he could sell 4.5 million soul beads. After deducting the commission, he would still have more than 4 million soul beads, enough for him to buy some things. It took a little over a year to complete, and in return, 4 million soul beads were obtained, which was something countless practitioners could not even imagine. What's more, Lin Moyu's business is a no-cost one, it just takes some time. Putting away the soul refining furnace and the 1,000 Dao myriad array, the little python asked, "Master, are we going back to the trading ground now?" Lin Moyu threw a 3 refined virtual soul pill to it. "Don't go back yet, the time is too short, and people will know that I can refine pills so easily." The little python swallowed the soul-eliminating pill in one gulp, and its whole body glowed, emitting a strong aura. The effect of the 3 refined Void Soul Pills is greater than that of 100 ordinary Void Soul Pills. I have taken a lot of Shuhuan pills before, and a large amount of medicinal power has accumulated in my body and is always in the process of being digested. Now this 3 refined soul-depleting pill seemed to have stimulated the medicinal power. The little python's aura continued to rise and began to break through. The faint glow all over its body became stronger and stronger, and its aura continued to rise. It only took half an hour to completely break through and enter the 2nd-level soul. There was no grand scene or earth-shattering momentum when the virtual beast broke through. It just happened silently. The little python let out a long howl, shaking the vacuum area, and shouted excitedly, "Master, I have reached the 2nd-class soul." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "When you reach the 1st level of soul, if you want to be the king of the small spiritual realm, I will give you an innate virtual treasure to refine." The little python shook his head. "I don't want to be the little spiritual domain king. I want to follow my master." It seemed to have become smarter, and could even resist the temptation of the little spirit realm king, and was more willing to follow Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu followed it. Let's go to the vacuum zone and look for some great beasts. The essence of wild beasts is a good thing and is very valuable. Lin Moyu has seen it in the number 8 trading field. It's just a small ball, but it's sold for 200,000 soul beads. Lin Moyu has 2 groups, one large and one small. The small one is worth 200,000, and the large one is estimated to be able to sell for more than 500,000. However, Lin Moyu did not sell it. Too many people wanted the essence of wild beasts, and it would be troublesome if he was targeted by Shirley. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm knew that he had the ability to hunt down the Great Tao wild beast, but he seemed to want the Void Soul Pill more, so he never mentioned the Great Tao wild beast. Since we cannot return to the trading field at this time, we can look for wild beasts here and hunt for their essence, which we can use for the Great World. In this vacuum zone, there are many people looking for Great Tao wild beasts, especially Tao Lords from Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. Those realm lords will send their lords to hunt Great Tao wild beasts. The Tao Lords of the Alien Alliance will be here to hunt down the Tao Lords of the human race, and they will also hunt down wild beasts of the Tao. Whether it is the Inhuman Alliance or the Taoist Master of the human race, they basically act in groups. There are very few people like Lin Moyu who act alone. Lin Moyu is a skilled and bold man who does not want to cooperate or communicate with anyone. In this strange area, no one can be trusted. The human heart is the most complicated. The vacuum zone was boundless and Lin Moyu searched aimlessly in it. It is not easy for him to find the Great Tao beast. The colors here are too brilliant, even the eye of the undead will be greatly affected. But for the little python, it is much easier. In its sight, it is pitch black here. No matter whether it is a virtual or real spiritual realm or a wild beast of the Great Road, it can be discovered at the first time. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and they encountered nothing in the vacuum zone, no wild beasts, no virtual or real spiritual realms, and no Taoist creatures from the human race or the Alien Alliance. All he could see was the extremely gorgeous fireworks on the road, and the little python didn't notice anything. Hahowever, this situation is normal in a vacuum zone. This area has always been like this and is empty most of the time. Shi Haifeng also said that it often took them decades to find the wild beasts of the late Song dynasty. Moreover, those wild beasts will escape, and it may take hundreds of years to successfully hunt one. If they are unlucky and encounter 3 or more great wild beasts, they will be the ones to escape. Another 3 months passed, and still nothing. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Something's wrong. The little python also echoed, it seems to be really wrong, I feel like I have been here before. Lin Moyu glanced over, perhaps, we have entered the virtual and real spiritual realm. Chapter 3771 The Wolf is Coming. The virtual and real spiritual realms are so strange and varied in form that it is difficult to describe them all. Even if it took tens of millions of years, it would be impossible to see all the virtual and real spiritual realms. The virtual and real spiritual realm should be the gap between the real world and the virtual world, a special place formed by the conflict of multiple avenues. Coupled with the innate original treasures that came from nowhere, it eventually formed a virtual and real spiritual realm. When I first came to this vacuum zone, I encountered a virtual and real spiritual realm. The innate original treasures inside gave birth to simple spiritual intelligence, making the virtual and real spiritual realm dangerous. If the innate original treasure has no intelligence, the danger of the virtual and real spiritual realms will be greatly reduced. Just like this time, Moyu didn't even know when he came in. But it definitely wasn't a new arrival, it must have been here for a while. There was no danger during this period, and there was no change here, which led to it not being discovered in the first place. Lin Moyu signaled the little python not to move, and at the same time sent out a large number of skeleton generals to start exploring. No matter how big the virtual or real spiritual realm is, it will have boundaries. As long as you look for it, you can find the boundaries. The little python said, Master, do you think it is possible that there is no boundary? Lin Moyu said, nothing is absolute, everything is possible, even if you can't find the boundaries, it's normal. I once entered a secret realm that had no boundaries, but it wasn't completely 937 without boundaries, it was just that its boundaries were interconnected. If my guess is correct, this may also be the case here. Then we can guess that the treasures that make up this virtual and real spiritual realm should be related to the Great Way of Space or the Great Way of Illusion. The little python listened to Lin Moyu's words, his eyes shining. Master, how can you think so much? Lin Moyu knew that he was flattering. With more experience, you will naturally gain experience. Lin Moyu brought his experience from the small world dungeons and the big world secret realms to use here. No matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. Under natural evolution, even if there are differences, they will not be too big. Unless someone does it deliberately, it will deviate from the essence of the Tao and cause some accidents. The skeleton god searched everywhere and finally came to the edge of the virtual and real spiritual realm. When a skeleton god suddenly disappeared and then appeared at the other end of tens of millions of kilometers away as if teleporting, Lin Moyu already knew the situation of this virtual and real spiritual realm. The virtual and real spiritual realm here is just as he thought, with a boundary loop structure. After reaching the edge of one side, it will come out from the corresponding other end. After knowing the nature of the virtual and real spiritual realm, the next step is to explore its shape. This is even simpler. A large number of skeleton gods will start drawing, lines connecting the disappearance locations as coordinates, and the shape will be outlined soon. The shape of this virtual and real spiritual realm is a circle, a three-dimensional circle, like an egg. But this egg is a bit big, with a diameter of more than 50 million kilometers. The space has been cut and cannot be left by normal means. However, Lin Moyu never thought of leaving. Since he had come here, he naturally had to obtain the innate treasures inside. If other Taoist masters encountered such a situation, they might be helpless, but he was not like that. The first target is naturally the center point of the entire virtual and real spiritual realm. Since it is such a rounded and symmetrical structure, the treasure is most likely in the center. Others couldn't find the center, but he had no problem. According to the map drawn in my mind, I reached the center with almost no effort. The center point looks like nothing, no different from other places. The little python was surprised and said, "There is nothing." Lin Moyu laughed. Just because it looks like there is nothing there doesn't mean there really isn't anything there. The ice jade cushion under the seat was activated, spewing out a huge amount of cold air. In an instant, an area of millions of kilometers in radius was shrouded in cold air and frozen into ice. A round hole appeared in the ice, just like a gap in space, abruptly appearing in front of the Minister of Ice. The hole began to vibrate violently, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ice accompanied by crackling sounds. It kept vibrating in the ice, bumping left and right, and the cracks kept widening. Lin Moyu chuckled. "You want to escape after being discovered? That's wishful thinking." The ice jade mat continued to emit cold air, preventing the opponent from escaping. At the same time, the 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation has been prepared outside, and when the ice breaks, the opponent will fall into the formation. Lin Moyu observed this round treasure and gradually saw some clues. It has no intelligence, but because it is an innate treasure material and its level is high enough, it has a trace of spirituality. This spirituality made it not want to be discovered, and it instinctively wanted to escape. If it were in the origin continent, it would be a pure spiritual material and the favorite thing of infinite fusion, Song Faxingchen. It has been a long time since I gave it good food. This spiritual material is just right for it to eat. Thinking of this little guy, infinite fusion, Lin Moyu couldn't help but reveal a fatherly smile. This little guy has been with me for so long and has helped me a lot. It's time to give it some benefits. I think it would be very enjoyable to eat spiritual materials of this level as the innate origin treasures, and maybe you can even evolve after eating them. The little python asked curiously, "Why didn't we find this thing before?" Lin Moyu said, "It can camouflage and blend into the surrounding environment. As long as it doesn't move, it is indeed difficult to find." The little python showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. The master is really amazing. It seemed that the little python understood, but whether it understood or not, only it knew. With a bang, the ice was finally shattered, and the round treasure rushed out and disappeared from sight in an instant. It merged into the void and could not be seen or sensed at all. The Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation was activated, and in an instant, the road was bright, forcing it to appear again. It rampaged through the Thousand Paths array, rushing from one area to the 10th area. But the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation was like a huge maze, and no matter how it rushed, it could not escape. Lin Moyu just watched quietly, not in a hurry. Judging from the force with which it had previously impacted the ice, each of its charges was no weaker than the Dao Master's attack, so there was absolutely no need to engage in a head-on conflict with it. Once it adapts to the environment, it will stop naturally. In the meantime, let it also enjoy the feeling of having no way out and dead ends everywhere. It's worth it that I've been trapped here, flying like a headless fly for months. After several hours, the precious material finally slowed down. It seemed to have discovered that the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation could not do anything to it. Whether it is ice or fire, flood or lightning, nothing can hurt me. So it was no longer afraid, and chose a sea of fire and stayed there quietly. The little python said, "Master, he is not moving. Should we take action?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No hurry, little python. Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf?" The little python shook his head in confusion. Lin Moyu laughed. "This is the wolf coming." With a thought, a scepter suddenly appeared in the sea of fire. The shape of the scepter is exactly the same as the scepter of calamity, and it smashes down on the round treasure. The round treasure did not dodge and was hit by the flaming scepter, but was unharmed. Then, flaming scepters kept appearing and smashing over one after another. It also did not dodge or evade and was not afraid of the flaming scepters at all. It even vibrated and hummed, as if mocking Lin Moyu's helplessness in dealing with it. After hitting it hundreds of times, Lin Moyu threw the scourge scepter into the formation. Chapter 3772, The Arrangement of the Three Living Buddhas. The wolf really came, and the scepter of disaster wrapped in flames fell down. The innate treasure with a little spirituality did not dodge or evade, but went forward to meet the staff. Bang! The crisp sound shook the soul, and a large number of cracks appeared on the precious material, and a large number of cracks also appeared in the void. Behind the crack is the vacuum zone, which belongs to the virtual and real spiritual realm. The two spaces overlap, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Bang! Another stick came smashing over. This time the precious material was broken into several pieces. This precious material is large enough that even if it is smashed into several pieces, it is still not small. Its spirituality has weakened somewhat, but it is still a spiritual material, better than the precious materials obtained before. Lin Moyu was about to go over and put it away when suddenly a shrill scream came from it. The scream seemed to be composed of countless sounds, shaking the soul. When the little python heard the scream, it immediately let out a scream. Its soul was damaged again, and it fainted on the spot. Lin Moyu frowned. What the hell? It really was a ghost. A large number of souls emerged from the center of the treasure. These souls included virtual beasts, humans, and aliens. They tangled together and turned into a strange thing. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu has already understood that these souls are the ones who were once lost in this virtual and real spiritual world. For some unknown reason, they died inside, and their remaining souls were absorbed by the treasure and finally fused together. These residual souls have long lost their intelligence, and all they have are some obsessions and instincts, making them no different from wandering ghosts. Also, because they were so strong when they were alive, when they merged together, their power was not weak and they even had the potential to surpass the Taoist master. Lin Moyu was not polite at all, and activated Qingdao Wanxiang with all his strength to engulf it. At the same time, the fire of burning the world rushed into the formation and began to burn these residual souls. The best way to deal with souls is naturally the fire of burning the world. The remaining soul screamed in the burning fire, and Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, "The sooner I die, the sooner I will be reborn. I hope I can reincarnate smoothly in the next life." These words seemed to be spoken to the remaining souls, as if to help the dead souls to be reborn. He threw out a spiritual flower, which wrapped around the little python again, and with just a scream, the little python was seriously injured. The dead souls screamed in agony in the world-burning fire, and the round treasure broke into 5 pieces, quietly enduring the burning of the world-burning fire. With the quality of the innate original treasure, there will be no problem even if it is burned by the world-burning fire for several years. The only thing that cannot be stopped is the residual soul. The residual souls were refined one by one. Although they were only residual souls, they could still be refined into soul crystals. Suddenly, a brilliant glow emerged from the fire that was burning the world, and a precious lotus appeared in the void. Amitabha. The sound of Buddhist chanting rang out, and a huge golden Buddha appeared on the lotus. The golden Buddha is just a remnant soul, and his body is hazy and illusory, but it cannot conceal his great power in life. This is an existence that surpasses the Tao Lord. It shouldn't be like this. How could the Buddhas appear here? Weren't they buried? With doubts in mind, Lin Moyu looked at the giant Buddha. The golden Buddha sat on the precious lotus, temporarily blocking the fire that burned the world. He looked at Lin Moyu and said, "Donor, you have a connection with my Buddha." Lin Moyu frowned and cursed in his heart, "Fate is bullshit." The golden Buddha didn't wait for Lin Moyu to speak, and whispered, "Don't deny it, the 3 lives secret method can't deceive anyone." Lin Moyu trembled, and guessed the other party's identity. "Are you Sancheng Buddha?" Amitabha. The golden Buddha chanted the Buddha's name again. "The 3 Buddhas have passed away. My name is Wanxing. I am waiting for the donor here." Lin Moyu felt more and more incredible. "You said you were waiting for me?" The golden Buddha said, "The 3-life Buddha peered into the long river of fate and found traces of the future, knowing that he would die. So he separated this seat, named Wanxing, and came here to wait for the donor. The 3-life Buddha can see into the past, present, and future. If this is true, he actually has the ability." Lin Moyu said, "If that's the case, then why did you make it look like this?" The golden Buddha said, "The 3-life Buddha perished with the times. I am the incarnation of the 3-life Buddha. If he dies, I will not be able to survive. I can only rely on the precious material of my innate origin to survive." Fortunately, the 3-life Buddha was not wrong. I was able to see the donor in my later life. "How great!" Lin Moyu asked, "Then why are you waiting for me here?" The golden Buddha said, "The 3-life Buddha once saw a secret place in the long river of fate. He placed some things in the secret place, but fate is unpredictable. Whether the donor can find it is not something that the 3-life Buddha can predict." Lin Moyu pondered the words of the golden Buddha, considering their credibility. As far as he knew, the 3 Buddhas were dead, killed by the world of the origin continent. The 3 living Buddhas had discovered the world wool of the origin continent early on, so it would not be impossible if they had made some preparations. After all, he was the strongest man of that era, able to create the 3 lives secret method. The power of the 3 lives Buddha was even greater than that of the Lord of Hell. Perhaps he had already started to fight back that year, but he was unsuccessful in the end. 0, please give me flowers." The golden Buddha was not in a hurry, he seemed to be waiting for Lin Moyu's answer. After a moment, Lin Yu whispered, "Where is the secret place?" The golden Buddha said, "It is located in the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. If the donor is willing to go there, I am willing to use my last remaining soul to open a passage for the donor." Teleporting in the virtual world? He couldn't do this kind of thing. I never thought that the Lord Buddha had reached this level. But he was still buried by the world wool of the origin continent, which further shows how powerful the world wool is. The world wool of the origin continent is still in the formation stage. From this, we can imagine how strong the world will be in the eternal stage. Lin Moyu asked, "What if I don't want to go?" The golden Buddha said, "The 3-life Buddha said that if the donor does not want to go, then it is fate and cannot be forced. Just like the donor will obtain the three-life secret method, it is also the cause and effect of fate. I am just a clone. I have stayed here for tens of millions of years just to tell you these things. My mission in the afterlife has been completed, and I will also disappear. Lin Moyu made up his mind. In that case, let's go for it. The Golden Buddha chanted the Buddha's name again. If so, I will obey the command of the three living Buddhas and open the door to the virtual world. The sound of Buddhist chanting rang out, and the Golden Buddha recited Buddhist scriptures. The Buddhist scriptures turned into countless magical symbols, floating in the void. He is an incarnation of the three Buddhas, inheriting some of their power. In order to avoid being implicated by his original body, he hides among the treasures. He did not reappear until the treasure was smashed by Lin Moyu. However, if all this is really what the three Buddhas saw from the Avenue of Destiny, it is really hard to imagine. Although everything was incredible, Lin Moyu felt that maybe he should go and take a look. If nothing else, the three lives secret method alone is worth a look for yourself. The life of the three lives Buddha is full of mystery and aura. The three lives secret method he created is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Amidst the Buddhist scriptures, the divine symbols formed a large door. The innate original treasure had been broken into 5 pieces, one of which automatically flew up and merged into the gate. This door uses innate original treasures as energy to teleport in the virtual world. Lin Moyu saw that the talisman that made up the portal was missing the last piece. The golden lotus under the seat of the golden Buddha flew into the gate, completing the last talisman for the gate. At this time, the golden Buddha became even more illusory and could disappear into thin air at any time. Donor, please die. Chapter 3773, Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. He bowed slightly to the golden Buddha. Thank you. Lin Moyu put away the remaining 4 treasures, put away the little python, and then stepped into the gate. It seems casual, but it is actually very careful. Lin Moyu has raised his soul perception to the extreme. If there is anything wrong, he will return it immediately. However, the soul did not send any warning, so it should be safe. When you step into it, your soul will be pulled by a force, the force of space will pour down, and the world seen by the soul will be stretched. The world was stretched longer and longer, and as it stretched, Moyu felt as if he had crossed an infinite distance. Along the way, he saw the great Tao wild beasts hiding in the vacuum zone. The number of the great Tao wild beasts seemed to be more than he had imagined. He saw the Beast Abyss and the Human Emperor in the Beast Abyss. The Human Emperor seemed to have discovered him as well, and he saw a hint of surprise in the Human Phoenix's expression. Even the Emperor of Man would be surprised at teleporting in the virtual world. How did the Three Lives Buddha 147 do it back then? The Human Emperor went away, and the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm disappeared from sight. The world was stretched longer and longer until it completely collapsed. The transmission suddenly stopped, and the vision in front of my eyes returned to normal. In the sight, a ray of light shot out from afar, swept across the void, and then went away in an instant and disappeared. The Great Spiritual Realm of Shaguan. Lin Moyu realized that he had come to the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. During the transmission just now, I vaguely saw that I passed through 3 large spiritual realms and 3 vacuum zones before arriving at the Shaguan Large Spiritual Realm. The distance between the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm and the Jingwa Great Spiritual Realm is extremely high and far. How did the 3 living Buddhas find this place back then? Did he come here to avoid the whirlpool of the origin continent? What on earth did the 3-life Buddha leave behind? Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the ray of light came again, from a different angle and direction, sweeping through the void, and then disappeared again. Lin Moyu observed for a while and found that every 10 minutes, a huge beam of light would sweep over. This ray of light seemed to come from the center of the Great Spiritual Realm, sweeping across the Great Spiritual Realm again and again. This is also the origin of the name of Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. He looked around carefully. Sancheng Buddha left the things here and kept them for so many years, so he definitely would not just put them there casually. Otherwise, they would have been taken away long ago. And he said that whether or not one can find it depends on one's own luck. This also shows that there may be accidents in the process. The destiny and future are constantly changing. Tens of millions of years is too long, and the universe has already been turned upside down. Hope there's still hope, otherwise this trip would be in vain. Lin Moyu released the little python and let it carry him to search in the void. At the same time, he released a large number of skeleton gods to help him search. Another ray of light swept over and hit the skeleton general. The skeleton god was hit by a huge force and was swept away, his bones broken and his body shattered, leaving him half-crippled. This glow is quite amazing. Lin Moyu was shocked. The rays of light were not just sweeping over him. Once hit, he would be injured. If his strength was weaker, he might have died on the spot. Each great spiritual realm has its own characteristics, and the various differences come from the innate origin virtual treasures in the hands of the Emperor. It seems that this is the characteristic of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. The little python also saw this scene and murmured, "The virtual beasts living in the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm are a bit pitiful." Lin Moyu said, "I should get used to it. This glow must have a pattern. I'll find it later. As long as there is a pattern, I can adapt to it. The problem is, I don't know where the things left behind by the 3 living Buddhas will be swept away by the sunset glow." The little python said, "Even if there are rules, the virtual beasts can adapt to them, but what about the world?" World. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. The 3 life Buddhas should have put things into the world. Draw a boundary-seeking symbol, looking for the nearest world. Lin Moyu guessed that the glow should be harmless to the world. The world barrier will filter out the rays of light just like it filters the power of the avenue. Therefore, it is very likely that the 3 Buddhas placed things in a certain world. Since we have been teleported here, if nothing goes wrong, this should be the nearest world. But in the vast void, the world is not easy to find, even the 3 Buddhas cannot be sure. If there were no boundary-seeking talisman, it would be difficult indeed, but now, at least it is not that difficult. The boundary-seeking symbol flew slowly, and the Lin Moyu python followed behind. He was observing the changes in the position of the glow. The glow appeared every 10 minutes and its position was different, but Lin Moyu believed that there was a pattern. If there were no rules, all the virtual beasts in this great spiritual realm would be killed. Half a day later, Lin Moyu finally found the pattern of the sunset glow. The rays of light always sweep in one direction. After sweeping 3 times, they will retreat a little and then continue in a continuous cycle. If the space is divided into longitude and latitude lines, the rosy glow can sweep the entire great spiritual realm about 360 times. Once every 10 minutes, 6 times an hour, a cycle of 60 hours. Once the pattern is discovered, it becomes simple. As long as you avoid 1 or 2 glows of the sun, there will be no glows of the sun for nearly 60 hours. Lin Moyu told this rule to the little python. The little python was not stupid and knew how to hide. The boundary-seeking talisman was flying slowly, and just then a ray of light came sweeping over, hitting the boundary-seeking talisman and shattering it on the spot. But it doesn't matter, Lin Moyu drew another one. There is nothing else, but there are plenty of boundary-seeking symbols, which can be drawn at any time, and you can have as many as you want. After encountering 5 attacks from the rays of light and redrawing the boundary-seeking symbol 5 times, I finally arrived at a world. Lin Moyu did not go in immediately. After all, Sancheng Buddha had been waiting for so long, so it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. He wanted to verify a guess of his. The rays of light swept over for the 6th time, and Lin Moyu stood behind the world. After the rays of light swept across the world, they were indeed blocked by the world and quickly decomposed. After passing through the world, they gathered again. Lin Moyu, Xiaomong, and Sifu, who were standing behind the world, were not hurt. Sure enough, the rays of light will not hurt the world. So, most of the virtual beasts here are in the world. Most virtual beasts are not smart, but they all have instincts. They will seek benefits and avoid harm. Since the world can block the rays of light, they will hide in it. Lin Moyu had a hunch that perhaps after entering the world, he would have to kill his way through. The undead army set out and entered the world before him. This world is very quiet. There is no world will and no resistance. The undead army is allowed to penetrate the barrier and enter. Instantly, an infinite flame of soul lit up in the eyes of the undead. The world is filled with imaginary beasts, so many that it is beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. The whole world is like a cage that holds countless imaginary beasts. It was a miracle that the virtual beast was able to remain unharmed even though it was so close. Lin Moyu also had decided that the world is so vast and full of wonders, but he still didn't have enough experience. Lin Moyu's arrival immediately caused a lot of reactions from virtual beasts, and the Undead Legion took the lead and attacked him brazenly. The Legion commander commanded the Dragon Riders and Skeleton Generals. The Dragon Riders formed a battle formation, launched a charge, and began the massacre. The Skeleton God will provide cover from behind and kill any fish that escape the net. Legions of undead, like sharp arrows, tore a crack in the herd of virtual beasts and charged in. The fire of the world burned fiercely, turning the void into a sea of fire, and countless virtual beasts screamed in agony. Chapter 3774, The Listening Beast is Wrong. This world should have been a feast for the world-burning fire, but unfortunately the world-burning fire has reached a bottleneck. Without a suitable world to refine it, it cannot continue to grow stronger. The undead army was charging in the front. The virtual beasts, without any organization, could not stop the attack of the undead army at all and were severely damaged in the blink of an eye. Under the command of the Legion commander, the Undead Legion was prudent, injuring but not killing, leaving their lives to the fire that burns the world. The fire of burning the world was burning fiercely, and the virtual beast turned into a soul crystal. Lin Moyu stepped on the little python, walked through the sea of fire, and went towards the inside of the world, while his eyes swept towards the inside of the world. Take this world as an example. The real world of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm should have been filled with virtual beasts. If this is true, then no powerful beings will be born in the world of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. Virtual beasts occupy the entire world. Whenever a living being appears or a soul shows its head, it will be devoured by the virtual beasts. Under such circumstances, how could powerful creatures be born? If this is true, the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm can be regarded as a paradise for virtual beasts and a forbidden zone for life. Lin Moyu felt that his guess was most likely the cruel reality. As long as the rosy glow continued to sweep, the virtual beast would instinctively drill into the world, then fill up the world and make it impossible for any living creature to be born. This world is not big. It is the smallest world that Lin Moyu has ever seen, even smaller than the world occupied by the Soul Heart King. Lin Moyu compared it with the dead world he had refined and found that there was actually not much difference between the two. This world should have existed for many years, but because of the special circumstances of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, it cannot grow, and it is even more impossible for the world will to be born. This place is not only a forbidden zone for life, but also a forbidden zone for the world's will. Not long after, this small world had a new owner, the virtual beasts were slaughtered, and the undead army occupied it. Lin Moyu easily moved to the origin core of the world. It was a tiny world, and even the fog that protected the origin core of the world was so weak. The five elements giants appeared and used their innate virtual treasures to directly blow away the fog, revealing the core of the world's origin. The mist dissipated, and a 1,000-foot-high Buddha light suddenly lit up, followed by a low Buddha sound. Amitabha. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Sure enough, it's here. It didn't take much effort and I easily found the things left behind by Yixing Buddha. When he saw the origin core of the world, he suddenly showed a look of surprise. The core of the world's origin turned into a lotus platform, on which sat a giant golden Buddha. The Buddha's eyes were tightly closed, his lips slightly parted, and the sound of chanting could be heard continuously. The scriptures were transformed into magical symbols that surrounded him and formed a big sun behind him. Under the shining sun, the surrounding space becomes bright and brilliant, even magnificent. At the same time, a huge aura is gradually reviving. Lin Moyu just watched quietly with a smile on his face. Although the situation in front of him was a little unexpected, when he thought about it, it seemed reasonable. The golden Buddha in front of you is the Three Lives Buddha. The three Buddhas are not dead. After a while, the chanting stopped, and the three living Buddha, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and gentle, as if they could accommodate the whole world. Donor, be well. The three Buddhas greeted Lin Moyu. He did not move, but a huge Buddha shadow appeared in the void behind him and bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also said, "Senior is doing well. I never thought he could have kept it a secret and still be alive today." The second era was destroyed, the three Buddhas were dead, even the Ting beast said that the three Buddhas were dead. But no one expected that the Three Lives Buddha actually survived. It seems that the Ting beast was not entirely right. Sancheng Buddha said, "Ting, Senior, you know everything, but nothing is perfect, even this has flaws." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Yes, he can hear everything in the world, but if we don't speak, he won't know. The Ting beast can see by hearing. If it can hear, it can see, but it cannot appear out of thin air. If it cannot hear, it naturally cannot see. So the Ting beast is not omniscient. If you want, you can deceive it." The three Buddhas did just that and hid it from the Ting beast. This was truly a case of deceiving one's superiors. Sancheng Buddha whispered, "The donor must be curious about how I survived." Lin Moyu admitted generously, "I am indeed very curious. If the seniors are willing to talk, I am all ears." Sancheng Buddha said, "In a sudden enlightenment, I accidentally peeked into the road of destiny and learned that the will of the world is hovering at the top, so it can be crossed. As a disciple of the Buddha clan, I have no desires, but I also don't want to be manipulated by others and become a puppet. I started to make plans. Before they noticed me, I transformed into thousands of bodies outside the world, looking for a way out. I got that door by chance." Lin Moyu was stunned. "That door?" The Three-Life Buddha nodded and said, "Your guess is correct. It is that door. I have used up all my life's accumulation to open a crack and peek into the secret behind the door. I gained some benefits from it, and finally deceived the world's will, leaving my life to linger. I entered the endless void, explored the fog of the world, and finally came here. I found a way to occupy this world and hide in the core of the origin, waiting for the opportunity." Lin Moyu asked, "So Senior had obtained that gate a long time ago, but why did Senior give it up later?" Sancheng Buddha said, "There are two reasons. First, the door is difficult to open. I have accumulated millions of years of experience, but I can only open a crack. Moreover, the door cannot be included in the mustard seed space. In my quest for survival, I cannot take it with me, so I can only abandon it. Second, I opened the gap and alarmed a certain being behind the door. That being is very scary. I dare not open it a second time. It turned out to be like this." After hearing what the three living Buddhas said, Lin Moyu finally understood why the Lord of Hell also wanted to abandon that door. In the era that belonged to the three Buddhas, the door was opened a crack. Although benefits were gained from it, it also alarmed a certain existence behind the door. Later, this door fell into the hands of the Lord of Hell, Denyuozo, who covered it with the gate of hell and disguised it. After millions of years, it was opened again. When the door was opened that time, the being behind the door was not only startled, but also left from behind the door. Then the Lord of Hell, like the three Buddhas, had to abandon this door in order to save their lives, because they could not take this door away. And the being that came out from behind the door is now looking for this door in some corner of the world. Lin Moyu was not clear about what exactly happened during the whole process. Perhaps by entering the long river of time, I can take a look at what happened in the past, but now was not the time. The long river of time is not so easy to travel, it requires sufficient preparation. Lin Moyu said, "In my era, there was a strong man who got the door and opened it. The being behind the door has already escaped." The expression of the Three-Life Buddha did not change at all, but he chanted a Buddhist name. Perhaps this is fate. Chapter 3775 Searching for the Cause Ring. The three Buddhas had glimpsed the avenue of destiny more than once. In his repeated observations, he saw very far and many possibilities. From then on, he had no doubt about fate. In Lin Muyu's view, this is a bondage and even more of a shackle. In fact, many practitioners are like this. They trust their own great way, but when trust exceeds the limit, their own great way becomes a shackle. The road of destiny is the shackles of the three Buddhas, and it is also an obstacle to his mind. He can only figure it out by himself. Lin Muyu said, after coming to the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, you will definitely not just sleep here. I wonder if what I guessed is true. Moreover, Xingyu's choice of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm was not random, there must be a deeper reason. Sancheng Buddha said, what the donor said is correct. Everything I do has its reasons. The root of it is what I got from behind that door. Lin Muyu was a little curious. What did the Xingyu get? Heaven-covering stone, void disk, myriad intentions. The three-life Buddha did not hide anything and told everyone what he had gained. What he obtained was both similar and different from what the Lord of Hell obtained. The heaven-covering stone is the same. This stone can deceive the world and not only deceive the will of the world, but also erase one's true soul from the origin continent 06, allowing oneself to regain freedom. But there is a prerequisite, which is to make the world think that you are dead, so that the heaven-covering stone can truly play a role. In order to deceive the will of the world, the Lord of Hell used the immortal jade and the sky-covering stone together. But the three lives Buddha does not need to go through so much trouble. The three lives secret method he comprehended can create an avatar. As long as the soul is injected, there is no difference between the avatar and the real body. The clone and the sky-covering stone successfully deceived the will of the world and allowed him to gain freedom. Although there will be some damage, he will not sleep for millions of years like the Lord of Hell. After Sancheng Buddha regained his freedom, he was not truly safe, so he used the void disk to cross an infinite distance. The void disk can carry him and teleport synchronously between the real world and the virtual world, each time reaching hundreds of millions of kilometers at an astonishingly fast speed. After teleporting again and again, the three Buddhas finally arrived at the great spiritual realm of Shaguan. Because he had once glimpsed the future in the Avenue of Destiny, after arriving at the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, the Triple Buddha created another incarnation, which came to the vacuum zone outside the Jinja Great Spiritual Realm and took the initiative to enter that virtual and real spiritual realm. He drilled directly into the innate origin treasure, and with the help of the treasure, he survived until now, waiting for Lin Muyu to arrive. Over countless years, a large number of virtual beasts entered that virtual and real spiritual realm, but ultimately were unable to leave, and their souls were wiped out by the three living Buddhas in a special way. And with the help of the power of the virtual beast and the Tao Lord Soul, he nourishes himself so that his identity can always exist. Likewise, he also left his last chance to use the void disk there. As for Wan Yisu, this magic weapon is extremely special. It can also be used in both the real and virtual worlds. By injecting your will into the diagram, it can split into tens of thousands of clones. Each clone will possess the power of the original body within a certain period of time. In the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, because of that special innate origin virtual treasure, there are no powerful creatures in the world within the Great Spiritual Realm. Then the three-life Buddha injected his will into the 10,000 intentions and evolved 10,000 clones in the virtual world. Each clone has the same power as his original body. These clones went into the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm to search, found the world, entered it, and then tried to occupy the core of the world's origin. Not every clone is successful, but many are. The imaginary beasts in those worlds couldn't stop him at all. In other words, in the current Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, many worlds have already fallen into the hands of the three lives Buddha. Sancheng Buddha did not say how many there were exactly, and Lin Muyu did not ask. Lin Muyu knew that the number would not be small. The strength of the three Buddhas back then exceeded that of the hell beings in their heyday. The world is not strong and is easy to occupy, which is the characteristic of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, but it is also a disadvantage. What's the point of occupying these weak worlds? However, at the level of the three Buddhas, one will not do meaningless things. And the fact that he made such a backup plan and waited for my arrival also showed that he had not given up on confronting the will of the world of origin continent. In other words, he has not forgotten the past grudge. Lin Moyu asked, I think you have done a lot of heavy work over the years. Sancheng Buddha said, yes, I have done a lot. This great spiritual realm is weak. I will evolve it after taking it. I will transform the virtual beast from virtual to real, into the real world, become a creature of the world, and promote the growth of the world's will. Now, several worlds have entered the transformation stage. Although they are not as strong as the world will of the origin continent, they can still be of some help if we take action. Lin Moyu thought to himself, as expected, how could the three Buddhas do nothing? As the greatest genius of an era who was able to comprehend the three lives secret method, how could he be like the Lord of Hell, with his heart broken and give up on revenge? This is the case now. Several worlds have been cultivated to the transformation stage, and in terms of combat power, they are already not weak. Even if he couldn't deal with the world will of the origin continent, at least dealing with his subordinates wouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyu said, how will you make your move then? The void disk has been used up. This place is very far from the origin continent, and it is not convenient to move in the world of the transformation stage. Sancheng Buddha said, so, the donor still needs to do something. Lin Moyu chuckled, you want me to find that door, then go in and look for a new void disk. The three-life Buddha chanted a Buddhist name, donor, you are smart. There are many empty plates behind the door. If you have the chance, you can find a few more. This thing is very useful. Also, there are countless treasures behind this door. If we can get the right treasures, it will be much easier to deal with him. Lin Moyu said, but the world behind the door is very dangerous. Sancheng Buddha said, indeed, this matter depends on you, the donor. I can't help you. And the one who came out from behind the door, the donor should also be careful, it is very dangerous and very strange. At this time, a halo rose behind the three lives Buddha, filled with misty air, and looked magnificent under the Buddha's light. This is a gift to the donor. Finally, I come to the point. This item is the reason why Sancheng Buddha asked me to come here. At that time, I said that there was something prepared for me, and this was it. Lin Moyu took it, and the light gradually faded, revealing its true face. This is a jade ring, covered with densely packed divine symbols, which seem to be active, constantly moving and wriggling. The magic weapon of cause and effect. Lin Moyu was surprised that it was actually a Taoist-level cause and effect magic weapon. Sancheng Buddha said, this item is called the Seeking Cause Ring, which I prepared for you. However, you need to be a Taoist master to use it, so I hope you can use it well. Lin Moyu did not immediately study the Seeking Cause Ring, but bowed slightly to the three-life Buddha. Thank you, Senior. Sancheng Buddha said, don't be polite, I have my own purpose for doing this, and you can probably guess it. If possible, let's work together to get it done. Lin Moyu said firmly, if I don't succeed, I will die. I value my life, so I will succeed. Chapter 3776. There is someone behind the three-life Buddha. He is serious about dealing with the world will of the origin continent. Through conversations with the three Buddhas, he realized that he and the three Buddhas were still on different paths. The Lord of Hell, the three Buddhas, and the human emperor are actually all walking their own paths, and the same is true for myself. It is hard to say who will reach the top in the end. Even the avenue of destiny will not know such things. Only when you reach the end can you understand. However, Lin Moyu felt that his intention was better than theirs. No matter which path they took, they were still essentially in this world. All paths are within the scope of their original ancestral land. As for his own universe, Lin Moyu, from the very beginning, his existence was on par with the ancestral land of origin, and in the end it would even surpass the ancestral land of origin. The world must have its own avenue, its own ancestral land, which belongs completely to itself. There can be countless worlds in the universe, some worlds are strong, some worlds are weak, and there can be competition between worlds. But no matter what, the universe is a whole, and you are the master of the universe. The master of this world is different from the masters of other worlds. After chatting for a long time, Sancheng Buddha took the initiative to signal Lin Moyu to leave, as he still had to continue cultivating the world's will. The clone created by the All-Intentions, after occupying the world, is still controlled by the original body. This kind of clone has no subjective consciousness, and all instructions must be issued by the original body. So Sancheng Buddha was very busy. When he was chatting with Lin Moyu 907, the development of those worlds had to stop. If there are only one or two, the impact will not be significant. However, if there are thousands and every world stops, the impact will be quite large. These world wills will be a powerful help in the future. Searching for the cause. After Lin Moyu left the world of the three Buddhas, he played with this small jade ring. The soul force probes into it and recognizes its master. Only those at the Tao Lord level can use the cause-seeking ring, but recognizing the master does not require the Tao Lord level. With Lin Moyu's soul strength, he had already recognized the master before flying out of the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. Information about the cause-seeking loop was also passed on. Look for the causal cycle, from effect to cause, use objects to find the cause, and trace back to the source. Lin Moyu's expression was a little strange. How did he know that I wanted a cause-and-effect magic weapon? Not only did he have it, but it also happened to be suitable for me. The little python asked curiously, "Master, is there something wrong?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's very wrong." He said that he looked at the avenue of destiny and peeked into the future, but the avenue of destiny is always changing. There are countless possibilities in the future. Perhaps a trivial thing can change the near future. What's more, he is looking at the future tens of millions of years from now. Do you think he can see it? Lin Moyu has dealt with the avenue of destiny and knows what the future will look like. Not to mention the future tens of millions of years from now, even the future a few years from now may not be accurate. There are too many variables in the future. Although the three Buddhas are powerful, they will not surpass the world will in the formation stage, let alone the human emperor. Lin Moyu felt that even if the human emperor went to see the avenue of destiny, he couldn't see that far, let alone the three Buddhas. The little python tilted its head, not really understanding. Lin Moyu chuckled and flicked a line of fire to point the way ahead. "Let me think about it myself." Thinking about the performance of the Three Lives Buddha just now, the conversation between the two, and the Three Lives Buddha's attitude towards him, Lin Mo was sure that there must be something wrong with the Three Lives Buddha. The Seeking Cause ring, a causal magic weapon that is exactly what he needs, should not have been seen by the Three Lives Buddha tens of millions of years ago. Maybe he really calculated a lot, but it is impossible for him to calculate it so clearly. The most important thing is that the attitude of the three Buddhas towards me is really good. He wanted revenge, and I wanted to resist. It could be said that the two of them had the same aspirations. Normally, there should be some discussion and negotiation. Lin Moyu didn't believe that Sancheng Buddha didn't have his own plans. But later, when he talked about his plan, the three living Buddhas did not express their opinions at all, but completely agreed with his plan, which was very unreasonable. As for the Seeking Cause ring, the Three Lives Buddha did not even recognize it as his master. He just kept it in collection. It was as if he was waiting for him to come and hand the Seeking Cause ring to him. When the Three Lives Buddha was looking for the cause for himself, his expression was as if to say, "Take it away quickly, it makes me upset just looking at it." To sum up, Lin Moyu got a very likely answer. Behind the three Buddhas, people are confined. As for who it is, it's none other than that guy, the old man in green robe. Agft. Apart from him, Lin Moyu really couldn't think of anyone else. What on earth is this guy planning to do? He has been planning since childhood and has been plotting until now. His shadow also appeared in the origin of the disaster, and the Ice Jade prayer mat was also handed over to me in this way. This Ice Jade prayer mat should not be that simple, but I am not strong enough now and cannot really exert the power of the Ice Jade prayer mat. What else does he plan, and what is his purpose? Lin Moyu finally turned his attention to the old man in green robe. This guy follows me around like a ghost, and he's involved in a lot of things, but I can never guess what his purpose is. The key point is that his level has always been difficult for people to understand, which is the most troublesome thing. The real world belongs to the world of the three Buddhas. Countless believers knelt on the ground, chanting Buddhist scriptures. The three Buddhas transformed into a huge Buddha statue, standing before the world. There are countless believers all over the world. These believers look like humans, but they all have non-human features. In fact, they are all virtual beasts from the virtual world. The virtual beast entered the real world through the core of the world's origin, transformed into a member of the real world, and became a believer of the three lives Buddha. This is just one of the three Buddha worlds. He has thousands of such worlds, and the number of believers is innumerable. At the core of the main world, a green light emerged. Amitabha. Following a Buddhist chant, the three-life Buddha prostrated himself on the ground respectfully. Three-life greets the master. The old man in green robe looked at him indifferently. Well done. Sancheng Buddha quickly said, Sancheng is just following your orders. The old man in green robe said, you have the ability to comprehend, so I was willing to help you back then. The three-life Buddha said hurriedly, without your guidance, the three-life would not be able to escape from the origin continent. If you have anything to say, please tell me. The three-life Buddha will not leave until the end. The old man in green robe said, from now on, just do as I said before. Don't be too deliberate. If it succeeds, Quan Tian will protect your eternal position. Sancheng said repeatedly, thank you, sir. Sancheng understands. The old man in green robe disappeared, and after a while Sancheng Buddha slowly stood up. His expression was still solemn and dignified, and his eyes were filled with a desire for fame. Eternal. He uttered two words, light but profound. This was his goal, and for this goal, there was nothing he couldn't do. Lin Moyu was moving forward in the vacuum zone. He had figured it out, but he also knew that it was pointless to think about it any further. He just felt that things were becoming more and more complicated, and there was a mystery before his eyes. He returned to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm according to the direction he had been teleported from before. However, he only remembered the approximate direction and didn't know the exact route, so he could only fly and see. At the same time, he took out the spiritual treasure he had obtained before and began to summon the elemental lich. Not long after flying, the little python suddenly shouted, Master, there is something ahead. Chapter 3777, The Boat of Despair. The little python saw a bright light in the darkness. After Xiaomong finished speaking, Lin Moyu also saw it from the gorgeous avenue. What he saw was different from what the little python saw. What the little python saw was a bright light. But what Lin Moyu saw was a big ship. This big ship is very strange. Only the upper half can be seen, and the lower half is invisible. It was very fast, flying rapidly in the vacuum zone and going away like a meteor. Half in the virtual world, half in the real world. How can there be such a thing? Lin Moyu thought, follow him. The little python was very obedient and followed without saying a word. The big ship was going too fast, and the little python could only barely keep up with it, trying its best, and it was difficult to get close. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully and confirmed his initial judgment. It really is, half in the virtual world, half in the real world. This big ship runs through the virtual world and the real world, with the upper half of the ship in the virtual world and the lower half sailing in the real world. There is a world fog in the real world, and Lin Moyu is not clear about the specific situation, but Lin Moyu has a relatively good understanding of the situation in the virtual world. This huge ship that spans the real and virtual world sails in the virtual world. Its route is not fixed. Sometimes it suddenly changes direction and makes a 90-degree turn, as if it is avoiding something, but there is clearly nothing in front of it. Lin Moyu realized that what it was hiding from was not in the virtual world, but in the real world. What in the real world would require it to dodge? Is it a cultivator, or some other world? Lin Moyu followed it for a while, and it gradually approached the Tianling territory. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Several practitioners appeared in front of the ship, and the eye of the undead saw the blazing soul flames. A total of 8 Tao lords formed a formation to block the direction of the ship. Their formation looked somewhat familiar. They had used a similar formation to deal with the Shi alien alliance before. This formation is not very powerful, but the effect is quite good and can increase some combat power. The big ship seemed not to notice these Taoist masters and flew straight past. This made Lin Moyu realize that the ship changed direction before because it was really avoiding things in the real world. As for things in the virtual world, it did not avoid them. The boat has arrived, weave the net, use all your strength. A Taoist master shouted loudly, and the power of the Taoist master exploded. Countless points of light suddenly lit up in the void, and hundreds of magic weapons emerged. The magic weapons interweave into a big net, firmly fixing the Minister of the Void. The method they used was exactly the same as Shi and others used to deal with the Great Tao wild beast, except that their power was even stronger now. It can only be said that many of the inherited formations of the alien alliance actually come from the human race. This boat is called the Dewey boat. I don't know what it is used for. These Tao masters came to stop us. It seems that the chances of success are not high. He clearly saw the expressions of the 8 Taoist masters. They were extremely nervous and serious, and clearly lacked confidence. The 8 Taoist masters gritted their teeth, their aura surged, and the power of hundreds of magic weapons was exerted to the extreme. The Dewey boat crashed head-on into the big net. The big net broke silently, and hundreds of magic weapons exploded almost at the same time. The 8 Taoist masters screamed and were blown away by the huge force. Their souls were wounded and they were all seriously injured. The boat suddenly emitted a faint light, and at the same time, an indescribable strange music was heard. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" But the little python not only did not retreat, but it suddenly accelerated and flew towards the Dewey boat. The speed of the little python had exceeded its limit at this time, and its eyes were lifeless. It did not fly over on its own, but was pulled over by the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu slapped the little python on the head, and the little python groaned and fainted on the spot. But even though it fainted, it still flew towards the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu knocked the little python unconscious, put it into the storage space, and turned away. But an invisible force fell on him, like an invisible giant hand firmly grasping him, dragging him towards the boat, the speed getting faster and faster. The wings of the time curse, which had not been used for a long time, were spread out and vibrated with all their strength, but to no avail. Lin Moyu summoned the sword demon, I am. Without saying a word, the sword demon transformed into a long sword and let Lin Moyu grab it in his hand, then flew out with a whoosh. An invisible hand pulled Lin Moyu to stop him from leaving, and the sword demon flew outward with all his strength. Lin Moyu felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. At this moment, he noticed that the 8 Taoist masters of the Alien Alliance who had previously blocked the Dewey boat now had lifeless eyes and were sucked into the Dutong boat. I'm the innocent one who got caught in the crossfire. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. These Taoist masters wanted to stop the Dewey boat, but it ended up causing the Dewey boat to counterattack, and they, the bystanders, also suffered as a result. The soul was stretched and was about to break, when suddenly another huge force came, grabbed the Kendo demon and forcibly pulled the Kendo girl back. 0. Request flowers. At this point, Lin Moyu was completely desperate. Even the sword demon couldn't escape, so it was even more impossible for him to escape. He could only watch himself being pulled into the boat. But the next second, he calmed down again. There was no warning from the soul, which also meant that the boat was not in danger. It's unlikely to be true. How could something like this not be dangerous? Unless the soul's sense of danger fails at this moment. Lin Moyu had no choice at this moment. Whether there was really no danger or his soul's ability to sense danger failed, he could only take one step at a time. The Dewey boat was getting bigger and bigger in sight, and a majestic aura rushed towards him. Lin Moyu felt wisps of real breath and even saw a trace of mist. 0. It's not the chaotic fog in the virtual world, but the world fog from the real world. Both are mists, but there are essential differences between them, and Lin Moyu can distinguish them clearly. The lower half of the Dewey boat is in the real world. The barrier between reality and illusion is broken, so it is not surprising that one can feel the breath of the real world. Lin Moyu's eyes were calm, knowing that struggling was useless, so he could only deal with it calmly. Panic is useless and will only lead to bad results. Even though there are many dangers in the Dewey boat, there is always a glimmer of hope on the road. Only by staying calm can you seize this glimmer of hope. The distance to the Dewey boat was getting closer and closer. When the distance was only 100,000 kilometers, the Dewey boat in sight changed. It became more and more exquisite, ancient, vast, and even larger. On the boat, there was a giant palace that was 10,000 meters high. There were countless exquisite lines carved on the boat, which intertwined into rare and exotic beasts. They were no longer lifelike, but if you looked closely, they seemed to be alive. Lin Moyu could even hear their roars. Beneath the lines, there are countless divine symbols hidden. The moment he saw the talisman, Lin Moyu was deeply attracted. These talismans looked very different from the ones he possessed. But he was 100% sure that these were divine symbols, symbols that were older and more profound than anything he knew, and contained great truths. Compared with it, the talismans I possess are just the tip of the iceberg. Finally, I landed on the boat, and the moment my feet touched the ground, all the pulling forces disappeared. Lin Moyu glanced around and saw several other alien masters who were also pulled in. Chapter 3778 What on earth is this? The boat for ferrying people away silently. Two figures slowly emerged from the void. The old man in green robe and the old man in white robe looked at the direction where the Dewey boat left at the same time. The old man in green robe said, "He went in." The old man in white robe said, "Maybe there will be gains this time." The old man in green robe shook his head slightly. "It's hard to say, it depends on what that guy thinks." The old man in white robe said, "Sometimes I also find it strange." "Isn't that guy afraid?" The old man in green robe laughed. "Why do you think he is in there?" The old man in white robe sighed. "What a bad temper." The two chatted for a few words and then disappeared at the same time. Their appearance and disappearance left no trace. Even in the Avenue of Destiny and the Long River of Time, no trace of them can be found. The 8 Taoist masters of the Alien Alliance stood there motionless, their eyes empty, and they had lost consciousness. Then, a ray of light rose from under their feet, and the 8 people's soul injuries began to recover. Under the feet of the 8 people, ancient divine symbols were jumping at the same time. Treatment? The more Lin Moyu looked, the more he felt something was wrong. When he really saw it clearly, a chill rose up. At this moment, Lin Moyu really felt creepy. The injuries of the souls of these 8 Taoist masters are recovering, and their souls are solidifying, as if they are about to transform from illusory soul bodies into physical bodies. But this transformation is also the most terrifying. The soul becomes an independent individual. From now on, the soul is here and the body is in the real world, and the two are no longer related. In a sense, they are already dead, and dead completely. Their spiritual intelligence was wiped out, and their eyes became increasingly empty and lifeless. After their injuries healed, they became a walking corpse of souls, puppets with the power of a Tao Lord. Not to mention the physical body, a physical body without a soul can only wait for the birth of new consciousness in the real world. After all, he is in the Tao Lord realm, and his body will not decay. But the new consciousness is no longer the original self, and it may not give birth to a complete soul, so it will also be a very special existence. As soon as he got on the boat, he was presented with such a big drama, and Lin Moyu's heart was full of bitterness. He did not act on his own, nor did he send out the skeleton general. If his actions triggered a formation here, he would not even know how he died. At least now, nothing has happened to me and the danger has not come yet. Seeing with their own eyes that the 8 Tao Masters had their consciousness completely wiped out and turned into zombies, the 8 of them turned around at the same time and walked towards the front of the deliverance boat. Lin Moyu looked around and found nothing. He should be at the stern of the boat. 1,000 meters away, there is a palace of 10,000 meters. The 8 Taoist masters walked into the palace and disappeared. Lin Moyu still didn't move. The scene just now was warning him not to act rashly. In places like this, you have to be extra careful. Standing here, you can see what is happening outside the boat. At this time, the Dewey boat flew into a large spiritual area, and the outside world was in chaos and confusion. Standing on the boat and looking out, I couldn't feel how fast the Dewey boat was flying, but I had seen it before, and the speed of the Dewey boat was very amazing. Suddenly, someone appeared in sight. Right in front of the Dewey boat, a giant appeared. Lin Moyu recognized him at a glance. It was the incarnation of the will of a certain world. This world has a strong will and should have reached the end of the transformation stage, and is not far from the formation stage. On the giant, there stood a powerful being. His size is like dust compared to the rest of the world, but his aura is stronger than the will of the world. This is a realm master. Lin Moyu roughly determined the other party's position, a powerful world master, and manipulated his own world will to block the Dewey boat. This realm lord is much stronger than the Lord of Hell, but slightly weaker than the would-killer realm lord. Can he stop the boat? As soon as the question in his heart arose, Lin Moyu immediately got the answer, and he couldn't stop it. He could see how powerful the realm lord was, but he couldn't even grasp the weirdness of the deliverance boat. So he felt that this realm master could not stop the deliverance boat, and might even lose himself in it. The Dewey boat was getting closer and closer to the realm master. The will of the world transformed into a giant beast and rushed towards the Dewey boat first. Boom! The two sides collided, but the Dewey boat remained motionless, and the giant beast transformed by the will of the world shattered on the spot. However, this is the will of the world and has no entity, so it recovered quickly. The realm master waved his hand, and a huge formation appeared behind him. Nearly 100 Tao masters worked together to set up a formation, with the realm master being the center of the formation. The giant beast transformed by the worlds will merged into the formation, and the entire formation started to operate loudly, emitting a shocking aura. Billions of miles of space are trembling, demonstrating the power of the law. The power of the world. Lin Moyu sighed softly. The strength of this formation has surpassed the 5 elements giant. With the will of the world in the transformation stage gathered from hundreds of Tao lords, controlled by a realm lord, and backed by the entire world, how could it not be powerful? The realm lord took out a big knife, which was also a magical weapon of extremely high level. Although it was not as good as the innate origin virtual treasure in the hands of the emperor, it was enough to rival the innate virtual treasure in the hands of the little spirit realm king. The sword light illuminated the void, and the majestic sword light slashed towards the Dewey boat. This sword gathered the power of the entire world, and countless cracks appeared in the void, which were already large enough to exceed the limit of what the void world could bear. The sword light hit the Dewey boat, which emitted a soft light. The seemingly sharp and powerful sword light shattered into pieces under the soft light. The Dewey boat remained motionless. It felt like tofu hitting a stone. No matter how strong the tofu was, it could not break the stone. Lin Moyu had no surprise in his heart, as if this was how it should be. The power of the Dewey boat was so great that he could not see the sound of the lantern. Even the sword demon was captured, which shows how terrifying this thing is. So much so that after he arrived on the Dewey boat, he didn't even dare to move. The first strike was fruitless, and the realm master shouted angrily, but the formation continued to operate, and he obviously wanted to keep trying. But the Dewey boat did not give him another chance. The soft light suddenly grew larger and instantly enveloped billions of miles of void. Wherever the light passed, the void solidified, and the formation controlled by the realm master also stopped working. Not only that 2.3, including the Realm Lord, all Tao Lords, the World Will, the entire world, all stopped. Time in this area has completely stopped. Lin Moyu, who comprehended the avenue of time, knew how terrifying this was. He can also pause the time of an area, but it is only a small area, and there cannot be any powerful beings in this area. The larger the area you want to pause, the stronger the enemies you face, and the higher the requirements for yourself. Now, the Deliverance boat has stopped at such a large area, including the Realm Master, the World Will, the 100 Great Daos, and countless souls in the world. Lin Yu felt chilled just thinking about this level. He felt that even the Taoist Master who controlled the Avenue of Time could not do it. But what happened in the next second was what really made Lin Moyu feel the horror of the Dui boat. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 3779, Mural, Fighting Spirit, Scepter. A terrible change unfolded before Lin Moyu's eyes. Along with the soft glow, countless terrifying creatures appeared in the void. There are dragons, tigers, lions, and cranes. These creatures are just projections, but they are capable of destroying the world. With just one bite, the dragon shattered most of the formation into pieces, and even bit off a corner of the world. Time stopped, space solidified, and the whole world solidified. The giant tiger that appeared in the illusion also bit off a corner of the world, and the formation became even more shabby. An octopus stretched out 8 huge tentacles, wrapped around the remaining formation, and then twisted it hard, causing the formation to completely collapse. The seemingly harmless rabbit leaped out, quickly grew larger, and bit the Realm Master. After a few bites, it crushed him and swallowed him. Lin Moyu had seen these projections before. They were carved on the hull of the Dui boat. I thought these carvings were lifelike before, and now it seems that they are really lifelike. A complete world collapsed in his sight. The Realm Lord and Taoist Lord, who was so powerful just a moment ago, died in the blink of an eye, and the will of the world also dissipated with the collapse of the world. When the boat passed by, the world was completely broken and heading towards death. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of the world he had refined before. That world was also dead. He didn't understand why the world died before, but now he finally knew. That's because when the boat flies past, that world is sent to death. An entire and vast world appeared before his eyes, and in less than 10 minutes, it completely died. Only those who have experienced it can feel this kind of impact. When the boat flew by, Lin Moyu couldn't help but say, "What on earth is this?" The palace 1,000 meters away suddenly lit up, and a portal appeared at the bottom of the palace. Lin Moyu realized that this was a reminder from Duozhou to let himself go. However, the 8 Taoist masters who had turned into zombies before seemed to have entered from here. If possible, Lin Moyu didn't want to go in. He wanted to leave immediately and turn around and leave. But he had no choice now and could only go in. Lin Moyu had already noticed something unusual. There was no doubt that the Dui boat was extremely dangerous, but after he got on the boat, he did not encounter any danger. This is what makes me different from others. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. We can only take one step at a time. We can't just stand still for the rest of our lives. Staying alert, he walked towards the palace. A kilometer is not a long distance. If you want, you only need half a step. But here, Lin Moyu didn't dare to do so. He walked over at the speed of an ordinary person while observing the situation around him. The deck of the boat was empty. There was nothing on the deck and it was extremely quiet. The Dui boat traveled silently through the virtual world and spiritual realm, as if it had no purpose. When they were still 500 meters away from the palace, the soft light from the palace illuminated the surroundings. The light was apparently very soft, but Lin Moyu felt very uncomfortable. It was this kind of light that had solidified the void and destroyed the world before. Now with the same light, how can I feel comfortable? Lin Moyu was not afraid, but felt uncomfortable facing the unknown. Suddenly, a voice came from his ear. Lin Moyu turned around and saw a big figure suddenly appeared in the empty place. One by one, the souls were wiping the deck and cleaning it. All of these souls are Taoist masters. No matter where he is always the awe-inspiring Taoist master, and on the Dui boat, he is only qualified to play this important role. Their eyes were empty, they had lost consciousness, and they were all walking corpses. As he got closer to the palace, Lin Moyu gradually felt the uniqueness of this soft light. He found that his soul became lighter and seemed purer. Although the realm has not changed, the essence of the soul has improved a little. For Lin Moyu, the improvement of soul essence is more important than the improvement of realm. Lin Moyu felt more and more strange because he seemed to be treated differently. When we arrived at the entrance of the palace, a gate that was several hundred meters high had already opened. Behind the gate was a huge staircase, shrouded in dim light, leading to the top of the palace. The end of the stairs was shrouded in light and Moyu couldn't see clearly. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, stepped onto the stairs, and walked up step by step. At this point, it was useless for him to hesitate. The moment I stepped onto the stairs, the scene in front of me changed drastically. The palace disappeared from my sight, replaced by high walls on both sides. There are endless high walls, just like there is no end to the stairs. There are countless pictures carved on the high walls, each of which is lifelike, with people, objects, the world, and the universe in them. Lin Moyu was instantly attracted by these images. As he stared at them, the carvings in his sight began to move. There was a whisper in my ears, as if telling stories. I have conquered the world, and want to unify it, but I don't want to die here. I will die in reincarnation and fight again in the next life. What does it matter if I am the great Lord of heaven and earth? I have nothing to fear. Let's fight. My relatives and friends are gone, I have nothing to worry about anymore, fight. What is heaven and earth? What is the Tao? As cultivators, we cannot accept heaven and earth and the Tao. We can only ask ourselves. Paintings after paintings, battle intentions after battles, surged like a tsunami, rushing into Lin Moyu's mind. These are the powerful men who once stood proudly between heaven and earth. They do not submit to heaven or to the way of the world, and only ask themselves. Each of them was so angry that they remained determined even if they died in battle. Lin Moyu was infected by their momentum and was full of fighting spirit during the day. Compared with these powerful warriors who fight against heaven and earth, those Tao masters are nothing at all, and the former Lord of Hell is even less worthless. A small difficulty can crush one's determination to pursue the Tao. Such a person is destined to never reach the top of the world. Feeling the fighting spirit of these strong men, Lin Moyu felt that the difficulties he had to face did not seem to be a big deal. As long as you plan carefully, it is not an insurmountable hurdle. At the same time, I was even more curious about the Dewey boat and why there were carved murals of those powerful men here. Lin Moyu doesn't think these carvings and murals are fake. Paintings can be faked, but the fighting spirit in the paintings cannot be faked. Each fighting intention is different, each comes from a different person, and each one is so powerful, how can it be faked? As he walked upward step by step, more and more carved murals appeared. They were no longer just about fighting against the sky, but something else appeared. As the scroll was unrolled, other creatures appeared on the Zhou-carved murals. There were terrifying spirit beasts that moved around in the sky and sank into the bottomless abyss. They are surrounded by the avenue, with great power, like the darlings of heaven and earth, wandering between heaven and earth. There are countless people bowing down to them in the painting, as if they were gods. But later, they encountered strong ones, or were killed, and their flesh and blood turned into pills. The number of these spiritual beasts became smaller and smaller, and eventually they disappeared. These pictures tell a story of ancient history, how practitioners step by step, from weak to strong, go against the will of heaven, and finally stand proudly between heaven and earth. Before I knew it, the stairs came to the end. At this time, all the spirit beasts had been slaughtered. A human cultivator stood proudly, stepping on the corpses of countless spirit beasts and holding the supreme scepter. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed when he saw the scepter of disaster. Chapter 3780 The Fifth Gem. The journey up the ladder made Lin Moyu feel as if he was experiencing the rise of the human race. The human race he saw from the murals was completely different from the human race he usually knew. The history in the murals is even older, so old that it is almost impossible to trace back. But history is just history after all. It is a thing of the past and is no longer that important. What really matters is what is in front of us, the last scepter of natural disasters that appears in the mural. The 5 gems on the Scourge scepter were intact. This time it is a real scepter of Scourge, not a replica made by Hell himself. The human warrior who stood tall and upright, stepping on the corpses of countless spirit beasts and reaching the highest point, held the scepter of natural disaster. Buzz! With a roar, the high walls on both sides disappeared at the same time, and the Sun Palace appeared in sight. Lin Moyu found that he had reached the end of the stairs without realizing it. In front of me was a square. In the farthest place, there was a faint light mixed with mist, and there seemed to be a house vaguely. This is a palace, so it's normal to have houses here, and Moyu didn't find it strange. His eyes fell on the statue in the center of the square. The square is large and empty, with only this 1-kilometer-high statue standing tall. The statue is clearly wearing human clothing, with its back to the figure, giving off a sense of pride and solitude. Lin Moyu felt lonely. The statue seemed very lonely, as if he was the only one left in the world. What is really eye-catching is the material of the statue. The entire statue is made of innate precious materials. A fist-sized piece of precious material is already extremely valuable. How many precious materials would be needed to build a 1,000-meter-long statue? Luxurious is not enough to describe it. Lin Moyu unconsciously lowered his head and looked at his left hand. The immortal flame is still burning, and there is no sign of the spiritual treasure melting. Spiritual treasures are more difficult to melt than ordinary treasures. Lin Moyu looked at the statue and compared it with the spiritual treasure in his hand. The difference was too great. If we bring the precious materials of this statue to the Deting beast, it will be able to do it. Lin Moyu suddenly had this idea and naturally walked forward, wanting to go around the statue and see its true appearance. I wonder who could erect a statue in such a terrifying place like Duozhou. This kind of existence may have surpassed the human emperor and the emperor. When he was several hundred meters away from the statue, suddenly an invisible wall blocked his way. You are not qualified to see him. A deep voice came from afar. The sound came from all directions and I couldn't tell the direction. The real owner finally showed up. Lin Moyu was not surprised. He knew that the Dui boat must have an owner, and the voice that suddenly appeared should be the owner of the Dui boat. Lin Moyu said, I wonder what you want me to do after you brought me here. No instructions, just checking on you, the voice sounded again. Look at me. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. What the hell was this? He brought himself here just to see himself. At this moment, Lin Moyu even suspected that he had heard it wrong. But now, he was not in a good position, so he had no right to lose his temper. So what do you think, Senior? Good. Hearing this comment, Lin Moyu was somewhat helpless. If you have seen enough, can you let me leave, Senior? The voice said again, take out your scepter and let me see it. Lin Moyu had no choice but to take out the scepter of natural disaster. I have seen the Scourge scepter in the mural before, and now the other party has directly pointed out that he has the Scourge scepter, so there is nothing to hide, just take it out openly. After he took out the scepter of Scourge, the statue suddenly glowed, and then a gem appeared on the top of the statue. The gem of the Scourge scepter. Lin Moyu was surprised. He didn't expect there was a gem of the Scourge scepter here. Since the 3 gems were found, there has been no trace of the 4th gem. Unexpectedly, there is another one here. The previous 3 gems were Soul, Element, and Balance. I wonder what this 4th gem will be. Since it appeared, the gem has been floating on top of the statue and has no intention of coming over. Lin Moyu was blocked by the invisible wall and could not get through. But since that person revealed the gem, he must have wanted to give it to himself, otherwise there would be no need to do so. Lin Moyu said, I don't know what it will take for you to give me this gem. The voice said, this is the 5th gem of the Scourge scepter. When you find the 4th gem, I will give it to you. Lin Moyu thought to himself, does the gemstones have an order? He wondered if this senior was fooling him, so he certainly wouldn't say anything. Instead, he asked, Senior, do you know where the 4th gem is? The other party has already made the conditions and obviously does not give you the right to bargain, so there is no need to say any nonsense. Go find it yourself. He did not tell Lin Moyu the location. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps he knew but was unwilling to tell. In short, I need to go by myself. But now, Lin Moyu already knew that he had no ill will towards her. Like he said, just to see for myself. Lin Moyu said, then I will go find it myself, and how can I find you after I find you? Figure it out yourself. The voice was still as cold as ever. In short, it was just a sentence, figure everything out on your own and don't bother me. But no matter what, we already know where the fifth gem is, and no one can take it away from here. Lin Moyu said, okay, then when you've seen enough, let me go. Anyway, you won't kill me, and you will let me go sooner or later, so you might as well just stay single. You can watch if you want, it won't lose any meat. Lin Moyu was also observing the statue. The statue exuded an indescribable aura. Lin Moyu felt that the person who refined this statue must be extraordinary. Maybe it is the existence of refining the deliverance boat. After a while, the faint light in the distance gradually brightened, the fog also dissipated a little, and an exquisite palace appeared. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen this palace before. He had seen this palace when he merged 10 small spiritual realms. I remember there was an explosion in one corner of the palace, and a lot of things were blown out from inside. This palace. Lin Moyu searched around, and with his sharp eyes he really saw a gap in the corner of the palace, which was exactly the same location he saw when he made his promise. It really is that palace. It turns out that the palace is on the deliverance boat. It seems that the Xiantian Void treasure is also related to the deliverance boat. Then, could the Xiantian origin treasure in the Emperor's hand also be related to it? While Lin Moyu was thinking, the light dimmed, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurred, and his soul was distorted. When his vision returned, Lin Moyu only saw the boat going away. I came back like this. The other party put me on the Dewey boat just to take a look. It's not just for viewing, at least it allows you to see a piece of ancient history. It's a pity that they are all fragments and there is no way to really connect them together, and we don't know in which corner of the world or in which this history took place. It's just that the monks in history, with their unyielding will to fight, made their determination to follow the Tao even stronger. Get the little python out, slap it a few times to wake it up, and at the same time observe the situation around it. I am currently in an unfamiliar spiritual realm, but I don't know which spiritual realm it is. Chapter 3781 It's Your Fate. Lin Moyu patted the little python awake. It's time to wake up. The little python woke up in a daze, mumbling, Master, what happened? How could I fall asleep? It had no idea what was happening and was in a daze. Lin Moyu said, Nothing, go find a virtual beast and ask where this place is. Although the virtual beasts are very stupid, you can always find a few virtual beasts that are a little smart and can at least ask where this place is. If you can't figure it out, you can only fly towards your original body based on the connection between yourself and your original body, and then move to your original position again. The little python said oh and immediately went to look for the virtual beast. The chaotic fog in the spirit realm is very thick, and the eye of the undead is greatly affected and cannot see too far. Faintly, Lin Moyu felt that this spiritual realm was very primitive and ancient. After he entered the Dewey boat, time became confused and he didn't know how long he had been inside. Maybe only 1 or 2 days have passed inside, but maybe 1 or 2 years have passed outside. With the speed of the Dewey boat, 1 or 2 years would be enough to cross several large spiritual realms. Lin Moyu followed the little python from a distance. The immortal flame on his left hand was still burning, and the spiritual treasure finally showed some signs of melting. It's really not easy. This is just the beginning. It will take a long time to completely melt it and summon the elemental lich. But at least the elemental lich was successful this time. I don't know what kind of 200-level elemental monster will be summoned. The spiritual treasure summoned should not be bad, and this material seems to have some relationship with space, and I don't know which avenue it will be copied from. Energy fluctuations were heard in the chaotic fog, and a battle that lasted for 2 or 3 seconds ended just as it began. Lin Moyu knew it was the little python, so he didn't ask, and the guy ate the other one directly. It is normal for virtual beasts to devour each other, and devouring each other is also a way for virtual beasts to evolve. However, this method is too troublesome, so virtual beasts generally do not choose it. The little python was still looking, and Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and followed slowly behind. After searching for several virtual beasts, the little python finally came back to report, "Master, I have found out that this is the Redstone Spirit Realm." Lin Moyu said, "Isn't the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm the Great Spiritual Realm of the Inhuman Alliance?" The little python hummed, "Yes. We're in trouble. It seems that not much time has passed and the boat hasn't flown too far." Lin Moyu's face didn't look good. He heard Sir Haifeng talk about the Redstone Spirit Realm, which was the territory of the Alien Alliance. Of course, the Redstone Spirit Realm is very large, and it is impossible for the Inhuman Alliance to occupy every corner. Moreover, there are also human forces in the Redstone Spirit Realm, and the two sides are likely to fight here. The key issue is that the Alien Alliance has placed a large number of virtual treasures within their sphere of influence. Each virtual treasure will monitor a large area. Once a human cultivator is discovered, a warning will be issued to attract powerful aliens. Moreover, these virtual treasures are very hidden and difficult to find in the chaotic fog. The most troublesome thing is that Lin Moyu doesn't know which area he is in, whether it is the human-occupied area of the Redstone Spirit Realm or the human-occupied area of the Human Alliance. I don't even know where to go next, which is a very troublesome problem. Although the Alien Alliance is not as powerful as the human race in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, the fact that they have been able to grow and develop under the suppression of the human race over the years shows that they also have strong people. The human emperor didn't know why and didn't take action against the Alien Alliance personally. Sir Haifeng had analyzed before that perhaps it was because the Alien Alliance was not in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, and it was not a good idea for a strong man of the level of the human emperor to directly enter the great spiritual realm of other emperors. Lin Moyu could understand this. No matter which emperor, he didn't want to see someone of the same level as himself entering his territory, fighting and killing people at will. The emperor also has a sense of territory, and the Redstone Spiritual Realm is the territory of the Redstone Emperor. As far as he knew, the relationship between the emperors was not very good. Entering the Redstone Spiritual Realm is not good news, but the good news is that it is not far from the Jinmu Spiritual Realm, separated by a vacuum zone. It's really troublesome not to have a map. Lin Moyu was also very troubled. It was really troublesome not to have a map in the virtual world. It would be nice if there was a spiritual domain disk like the Jinmu Spiritual Domain. Unfortunately, the spiritual domain disk there is useless here. The little python asked, "Master, where are we going?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's find a world to ask first. Wandering around aimlessly is definitely not a good idea." Lin Moyu drew a boundary-seeking symbol and first found the nearest world to ask. The boundary-seeking talisman flew slowly through the fog, moving in the direction of the power of the avenue. The little python said, "Why is it flying so slowly?" Lin Moyu said, "The power of the avenue here is too strong. The boundary-seeking talisman must constantly sort out the power of the Great Tao. The more chaotic and powerful the power of the Great Tao is, the slower it will be. Based on the speed of the boundary-seeking talisman, it can be analyzed that the power of the avenue here is much richer than that of the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm." The little python was surprised and said, "They are all great spiritual realms, why is there such a big difference?" Before, the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm was much slower than the Jinjiao Great Spiritual Realm, and here it is even slower. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, maybe this place is closer to the center of the virtual world. The little python didn't quite understand, but Lin Moyu had his own judgment. He felt that all avenues had a starting point, and the farther away from the starting point, the weaker the power of the avenue. And this starting point may be the center of the entire virtual world. The reason why the power of the Great Tao is so strong in the Redstone Spirit Realm is probably because it is close to the center of the virtual world. The Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm is a little farther away from the center. By this calculation, the closer you are to the center, the more abundant things like precious materials should be, and the more heavenly Tao wild beasts there should be. Lin Moyu never gave up his exploration of the great Tao beasts. He also wanted to hunt the great Tao beasts and obtain their essence for use in his own world. The world is your own path, and you must never give up. After flying for several days, the boundary-seeking talisman finally approached 10 worlds. Outside the world, a Taoist master is guarding outside. Lin Moyu saw the other party from a distance. Seeing that it was a human Taoist master, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the territory of the alien alliance. The other party also discovered Lin Moyu. Seeing that Lin Moyu was a human, he still became alert instinctively. It can be seen that this Taoist master is very cautious. Lin Moyu stopped 100,000 kilometers away and said through soul transmission, "Fellow Taoist, how are you?" The man's face suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly, "Be careful." A glowing sword pierced Lin Moyu's soul. The sword light exploded, and the soul was blown to pieces. Even the little python was not spared. A sinister laugh sounded in the void. "To think there is still a lone Tao realm cultivator, it's just your fate." An alien Taoist master slowly emerged, and a sword with a long ray of light returned to his hand. The human Taoist leader who was guarding outside the world sighed softly, and seemed to feel sorry for Lin Moyu. A cold voice sounded, "What will happen to my life?" Chapter 3782, Not a Bad Thing. Lin Moyu's cold voice formed a sharp contrast with the other party's grim smile. The soul that had just been torn apart reappeared in the void, and Lin Moyu and the little python seemed uninjured. Hallucination? Or afterimage? There was some disbelief in the eyes of the Taoist master who made the sneak attack. He didn't believe that his sneak attack could be avoided. At this time, the human race Taoist master who was guarding outside the world shouted loudly, "Dao Yu, be careful, he is the Taoist master of the Shadow Avenue, the sword in his hand contains the Divine Light Avenue, and he is good at sneak attacks." Seeing that Lin Moyu was not dead, he hurriedly reminded her, and from his tone, he seemed happy that Lin Moyu was safe. Lin Moyu looked at the guy who attacked him and said, "Tell me, what will happen to my life?" At this moment, time was flowing around his body, time enveloped Lin Moyu and the little python, and chaos occurred. At the moment when he launched the sneak attack just now, the time belonging to Lin Moyu and the little python changed and slowed down suddenly. When the sword light approached Lin Moyu, it was affected by the avenue of time and slowed down several times. This also allowed Lin Moyu to avoid the sword easily, but from the outside, it seemed that Lin Moyu did not avoid it, and his soul was pierced and shattered by the sword light. And all of this is just an afterimage caused by time distortion. The Iran Taoist master said calmly, "You managed to dodge it. You are lucky, but your luck won't always be this good." As he spoke, he quickly faded away. Comprehending the path of shadow, the most powerful ability among them is to hide oneself, whether in the real world or in the virtual world. Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's useless." With a flick of the finger, the fire that burns the world flies out, explodes, and turns into a fire hazard. Screams were heard, and a figure appeared in the sea of fire. The alien Taoist master was forced out. He urged the power of the great Tao to extinguish the fire that burned the world, but the fire that burned the world was not so easy to extinguish. Before getting rid of the fire that burned the world, he could hardly hide himself. Although the fire of burning the world could not burn him to death, it made him extremely painful. Waves of severe pain came from the depths of his soul, and he had the illusion that life was worse than death. He looked at Lin Moyu hatefully, and suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. The little python cried, "Master, he is trying to escape." Lin Moyu hummed, "Let him escape, it's okay, he will come back." Lin Moyu did not chase after him. If the Taoist master was determined to escape, it would not be easy for him to catch up. And there's no need to chase him, this guy is still useful. Just as Lin Moyu said, he will definitely come back, and he will definitely find a way to avenge himself. Lin Moyu put away the flame, turned to face the human Taoist master and did not say anything, just watched quietly. The human race Taoist master seemed a little embarrassed. "I hope you are well, Taoist friend. I have to stay here and cannot leave. Please forgive me." Lin Moyu didn't blame him, knowing that he had difficulties. "It's okay, it's not easy for you either." Although he said it was not strange, his tone was no longer as polite as it was at the beginning. The human race leader smiled bitterly. "It is indeed a difficult situation. I don't know how you discovered the abnormality before." Lin Moyu said, "There are so many virtual treasures of the alien race here, so it is natural to guess that there must be aliens lurking nearby. But what is the point of you staying here?" Lin Moyu saw that around this world, there were a large number of virtual treasures of the Inhumans. It can be said that the world is surrounded. In this situation, what is the point for him, a Taoist master, to guard outside this world? The human race leader showed helplessness. "This is our world. There are billions of lives in this world. We have to protect it whether it makes sense or not. And we are here. Even if the Inhuman Alliance wants to kill us, they will have to pay the price." Lin Moyu roughly understood his idea. "Do you think that if the Tao Masters and Realm Masters of the Alien Alliance come to attack, you will detonate the World Origin Core and perish together with them?" He was obviously surprised. "I've been able to see through it." Lin Moyu did see that in the world behind this Taoist master, there were many formations set up. The level of these formations is not very high, and they are independent of each other and do not seem to be connected. But Lin Moyu could see that these formations were actually connected. Each formation is like a time bomb. Once detonated, it will destroy the entire world. By then the world will collapse and everything in it will be destroyed. This arrangement is not limited to the virtual world, it also applies to the real world. If the world is really blown up, it will not benefit the Inhuman Alliance, so they will not do such a thing that is not worth the loss. Under normal circumstances, the world will not adopt this kind of method of destroying both sides, nor will it agree to it. I don't know how they did it. The world will of this world should not have taken shape yet, so how could they be willing to self-destruct? But this is other people's business. Lin Moyu doesn't want to care about it. He just admires their behavior, that's all. Lin Moyu looked at him and said slowly, "My name is Lin Moyu. What's your name, fellow Taoist?" 0. Out of admiration, Lin Moyu revealed the fact that the other party had not taken any action just now. He saluted towards Lin Moyu. "I am Wang Yan." Lin Moyu nodded. "Master Wang Yan, have you ever thought about saving yourself? This is not a solution." Wang Yan sighed softly. "Of course I haven't thought about it, but it's too difficult. I heard that the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm is the spiritual realm of the human race, and there is a strong man there who can crush the Alien Alliance." Lin Moyu said, "The one who is called the Human Emperor is a Taoist master who has entered the Land of Return. He is indeed an unrivaled powerhouse." Wang Yan's eyes were filled with envy. "Unfortunately, there are no such people in our great spiritual realm, so it is almost impossible for us to save ourselves. To be honest with fellow Taoist Lin, we have thought of a way before, and our world has also transformed, but it was eventually broken up and the will dissipated." 0. Lin Moyu finally understood why the worlds will agreed to the practice of destroying both sides. The world's will is evil and holds grudges, but now the world's will's enemy is the Inhuman Alliance. Wang Yan continued, "It would be great if the Human Emperor could come here." Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "The Human Emperor should know the situation in the Red Stone Great Spirit Realm, but he cannot come here. It should be that the Emperor does not agree. In the real world, there is no Emperor to obstruct us, but the virtual world is separated from the real world, and it is difficult for the Human Emperor to find your world in the real world. He wants to help but he can't." The more Lin Moyu talked, the more disappointed Wang Yan became. It seemed that there was no hope for their world. Under the watchful eyes of the Inhuman Alliance, I don't know how long I can hold on. Lin Moyu said, "If I am not mistaken, Wang Dao's world was originally dominated by the will of the world, right?" Wang Yan nodded. "Yes, we are indeed guided by the will of the world. The will of the world once took shape, but was shattered, severely injured, and fell into a dormant state, and returned to the spirit. Lin Moyu said, "Actually, this might not be a bad thing for Taoist Wang." Wang Yan asked, "Why?" Wang Yan obviously didn't know what the world will do once it was truly formed. Lin Moyu briefly talked about some things about the world's will, so that Wang Yan understood what the evil will was, and then said, "The human emperor of Jinmu Great Spirit Realm created a set of secret methods. It allows the Tao Master to occupy the world and cultivate the world's will into his own tool. If Taoist Wang Yan is willing, I can find a way to get this set of FAW." Chapter 3783 Find Some Helpers. Lin Moyu and Wang Yan analyzed the pros and cons. Wang Yan's expression gradually changed, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. For the Taoist master, this is a huge temptation. When the Taoist masters found that there was no way forward, they were desperate. The appearance of Lin Moyu brought them hope. At this time, Lin Moyu is Wang Yan's life-saving straw. Not only can he get rid of the threat of the alien alliance, but he can also take himself to a further step. Lin Moyu saw longing and strong desire in Wang Yan's expression. Everyone has selfish desires, even the kindest people. Only those kind-hearted people will weigh the pros and cons and are willing to give up some of their own interests to help others. But when something does not hurt others and is beneficial to oneself, even the kindest person will give priority to himself. If you don't see such benefits and instead give them away to others, that is not kindness but stupidity. How could Wang Yan do such a stupid thing? At the same time, he also knew that Lin Moyu would not help him for no reason. He promised Lin Moyu, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I'll trouble you. If this can be accomplished, Wang Yan will remember your kindness. As long as fellow Taoist Lin asks, Wang Yan will do anything. Anyway, the results won't be any worse, so why not take a chance?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Friend Wang, you don't have to be polite, just wait here for Lin Mao's news." Lin Moyu said goodbye to Wang Yan. He did not approach Wang Yan's world, nor did he touch the virtual treasures arranged by the Alien Alliance. Before he comes back, there is no need to alert the Inhuman Alliance to avoid any trouble. Entering into the mist, he headed towards Giantianchan Spiritual Realm. Although Wang Yan did not know the exact location of the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, he knew where to leave the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm. After asking several times, Lin Moyu finally determined the direction based on the connection between himself and his physical body. The little python was a little confused. "Master, why did Lin help them?" Lin Moyu joked, "We are all human beings, so if we can help, we should do it as a good deed." Xiao Meng obviously didn't believe it. The Lin Moyu he knew was not like this at all. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It's actually very simple. I just need to find some helpers." The little python asked curiously, "Will they help?" Lin Moyu said, "Even if they don't know how to do it, they have to learn it. There is a way. And according to the situation in the Redstone Great Spirit Realm, they have no choice." Lin Moyu is not looking for just Wang Yan, nor just his world. In the Redstone Spirit Realm, there are many human worlds and even more Taoist masters, but they are also threatened by the Alien Alliance and do not have a good life. If you can help them, save them from danger, and provide them with a way forward, then they will naturally work for you. And Lin Moyu will also set some restrictions, and you have no choice but to listen. The little python said, "If the master needs help, why not look for it in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm? There are so many Taoist masters there. As long as they have soul beads, they should be able to help." Lin Moyu shook his head. "The Tao Lords of Jinmu Great Spiritual Territory are all people of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor has great ambitions, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. You should have discovered that Jinmu Great Spirit Realm and Hongyan Great Spirit Realm are both very ancient, and they both have a certain order, which is different from Jinqing Great Spirit Realm. I even suspect that the Inhuman Alliance is also related to the Human Emperor." Things were too complicated, and the little python was completely confused. Lin Moyu didn't explain anymore, he had his own ideas. When one's strength reaches a certain level, such as reaching the level of the old man in green robe, or the level of the one in the dewy boat, One can completely ignore the number of people and rule the world with one's own strength. But I am not able to do it now. Even if I can in the future, I have to take the most important step now. Before that, quantity still matters, especially external forces and land division. Lin Moyu didn't know how many powerful people from the last two eras were left behind by the whirlpool of the origin continent, but it should not be few. Moreover, in this era, there are also a large number of Dao Masters, so the more accurate the information on our side is, the better. We cannot completely rely on the third ancestor and others. We need to make some preparations ourselves. So after Lin Moyu met Wang Yan and learned about Wang Yan's situation, he came up with this idea. Of course, Wang Yan and his people would not take action in the virtual world. Lin Moyu needed them to take action with him in the real world. Lin Moyu thought a lot, and a rough plan gradually took shape. Suddenly, time began to flow, and the time in the area where Lin Moyu was located slowed down, 10 times slower than normal. He saw a glowing sword shooting towards him, and its speed suddenly slowed down when it entered the area of the Avenue of Time. Lin Moyu dodged it casually, but his action left a heavy afterimage to the outside world, which was then torn into pieces by the swordlight, just like Lin Moyu was torn into pieces. This situation is exactly the same as before. The Eye of the Dead was activated, and a ball of soul flame was seen. This soul flame was shrouded in darkness, and a black robe wrapped around the soul flame like a cloak. The alien Taoist master from before launched a sneak attack on Lin Moyu again. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Lin Moyu had left a mark on him, so Lin Moyu knew exactly where he was. Lin Moyu sensed his exact location, locked his gaze on him, and said with a hint of joking, "Isn't the lesson I gave you last time enough? Are you looking for death again?" In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. The Dao Master from the Alien Alliance, who controls the Shadow Avenue, looked at Lin Moyu with cold eyes. "You were just careless last time. You will die today." Lin Moyu said, "I am actually very confused. We humans and you aliens are of the same origin, so why do we need a government? As far as I know, although the human race does not recognize you, they have never thought of persecuting you." The alien leader snorted coldly, "You know nothing. We aliens and you humans are sworn enemies. This deep hatred cannot be fully explained." Lin Moyu said, "You were originally in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, and then you left the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm on your own. It is no small matter to move so many worlds away. If the human emperor doesn't allow you to move, how can you leave? Just for this matter, you owe the human emperor and the human race." The Taoist master Iren suddenly said, "So, you know nothing. The reason we were able to leave Jinmu Great Spirit Realm smoothly back then was not because of the kindness of the human emperor, but because Jinmu Emperor let us go. Who do you think the human emperor is? Would he be so kind as to let us leave? You're dreaming. Although we don't have a powerful person like the human emperor in our Inhuman Alliance, we are getting stronger, and sooner or later we will suppress you humans." He was like making a complaint, speaking ill of the human race. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that this person was somewhat cute. At the same time, they also could not have imagined that they were able to successfully leave the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm that year because they had the help of Jinmu Emperor. But why would Emperor Jinmu help them? Isn't Emperor Jinmu closely related to the human emperor? The two of them have done a lot together. For the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm to develop to its current state, both are indispensable. But now it seems that these two are not completely on the united front. Lin Moyu waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I am not from Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, and this matter has nothing to do with me. Go away, I won't kill you." Chapter 3784 Modifying the Formation. Lin Moyu's tone and actions were understated, and he seemed very casual. When the Iran Taoist master heard these words, he felt that Lin Moyu didn't take him seriously at all. The Iran Tao master felt humiliated. He was the Tao master. After all, Lin Moyu was only a second-class soul in the Tao realm. At this level, shouldn't he kneel down before me and beg me to spare his life? Why does it feel the other way around? It seems like he wants to spare me. With anger surging, the alien Taoist master shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." His figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Lin Moyu, with a sharp light flashing on his sword. The void vibrated, and millions of miles of void lit up at the same time. This sword possessing the avenue of divine light instantly evolved into an infinite sword of light, shooting from all directions. Lin Moyu didn't care at all. With a thought, the Necron talisman flew out and unfolded instantly. The Five Elements Giant appeared in the void. The Five Elements Giant punched out with a terrifying force, and all the lightsabers were shattered. The alien Taoist master let out a strange cry and merged into the darkness again. Flames exploded, and the fire that burned the world evolved into a sea of fire that burned blazingly. The alien Taoist master screamed again and revealed his figure. The Five Elements Giant found the target and punched again. The alien Taoist master dragged the burning world fire and retreated, avoiding the punch. The Five Elements Giant punched the void, a terrible force exploded, a large number of cracks appeared in the void, huge waves rose in the sea of fire, and the alien Taoist master was blown away with a scream. The alien Taoist master dragged the fire that burned the world and fled again, leaving a long line of fire in the void. The little python said, "Master, he escaped again." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "This guy ran away pretty fast." The little python was a little puzzled. The master deliberately kept him alive. Does he think he is still useful? Lin Moyu said, "It is more or less useful. At least it can point the way and bring some people here." The direction that the alien Taoist leader fled should be the direction where the alien alliance is located. According to Wang Yin, in the Red Stone spiritual realm, the several small spiritual realms occupied by the human race are almost all surrounded by the small spiritual realms of the alien alliance. If one wants to leave the Red Stone spirit realm, one must pass through the small spirit realm controlled by the alien alliance. The small spiritual realm of the Inhuman Alliance contains many worlds. Lin Moyu has no idea where it is, so it is easy to encounter it if he flies around. It was impossible for him to rush forward like the Dewey boat. He was not afraid of the Tao Master, but he was afraid of encountering some powerful realm masters and the world that had entered the formation stage. That would be very troublesome. Lin Moyu is self-aware and knows that he is not yet capable of confronting a powerful master head-on. Even if it was a second-rate realm master like the Lord of Hell, he would have to use all his means to deal with him. So he had to find a suitable route, and this route would be provided by this alien Taoist master who valued his life very much. Lin Moyu anticipated it, and he had realized that he alone could not be his opponent. Then when the next wave comes, it will definitely not be just one person, and your plan can be implemented. The words of one person may not be trustworthy, but if there are more people, the credibility will naturally increase. Lin Moyu continued to fly in the direction he had escaped, at a leisurely pace. The immortal flame on the left hand was still burning, and the spiritual treasure was melting very slowly, but at least it was melting all the time. At the current rate, it will take another 10 days or half a month for it to be completely melted and the summoning to be completed. Flying out of the small spiritual realm, there is a not-so-wide vacuum zone. The Red Stone spiritual domain is very ancient. Each small spiritual domain is very large, while the vacuum zone is extremely small. The distances between the small spiritual realms are extremely close, and the vacuum zones are relatively stable, much more stable than the Jinluo spiritual realm. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this phenomenon is actually not normal. The power of the Great Tao is so strong, the conflict should be more intense. But there is none here. It seems that there is an invisible force that sorts out the power of the avenue and allows them to live in peace in the vacuum zone. In the Richstone spirit realm, the only one who has this ability is the Richstone Emperor. After careful sensing, Lin Moyu confirmed his guess that there is indeed a powerful and hidden force in the vacuum zone. Not only that, that force seemed to be pushing the small spiritual domains to move, and the small spiritual domains were getting closer to each other, so the vacuum zone became so small. This kind of thing should have existed for countless years. If it continues, in tens of millions of years, all the small spiritual realms in the Red Stone spirit realm may be connected together. By then, the vacuum zone will completely disappear, and the entire great spiritual realm will become a whole. Putting aside the pros and cons of doing this, Lin Moyu had no idea why the Red Stone Emperor did this. The few emperors he knew at present seemed to be doing their own things. Emperor Jinmu and the human emperor are working together to do something, Emperor Hongshi is integrating the small spiritual realm, and Emperor Jinluo is in seclusion, and no one knows what he is in. As for the other emperors, they must be doing their own things. They have reached the level of Emperor Venerable, but they don't want to transcend. What do they want to do? Lin Moyu murmured to himself. He always felt that things were not that simple and something was going to happen. But his vision is not broad enough and he cannot see many things clearly. He frowned slightly. I always feel like something is wrong. I vaguely feel that there is some problem, but I can't find where the problem is, and my soul feels a little uncomfortable. If you can't find it, you can only put it aside temporarily. After several days of crossing two small spiritual realms, the alien Taoist master who cherished his life did not appear. The immortal flame in Lin Moyu's hand never stopped, and this spiritual treasure was finally about to melt completely. My luck has been pretty good these past few days, and I haven't run into any world of the Inhuman Alliance. At this speed, after passing through two more small spiritual realms, he would be able to leave the Hongyan spiritual realm and enter the vacuum area outside the Tianling realm. The little python asked, Master, will that guy dare not come? Lin Moyu has been sensing the other party's position all the time. What do you mean you don't dare to come? That's the Taoist master, waiting in front. Xiaomong said, Strange, how did he know 640 of our route? Lin Moyu said, Along the way, there are many virtual treasures used for surveillance, they will naturally know. Although those virtual treasures were placed very secretly, they were all seen by Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu did not touch them. As for the little python, it did not discover these hidden treasures. These virtual treasures are connected to each other, forming a large net, forming a supergiant formation that covers most of the Red Stone Spirit Realm. This formation has no other use except surveillance. The structure of the entire formation is very loose, and it is not a powerful formation. Its only advantage is that its range is large enough and it is concealed. Even if part of the structure is damaged, it will not affect the overall operation. This is also the largest formation that Lin Moyu has ever seen. It is precisely because it is not strong enough that it can be made so big. If it is too strong, the range will definitely be reduced. The Alien Alliance did inherit some advantages of the human race, and their weapon refining and formations came from the human race. Since it is a formation, it can be modified. Lin Moyu is very familiar with this. Lin Moyu had been observing the formation along the way and already had a draft in mind. Lin Moyu sensed the exact location of the alien Taoist master and stopped when he was still tens of millions of kilometers away. Talismans flew out one after another, and Lin Moyu began to modify the formation. The divine talismans flew out one after another and became one with the virtual treasure. The formation became Lin Moyu's eyes, and the situation nearby was under Lin Moyu's control. Chapter 3785, They All Cherished Their Lives. The formation was controlled, and he could see what was happening thousands of kilometers away. There are 4 Dao Lords in total, and no Realm Lord, so they are not too powerful. Lin Moyu said to himself, There are only 4 of us here, are you so confident? The little python laughed and said, They are finished. Originally, Lin Moyu thought about controlling the entire formation. Once he controls this formation, he will be able to monitor most of the Red Stone Spirit Realm, and it will be clear at a glance where to go. But in this way, the controller of this formation will definitely discover himself, and it is hard to say how many Realm Masters will come by then. So Lin Moyu gave up this idea. He now only controls a part of the formation, and then controls these Taoist masters, so that he can get what he needs from them. I had spoken a few words to the alien Taoist leader who attacked me before, which shows that this group of people can still communicate. No matter what their attitudes are, as long as they can communicate, it's fine. The 4 Taoist masters were hiding in the same chaotic fog, thinking they were hiding well and not far from each other. This is exactly what Lin Moyu wants. The Necom Divine Talisman flew out silently. The body of the Necom Divine Talisman was not big and was very hidden. It just passed through the chaotic fog and flew across tens of millions of miles. It slowly descended into the chaotic fog where the 4 alien Taoist masters were hiding. The chaotic fog also had some impact on their vision. When they discovered the Necom Talisman, they were already very close to each other. What's this? It seems to be a divine talisman of the human race. Why is there a talisman flying over here? Where did this thing come from? Who cares? What can such a small talisman do? Shadow, why hasn't the human you mentioned arrived yet? That's right, he won't stop coming. No, it should be here soon. The 4 of them clearly showed disdain for the tiny Necom Talisman. At this moment, the Necom Talisman suddenly emitted a faint light, and then turned into a ball of small fireworks and exploded. The 1,000 Dao myriad formation suddenly descended, and the 4 Dao masters had no time to react and were directly swallowed up by the formation. In an instant, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared and countless attacks fell on their heads, making the 4 Taoist masters dizzy and not knowing what to do. They struggled frantically, trying to break through the formation. But no matter how they broke through, they were just moving from one area of vision to another. There are tens of millions of avenues, and tens of millions of strange vision areas in the thousands of arrays, forming a maze that is impossible to break out of. In the past, many Taoist masters have verified the power of the 1,000 Dao Wanxiang formation. As they struggled, a little fire lit up, and the fire of burning the world suddenly burned fiercely under their feet. The pain that strikes the soul makes them cry out for justice. Lin Moyu's shadow appeared in front of the shadow. Senior, how are you? All right, bullshit. Shadow cursed. Boy, you are playing dirty tricks. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sneer. You were the first to play dirty. The shadow roared. I practiced the path of shadow, so of course I have to sneak attack, but you are not. Lin Moyu shook his head. I like to use formations, so I also want to sneak attack. Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore. I just want to ask you, do you want to live? Shadow originally wanted to say, you can kill me or chop me up as you like, but he was not strong enough and ultimately couldn't say it. Lin Moyu continued, I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will let you go. Of course, I will check your answers with a few other people. If you lie to me, then you can only die. But I won't let you die so easily. I'll have you burned for tens of thousands of years at least before you die. Lin Moyu's words made Shadow shudder, his soul twisted, but he still retained the integrity of a Taoist master. That depends on what you ask. There are some questions that I will never answer even if I die. Lin Moyu knew that he was tough talking. After 2 previous fights, he had seen what kind of person this guy was. He valued his life very much. How do we get to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm from here? Are there any realm masters guarding you along the way? How do we leave the Redstone Great Spirit Realm safely? Think of the answers to these 3 questions first. If you lie to me, you won't have a chance. Lin Moyu looked at him coldly, waiting for his answer. Shadow Taoist Master looked at Lin Moyu in astonishment and said instinctively, this? Lin Moyu said, if you say another word of nonsense, I will burn you to death. Shadow Taoist Master said quickly, if you want this, you should have told me earlier. I have a spirit realm plate here, I'll give it to you. As he said this, he threw out a spiritual disc, which automatically flew out of the formation and landed in Lin Moyu's hand. This spiritual domain plate is somewhat similar to the spiritual domain plate of the Jinmu spiritual domain. Lin Moyu took a look and knew the difference. The spiritual domain disc of Jinmu Great Spiritual Domain was refined based on Jinkuan. Jinmu is spread throughout the entire spiritual domain. Without Jinmu, there would be no spiritual domain. This spiritual domain plate was refined through the formation covering the Redstone spiritual domain. It is not as accurate and detailed as the Jinmu spiritual domain plate, but it can probably be used. Shadow said, with this spiritual realm disc, you will know how to get there. Lin Moyu whispered, "Where is the Realm Master? How can you ensure that there is no Realm Master guarding it?" Shadow said, "The Realm Masters don't care about these things. They have their own things to do." Lin Moyu asked, "What is it?" Shadow shook his head, "How would I know? That's the business of the Realm Masters, and they won't tell us. We have our own tasks, and we just need to complete them." Lin Moyu continued, "Tell me about your mission." "I am responsible for assassinating the lone humans in that small spiritual realm and preventing them from escaping. There are many Dao Lords like me, and some Dao Lords are responsible for going to the vacuum zone to hunt down the great Dao wild beasts and the Dao Lords of the human race." I asked several questions in a row, and Shadow answered them all honestly. Lin Moyu learned some information from Shadow. The structure of the Inhuman Alliance is different from that of the human race. Their news is relatively closed, and their levels are also very strict. He didn't know what the Realm Master was doing, but he was very sure that the Realm Master would not show up easily. Therefore, as long as he had the Spirit Realm Disc, he would be able to leave the Redstone Spirit Realm smoothly. Lin Moyu did not completely believe what Shadow said, and asked the other three people. He broke down the questions and asked several questions to each person. The four guys are birds of a feather. Although they are all Taoist masters, they all cherish their lives. It was finally confirmed that the four Taoist masters did not lie, and the number of Spirit Realm plates in his hand increased to 4. After carefully checking the Spiritual Realm Disc, he determined the direction. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to leave the Hongyan Spiritual Realm and enter the Vacuum Zone in about 10 days. Then cross the Vacuum Zone and head to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. The question now is what to do with these four guys. The four were very honest, and Lin Moyu had promised not to kill them, so of course he would not break his promise. A simplified version of the 1,000 lines array was redrawn as quickly as possible. The function is similar, but the power is much smaller. Moreover, the formation is not stable and will collapse on its own in a short time. Lin Moyu asked the four people to seal their own cultivation, then threw them into the formation and left without looking back. The little python asked curiously, "Master, are you really not going to kill them?" The Shadow Taoist Master had ambushed Lin Moyu twice before, so in his opinion, he couldn't let him go easily. Lin Moyu said, "We can't kill them. Although they said that the Realm Master would not show up easily, it doesn't mean that he would never show up. I felt the mark of the Realm Master on them. If we kill them, the Realm Master will definitely come to us." After flying for 2 days, Lin Moyu suddenly changed direction and his expression became serious. The little python felt the change in Lin Moyu. "Master, what happened?" Lin Moyu said, "The Redstone Spirit Realm is very strange. The sooner we leave, the better." He felt something was wrong. There was something wrong with the entire Redstone Spirit Realm, and uneasiness was rising. Chapter 3786 Redstone Emperor. The little python sped up, and Lin Moyu followed the guidance of the Spirit Realm Disc and chose the shortest route to leave the Redstone Spirit Realm. He no longer thought about which route was closer to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. Now he just wanted to get away from the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm. I didn't feel anything when I first entered the Redstone Spirit Realm, and it was the same after I finished talking with Shiyin. Later, he discovered that the small spiritual realm was gradually approaching, and sensed the power belonging to the Redstone Emperor. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that something was wrong. He didn't understand what the Redstone Emperor was going to do, but at that moment, a sense of uneasiness grew deep in his heart. At that time, I couldn't be considered uneasy, I just felt that something was wrong. Looking back now, it was actually a feeling of uneasiness. It seemed as if someone was spying on me in some special way. Lin Moyu felt that this kind of spying came from the Redstone Emperor, and only it could do it. I don't know whether the Redstone Emperor is a friend or an enemy, so the best way now is to leave. Even if you come back in the future, you must be extremely careful. The little python hurried on its way, flying faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the edge of the Redstone Spirit Realm. Lin Moyu looked at the Spirit Realm plate and calculated the time. With the change in route, the original 10 days was shortened to 6 days. We have been flying for more than 5 days now. In half a day, we will be able to leave the Redstone spirit realm. The feeling of uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, all the anxiety receded like the tide, and a serious warning came from the depths of my soul. Danger! Danger! The soul is roaring, warning of danger. Stop! Lin Moyu drank hastily, but was still a step too late. Bang! The little python hit an invisible wall, and its huge body was blown away by the powerful force. Lin Moyu reacted quickly enough and had already left the moment the little python hit the wall, and was not affected. Looking forward, I saw a huge stone. The stone was red like flame, with exquisite patterns carved on its surface, emitting a terrifying aura. On the stone, a figure stood there. The person was hidden in the red light and his face could not be seen clearly. But Lin Moyu had a feeling that the other person was looking at him. Innate Origin Void Treasure. Redstone Emperor. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this stone was an innate origin treasure. The one who possesses the innate origin virtual treasure and can still stand here is naturally the Redstone Emperor. He felt that the space around him was solidifying. Invisible forces were surging in from all directions, turning an area of millions of miles into a cage. Regardless of the other party's intention, Lin Moyu remained restrained and bowed slightly. Lin Moyu of the human race, greetings to the Redstone Emperor. In the red light emitted by the innate origin virtual treasure hidden by the Redstone Emperor, a slightly hoarse voice like the friction of cloth came out. What did you see in the ferry? Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the Redstone Emperor came to find him just for the suffering boat. Could it be that he also wants to take over the Dewey boat? With doubts in his heart, he said on the surface, I have seen many Dao Lords, and perhaps a few Realm Lords among them. The red light jumped visibly, and the hoarse voice sounded again, what are those people doing? Lin Moyu said, their intelligence was wiped out, and they were treated as crew members of the Deliverance boat, doing various jobs. Lin Moyu did not hide this, he knew who he was facing, and if he wanted to hide it from him, he controlled it very well. Even if you tell a lie, you have to make it look real, otherwise it will be easy to be discovered. The Redstone Emperor fell silent, seemingly in deep thought. The innate origin virtual treasure emitted a red light, covering the Redstone Emperor. The red light interfered with the space, and the Redstone Emperor's figure kept twisting in the light. He looked like a human, but Lin Moyu knew that was not his true appearance. This was just the way he wanted to see it. Faintly, Lin Moyu felt that there was something wrong with the Redstone Emperor. Then Lin Moyu saw the innate origin virtual treasure under the Redstone Emperor. This huge stone has an irregular gap, as if it had been broken by a collision. He secretly used the Eye of the Dead, scanned quickly, and then quickly closed it. Just this one glance made Lin Moyu, slightly frightened. The Redstone Emperor was injured, and its soul flame was obviously damaged. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that the Redstone Emperor should have tried to stop the Dewey boat before, but failed and was injured by the Dewey boat, and even the innate origin virtual treasure was damaged. Although injured, Lin Moyu also witnessed the strength of Emperor Zun. The previous World Master was killed without any resistance when facing the Dewey boat. However, when facing the Dewey boat, the Emperor can only be injured but not killed. With this kind of strength, it is not difficult to kill myself. After a moment of silence, the Redstone Emperor spoke again. Besides those people, what else did you see? Although the voice was still hoarse, its tone was obviously softer than before. Lin Moyu didn't know why the Redstone Emperor's attitude suddenly changed. Lin Moyu said, actually, I didn't see much, just some murals and a statue. But I didn't get to see the front of the statue. There was a guy in the boat who wouldn't let me pass, saying I wasn't qualified to see it. Boom! Red light shot up into the sky, and the Redstone Emperor suddenly became excited. Someone in the Deliverance boat is talking to you? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, but I didn't see the other party, I just heard the voice. Redstone Emperor asked, what does his voice sound like? Lin Moyu said, his voice is very deep and has an indescribable majesty. He must have been in a high position for a long time. Redstone Emperor seemed to be getting more and more excited. What did he say to you? Lin Muyu thought about it, and seemed to be hesitating, and said after a while, he asked the younger generation to do something, and after finishing it, go to the ferry to find him. The red light became stronger and stronger. While the two were talking, the void for millions of miles around them had been covered by the red light and turned into a huge red ball of light. The figure of the Redstone Emperor was constantly twisting with the red light, showing his excitement that he could hardly suppress at the moment. What does he want you to do? The voice of the Redstone Emperor was also suppressed, and every word was filled with frustration. Lin Muyu said, he made me swear not to tell anyone, and only said that I could find him after I was done. He didn't even tell me how to find him, and asked me to figure it out on my own. Lin Muyu could be said to be speaking nonsense when he said this, and 9.5 out of 10 of his words were true. At this time, the Redstone Emperor was very emotional and did not find any problem. There was another long silence, and then the Redstone Emperor said, when can you complete what he wants you to do? Lin Muyu shook his head, I don't know either. That thing is very difficult. It may take thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. If I die halfway, then it won't be completed. Looking for the fourth gem, Lin Muyu really doesn't know when he can find it. The gem on the Scepter of Natural Disaster is a treasure of that level, almost transcending the Great Tao. It depends on fate. You will have a chance to find it only when fate arrives. The red light was bright, and the tone of the Redstone Emperor became softer. Friend Lin, the Emperor Kuan also has something he wants you to do. Chapter 3787 Emperor's Promise. When the Redstone Emperor first appeared, his tone was firm, like a superior speaking to an inferior. He is the Emperor, and his status in the virtual world is supreme. Lin Muyu can fully understand this tone. But after making sure that he had boarded the transition boat and returned safely, his tone was noticeably better. Afterwards, when he talked about hearing people talking in the Dewey boat, his tone became better. From then on, he was no longer overbearing, but was having a conversation with them on an equal footing. Until the very end, when he mentioned that there was still a chance to board the Deliverance boat again, the tone of the Redstone Emperor changed for the third time. This time, he asked for help from himself. The three changes in attitude, and the final analysis, were all due to the existence on the Dewey boat. Lin Muyu asked, please tell me what the Emperor wants to say. If he could establish a good relationship with the Redstone Emperor, it would be of great benefit to his next plan. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Muyu didn't care about the Redstone Emperor's initial attitude and tone at all. The Redstone Emperor said, if you are going to board the Deliverance boat again in the future, please come to the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm first. I will inform you of the details at that time. As long as you can agree to this, I can also make a promise to you and help you do something. Doing a favor in exchange for a promise from the Emperor is a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. At this time, the Redstone Emperor added, don't worry, Taoist friend, this help will definitely be easy for you. In a snap, I will not make it difficult for you. He lowered his request again, indicating that he really hoped Lin Muyu would agree to it. Lin Muyu said, but I may not be able to board the boat again. It is not easy and it is difficult to guarantee the time. The Redstone Emperor said, time doesn't matter. Even if you don't board the Deliverance boat in the end, this promise of mine will still be valid. Now that things have come to this, Lin Muyu knows that she has no choice but to agree. The more sincere the request, the more eager it is. If I don't agree, I'm afraid the Redstone Emperor will turn against me on the spot. Lin Muyu said, in that case, then Lin agrees. When Lin completes that task, he will come to Emperor Ho. The red light flickered again, Lin Muyu agreed, and the Redstone Emperor seemed to be in a very good mood. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Taking advantage of his good mood, Lin Muyu said, there are a few things I would like to ask the Emperor. Please speak, fellow Taoist. At this time, the Redstone Emperor's attitude towards Lin Muyu changed for the fourth time, and it seemed that he had already regarded Lin Muyu as a development. Lin Muyu asked, if there is a world will that has reached the peak of transformation, and the Emperor fights with it, who will win? The Red Stone Emperor said, in terms of realm strength alone, even the world will at the eternal stage is not as good as this Emperor. But the various worlds in the spiritual realm, although in the spiritual realm, are themselves between reality and illusion. I am the Emperor of the great spirit realm of the Void Realm. According to the rules of the Void Realm, I cannot destroy the world myself, and naturally I cannot kill the world's will. If you want to take action, the most you can do is to contain them, trap them but not hurt them. But the truly powerful part of the world's will is in the real world, where I cannot interfere. Lin Moyu continued to ask, if the will of this world wants to escape, can it be stopped? The Red Stone Emperor shook his head and said, I can only stop him a little. If he is determined to leave, I cannot stop him. Lin Moyu asked, what about practitioners like us who enter the virtual world? Red Stone Emperor said, it doesn't matter. Kill him if you want. Lin Moyu understood that it was not that the Emperor could not deal with the world will. Even the world will in the eternal stage was not as good as the Emperor at the virtual level. But due to the rules of the virtual world, the Emperor cannot really take action against the world will, and cannot kill the world will, otherwise they will be punished by the rules. To put it bluntly, what truly governs the virtual world are the rules. But who made these rules? Even the Emperor has to be subject to them. Furthermore, these rules do not protect practitioners. Once a cultivator enters the virtual world, he will be like a virtual beast and can be killed by the Emperor at will. After understanding this, you will know why the D Ting beast said that the Emperor can be asked to restrain the will of the world instead of killing it. Because the Emperor doesn't dare to kill. Rules protect each world and ensure its evolution and development. Lin Moyu blurted out, who makes the rules? Red Stone Emperor shook his head, I can't tell you. If you can reach my level in the future, you will naturally understand. But you were able to board the boat and return safely. Your future achievements will surely be limitless. The Red Stone Emperor seems to be very optimistic about Lin Moyu, and the reason is also because of the Dewey boat. Zero, please give me flowers. Lin Moyu said, I am still a little confused. How did the Emperor know that I entered the deliverance boat? When I entered the deliverance boat, I should not have entered the red cloth great spiritual realm yet. The Red Stone Emperor chuckled, although I didn't see you board the deliverance boat with my own eyes, I sensed your presence from the deliverance boat. In fact, the Red Stone Emperor was not completely sure that he had boarded the transcendental boat. He only discovered this from the aura left behind. It was not until after his own answer that he was sure of this. Well, this guy is calculating. Lin Moyu said, Junior understands. If the Emperor is all right, then I will go first and head to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. The Red Stone Emperor asked, you are not from the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, are you going there for the trading ground? 00. Yes, I need some rare materials, and I may get some in the trading field. Lin Moyu admitted generously that he felt the Red Stone Emperor's eyes fell on his left hand. Then a piece of innate treasure flew out from the red light and came in front of him. This piece of precious material is not big, only the size of a fist, and is the smallest piece of precious material that Lin Moyu has ever obtained. However, he knew that the innate origin treasures were also very precious to the Emperor. For some reasons, it is not convenient for the Emperor to go to the virtual and real spiritual realm to search. If they want to obtain the treasures, they can only wait for the treasures to fly out of the virtual and real spiritual realm by themselves, happen to fall into the great spiritual realm, and be sensed by them before they can obtain them. Therefore, this treasure is very precious to the Red Stone Emperor. The Red Stone Emperor said, this precious material is given to you. I want to warn you not to refine the soul bead. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. Why? Red Stone Emperor shook his head. Some things cannot be said. You just need to know that the soul bead is poisonous. Don't refine it for use. Lin Moyu knew that the Red Stone Emperor must have some concerns, so it was inconvenient to tell the specific reason, so he responded, Senior's warning, I will remember it. But how do you know that I am not from the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm? Red Stone Emperor said, because you don't have his mark, I can only say this much. Some things you know now will do you no good. In short, in the Jianmu Great Spiritual Realm, don't provoke the human emperor, and don't provoke the Jianmu Emperor. There are also a few realm masters that you should be careful of. Don't be too high profile there. Buy things, leave as soon as possible, don't stay too long. Chapter 3788. I'm a bit annoyed. The red light dissipated, the Red Stone Emperor left, and the little python flew back from a distance. Just now it was blown away, and the Red Stone Emperor drove it far away and didn't let it get close at all. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's sake, a second-class soul beast like the little python might have been slapped to death by the Red Stone Emperor. To the Emperor, virtual beasts are nothing at all. He can kill them at will, and he has no beast rights whatsoever. The little python was smart enough. Since it wouldn't let itself get close, it would just wait from a distance. After flying back, the little python whispered, "Master, is the Red Stone Emperor gone?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Do you have any ideas?" The little python quickly shook his head, "No idea, no idea." Lin Moyu said, "Since we have no idea, let's continue on the straight road, or follow the original route and leave the Red Stone Great Spiritual Realm as quickly as possible." He did not tell the little python about the conversation between himself and the Red Stone Emperor. It did not need to know. The more it knew, the sooner it might die. The little python also knew its own limitations, and no matter how curious it was, it would not ask any more questions. Lin Moyu pondered over the conversation between himself and the Red Stone Emperor and thought of the soul bead. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity quickly and did not refine the soul bead. The soul bead is poisonous, but this is just a description. It is obvious that the soul bead is extremely unusual. The trading field jointly established by the human emperor and Emperor Jianmu, which released a large number of soul beads, must have some purpose. Half a day later, they finally flew out of the Red Stone Spirit Realm and saw the boundless vacuum zone. Lin Moyu and the little python breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The little python said, "Finally I got out. I don't know why, but I always feel that the Red Stone Spirit Realm is very depressing." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "You still know how to suppress it." The little python said, "Although I don't quite understand it, I know a little bit. That is, it's a very uncomfortable feeling." Lin Moyu smiled. "In fact, it is not oppression, but real pressure. The Red Stone Emperor is merging the small spiritual realms, so there will be invisible forces from different directions of the big spiritual realms converging towards the center, so you will feel oppressed." Xiaomong shook his head and said, "I don't know why he did this." Lin Moyu said, "Should I send you back and ask him in person?" The little python quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to live any more years." Lin Moyu glanced at the immortal flame on his left palm. The spiritual treasure that had been burning for many days was finally about to melt completely. "Let's go, fly forward a little and prepare to face the punishment of the Great Road." The little python flew forward in response, quickly moving away from the Red Stone Spirit Realm. All the spiritual treasures melted and reassembled in the immortal flame. The space in the virtual world suddenly began to fluctuate like waves. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It is indeed related to space." The virtual and real spiritual realm formed by this spiritual treasure formed an egg-shaped space maze. Lin Moyu thought at the time that this treasure should be related to the avenue of space. Now it seems, however, the space was distorted more and more severely, and a large number of cracks began to appear. The breath from the real world rushed out from the cracks. The calamity cloud descended suddenly, and the void was swept by an invisible force, and calm returned in an instant. Thunder roared, and before the elemental lich could fully take shape, the terrifying power had already descended, directly sucking the elemental sky into the minister of the robbery cloud. This force is irresistible. Lin Moyu feels powerless and insignificant in front of it. This is the real power that comes from the Tao. A crack appeared in the void, and the pair of eyes reappeared. It first glanced at Lin Moyu with a hint of warning in its eyes. Lin Moyu knew that it was bothering him and warning him at the same time. Time and again, he summoned elemental liches of extraordinary power, bringing about the calamity of the avenue, keeping it busy without even having time to rest. Lin Moyu smiled apologetically and signaled the little python to retreat quickly, the farther the better. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that this great heavenly punishment was unusual and more intense than the previous 2 times, and the guy who was monitoring the punishment seemed to have started to act on his own. So he had to stay far away, as it might be dangerous to get too close. The elemental lich was sucked into the calamity cloud before it was fully formed. The calamity cloud rolled continuously, with electric snakes flowing and thunder roaring. The entire space was lit up and dimmed with thunder, and thunder struck the elemental lich that had not yet fully formed. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sweat for it. The little python suddenly looked up and said, "Master, look." Lin Moyu had also seen a phantom appear above the calamity cloud. The shadow was hazy and blurry, but as the thunder struck, it became clearer. The phantom looked like a giant doll, and Lin Moyu was shocked. It's an elemental lich. It is using the punishment of the Great Way to refine itself. The little python shuddered. "My goodness, what kind of monster is this?" Lin Moyu patted the little python's head. "It's the witch spirit I summoned. It's not a monster." The little python realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately changed his words. "It's not a monster. It's a heaven-defying creature summoned by you, the master. Only a lich like this is worthy of you, the master." The elemental lich continued to endure the bombardment of thunder, and his shadow was projected into the void. A huge cute doll quickly took shape. Its body was half real and half virtual, and there seemed to be infinite space inside. Not only did the thunderbolt fail to destroy it, it helped it to fully take shape. After the thunder came fire, the flames burned the elemental lich, and its originally half-real and half-virtual body became transparent, like colored glazed crystal, extremely beautiful. The calamity fire is still the help of the elements, making him more perfect and powerful. A road was faintly emerging from the glass crystal body. Lin Moyu was very familiar with this road, the road of space. The difference is that what one has mastered and comprehended is only the projection of the avenue, while the elemental lich directly copies the avenue itself. There is a world of difference between the two. There is no comparison. After the catastrophe fire came the wind of annihilation, which blew in gusts, destroying the heaven and earth, destroying souls and spirits, and was extremely terrifying. Lin Moyu and the little python retreated a distance again to avoid the wind. The elemental lich ignores the wind of oblivion and remains motionless in the wind. If you look closely, you can see cracks in the space around him. The wind of annihilation blew into the cracks and then blew out from behind him without blowing on him at all. The first time Lin Moyu saw the fire of heavenly punishment in the wind of annihilation was on Taoist Tianlei. However, the wind and fire at that time were at most of the same name and similar type, but their destructive power was far less than it is now. The gap was huge. Later, in the Beast Abyss, the wind of annihilation was seen again. The wind was blowing loudly, and after reaching a certain limit, it gradually began to weaken. Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. Back off a little bit. 1.0. Now he was more than 1,000,000 miles away from the elemental witch spirit monster, and he still felt unsafe returning to Lin Moyu. He felt that the wind of annihilation would not be the last one. After a while, the wind slowly stopped, and the third level of punishment was successfully overcome. Suddenly, the sound of water rang in my ears, and endless water suddenly appeared in the black fog of the calamity clouds. The fourth type of punishment appeared. This time it was a water disaster. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Soul-corrupting corrupt water. He recognized this water. It was called soul-eroding corrupted water, a joint product of the Avenue of Souls, the Avenue of Water, and the Avenue of Curse. There were once 3 great masters who practiced these 3 great ways and joined forces to refine the soul-corroding corrupt water. This water is extremely powerful and vicious. The soul-corroding rotten water before his eyes was not refined artificially, but evolved from the great Tao, and its power was even greater. Unexpectedly, the fourth punishment would be this. The heart that had just been put down was lifted up again. Chapter 3789. It's you again. The soul-corrupting water fell on the elemental lich. It ignored the obstruction of the Space Avenue and fell directly. Because of the power of Soul Avenue, Space Avenue cannot be blocked. Can you hold on? The soul-eroding corruption water was extremely powerful, and Lin Moyu was not sure about it. But now, he could not help the elemental lich, and had to endure the punishment of the Great Road by himself. The elemental lich continued to display his projection, and Lin Moyu could clearly see his every move. He was seen holding the soul-corroding rotten water as if he were holding a toy. He held the rotten water in his two little hands and brought it to his mouth. He first licked it with his tongue, and then took a big sip with his mouth. Then he laughed out loud with joy, and his laughter shook the void. Seeing this, Lin Moyu was completely relieved. Elemental Sky was able to drink the soul-corroding water, which showed that he was not afraid at all. It's because the level of the treasure material is too high. Lin Moyu understood in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the level of the treasure material was high enough, it would not be so easy to overcome the calamity. The elemental lich played with the water, taking a sip from time to time, and looked very happy. After a moment, the soul-corroding water disappeared, and the elemental lich seemed a little lost, as if his toy was gone. The fifth level of punishment did not appear, the 10 calamity clouds dissipated, and everything returned to peace. The great calamity and punishment were overcome smoothly. The eyes slowly closed, and Lin Moyu prepared to face the darkness. But for some reason, he always felt that those eyes were staring at him when they narrowed. When all eyes were closed, darkness fell, and billions of miles around were plunged into darkness, and even the road stopped moving. Suddenly my body felt numb, and then a thunderous sound rang out in my soul. A sharp pain came from the depths of my soul, sweeping across my body with a strong sense of numbness. The soul was paralyzed, unable to make any movement, not even to scream. Even after his vision was fully restored, Lin Moyu was still in a paralyzed state, with lightning flashing on his body, surrounding his entire body like a chain. Not only him, but the little python was the same, covered in lightning and unable to move. The expressions of both the man and the python were not very good. Needless to say, they were in great pain, but it was a pity that they could not scream. The elemental lich who had just successfully survived the tribulation flew over, circled around Lin Moyu, looked at Lin Moyu curiously, and then touched the lightning on Lin Moyu's body with his hand. The lightning struck the elemental lich, but the elemental lich felt nothing at all. "Ha, this is so fun." The elemental wizard let out a crisp laugh, but not only did he not feel anything, he even found it funny. Its predecessor was a spiritual treasure, extremely hard, and it had just survived a catastrophe, so a mere thunderbolt could only be used to scratch its itch. Lin Moyu could only watch helplessly at this moment, unable to do anything. This thunder was the punishment given to him by that pair of eyes. The other party's meaning was very clear. It was because he had disturbed him again and again. The great calamity punishment usually does not occur, but I would have thought that it would occur several times in such a short period of time. So this guy held a grudge against me and gave me this blow before leaving. Lin Moyu was helpless too. The other party didn't kill him, but just warned him. He could only endure it. Even if you are not convinced, you can't find anyone. Suddenly, his heart moved and he sensed something coming from afar. The great beast. After opening the eye of the dead, even though nothing can be moved, at least the eyes can still see. In his sight, a ball of soul flame was approaching him. The owner of the soul flame was a wild beast, and for some unknown reason, it pounced straight towards him. Strange, it looks like it's heading straight for me. Why did he know I was here? There are many wild beasts on the avenue, but they are scattered so widely. Why would they come after me? Is there something attracting it? Lin Moyu thought about the first time he encountered a wild beast. At that time, when I got a precious material to summon an elemental lich, the great Tao beast appeared. Is it the elemental lich that attracted the great Tao wild beast? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Moyu denied it. It's not an elemental lich, it should be a treasure. Dao Wangai should be able to sense the aura of the treasure, but the distance is too far, so they can only sense the approximate range. Besides, the vacuum zone is too large and it takes time for them to find it, so each time they appear, there are several days between them. Perhaps this great beast was relatively close, so it rushed over quickly. Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind, but whether it was right or not still needed to be verified. The verification method is not difficult. Just take out the precious material and swing it outside for a while and you will find out. But now I can't move. I can only move a little with my mind, nothing else works. The storage space can be opened, but the things inside cannot be taken out. This also made Lin Moyu realize the gap in strength between himself and that guy. A faint thought was transmitted to the elemental lich: go and kill the great Dao wild beast that is coming. The elemental lich, who was having fun, looked at Lin Moyu, then looked into the distance and locked onto the elemental lich that was flying towards him at a rapid speed. Then he suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of the great Dao beast. A crack suddenly appeared in the virtual space, the force of space surged, and the boundary between reality and virtuality seemed to be broken. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes suddenly. This crack looked very much like a beast abyss. However, there is an extremely terrifying spatial force in this crack, which is different from Lu Yuan. The great Dao wild beast was instantly swallowed by the crack. When it entered the crack, Lin Moyu clearly saw that the chaotic space force in the crack tore the great Dao wild beast into pieces. The great Dao beast, with its powerful defense and unparalleled recovery ability, had little resistance when faced with the stranglehold of the great Dao of space. The great Dao beast died in the space crack, and the crack quickly disappeared, and the space returned to normal. The elemental lich teleported back and appeared in front of him again. He looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. "Master, I am awesome." Lin Moyu wanted to praise him, but he couldn't make a sound. "It is powerful, extremely powerful. The great Dao wild beast is dead, but its essence is also gone. Isn't it for the essence of wild beasts that we kill? In this way, the essence of the wild beast is gone, so what is the point of killing this wild beast?" Lin Moyu was helpless about this. He couldn't blame the elemental lich. It was his own fault for not explaining it clearly. The thought moved slightly: "Tell me about your ability." The elemental lich was very obedient and immediately babbled out his abilities. Just as Lin Moyu thought, he copied the main body of the Space Avenue. If he fights at full strength, he will be slightly weaker than the original Dao Master of Space Avenue, but not too much weaker, and much stronger than an ordinary Dao Master. It can be seen from the killing of the great Dao wild beast that killing the great Dao wild beast is so easy, and the same is true for killing the Dao Master. I just don't know who is stronger and who is weaker compared to the Realm Master. The Realm Lord is different from the Tao Lord. Behind the Realm Lord is an entire world, so it is much more difficult to kill the Realm Lord. As for the world that has reached the formation stage, Lin Moyu feels that it is still a little short of it. The most important point is that this kind of elemental lich that replicates the original avenue is an object that goes against the will of heaven and should not exist in the world. The great calamity and punishment is here to destroy them. It's just that they have survived the calamity and punishment, but they are still not tolerated by the great Dao. It's fine for it to exist, but they can't touch it. If you dare to do it, you will be punished. Before Lin Moyu could finish his thought, a powerful pressure descended, and a crack appeared in the void. The pair of huge eyes appeared again, this time with obvious anger, staring at Lin Moyu fiercely, as if saying, "It's you again." Chapter 3790, Seducing the Great Dao Wild Beast. The unknown being stared at Lin Moyu with his huge eyes. From his eyes, Lin Moyu felt depression, anger, and murderous intent. But due to some rules, he couldn't kill himself, so there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The elemental lich looked at the pair of big eyes in confusion. After staring at Lin Moyu for a moment, suddenly thunder fell on the elemental girl. The thunder appeared so suddenly that the elemental lich had no time to react, and a thunder chain appeared on his body. At the same time, the elemental lich received a piece of information. Its small body froze there, and its big eyes seemed to be moist, as if it was about to cry at any time. Lin Moyu didn't know what warning the elemental lich had received, and at this moment another bolt of lightning struck him. pain, numbness, discomfort. All kinds of discomfort surged up from the depths of his soul. Although those big eyes couldn't kill him, they didn't want to let him go either. When the first bolt of lightning was about to dissipate, he fired another one. Well, this time he would be uncomfortable for a while. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't even curse. After replenishing the thunder, a look of satisfaction appeared in his big eyes. He closed his eyes and disappeared with the darkness covering thousands of miles. Lin Moyu tried to concentrate and said to the elemental lich, "From now on, you will be called the Space Tao Demon." "What did that guy say to you just now?" The spiritual space demon rubbed his eyes and wiped away the moisture in his eyes. "He said that I can't kill anyone, otherwise he will kill me." "Master, he is so fierce. He scared the baby to death." The Space Taoist demon was very intelligent and could even actively act cute. It was a pity that Lin Moyu couldn't respond now. Lin Moyu thought that if he gave the space demon to Xiao Wu and the others, they would probably be so happy. Although the Space Tao demon has survived the Great Calamity, it is still an existence that defies the heavens and should not exist in the world. Therefore, there are many restrictions on their existence. The stronger and more powerful they are, the more restrictions there are. The Space Tao demon is stronger than the true Fire Tao demon and the Sword Tao demon, so it has more restrictions and even received such a serious warning. Lin Moyu asked, "What other abilities do you have?" "The Avenue of Space can do more than just kill people, it must have other uses. The Avenue of Space has not yet entered the place of origin, and cannot radiate to the entire virtual world. Not every place has the Avenue of Space. But if he has the Space Tao demon by his side, he himself is a Space Avenue, so Lin Moyu can use the Space Avenue. If you are too lazy to use it yourself, you can let the Space Taoist demon use it. Anyway, as long as he doesn't kill any living creatures, the rules won't restrict him." The Space Tao demon counted his fingers. "If I don't kill anyone, I can seal the space, create a space cage, teleport 100 million kilometers, teleport 10 times in a row, and connect the two realms of the void in a short period of time." His ability is very strong. Although not as strong as the real Taoist master, he is still abnormally strong. Now, except for not being able to kill people, most of the abilities belonging to the Space Avenue are available. Any one of these abilities is like a great magical power. When Lin Moyu entered the Tao realm, he controlled the spatial Tao magical power, called the Cage, which was just the most basic ability for a spatial Tao demon. No wonder the guy gave the space demon a stern warning. It was because his ability was too strong, far surpassing the true fire demon and the sword demon. Lin Moyu has begun to think about how to utilize these abilities of the space demon. The void was silent, time passed unnoticed, the thunder finally dissipated, and Lin Moyu recovered. Lin Moyu felt an indescribable sense of relief. Compared to before being paralyzed by the thunder, his soul seemed to have made some progress. Not only him, but also the little python, its soul has become a little stronger. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood what was going on. Although those big eyes could bring down punishment, in essence they were just the managers of the order of heaven and earth. No matter what he does, he must be fair. Just like the elemental lich, as long as it survives the punishment of heaven and earth, it can stay. Although he was paralyzed by the thunder, as long as he could hold on, he would be able to gain some benefits. That's fairness, there are gains and losses. Lin Moyu took out the materials given by the Redstone Emperor, hit them with the Scourge Scepter, and broke them in half. But he did not summon the elemental lich immediately, planning to summon it later. Those eyes have just left. If we bring them back again, he will probably go crazy. Lin Moyu ordered the space demon, "Take us in that direction and teleport 100 million kilometers." The space demon let out an O and waved its little hand. The space avenue in its body emerged, and the invisible force wrapped around Lin Moyu and the little python and disappeared in an instant. 100 million kilometers away, the virtual space twisted, and Lin Moyu and the little python suddenly appeared in the void. The Space Tao demon smiled happily. "Master, I am awesome, right? 100 million kilometers in an instant, that's really amazing." Lin Moyu touched his little head. turn the space there into a cage. The space demon did it immediately. The space that Lin Moyu pointed to suddenly solidified, and a space cage was formed. Lin Moyu felt it and found it was no different from his own Great Tao magical power, and it was even stronger than his own Great Tao magical power. How many practitioners have worked hard to obtain great magical powers, but in the end they are not as good as this little guy? It's really too outrageous, but the more outrageous the better. Lin Moyu said he likes it very much. Summon both the true fire demon and the sword demon, and let the three little guys play together. The laughter can be heard, bringing some life to the vacuum zone of my death. Then Lin Moyu took out the innate origin treasure. He now had 3 different treasures, and he took them all out and placed them in his hands. The meaning of doing this is very clear, which is to lure the wild beasts over. It was previously speculated that the great Tao beast would come in pursuit of precious materials, and now is a good opportunity to test it out. Several precious materials were lined up on the little python, flying slowly in the void, while Lin Moyu was drinking tea leisurely. 2 days later, a ball of soul flame appeared in sight, and a great wild beast was coming towards him. Lin Moyu raised his lips slightly. It really works. The Necom divine talisman flew out silently, unfolded in the void, and transformed into a 5-element giant. The sword demon flew out and turned into a giant sword in the hands of the 5 elements giant, Qian Di Heo. After previous tests, the sword demon transformed into a giant sword and was only used as a weapon, which did not violate the rules. The 5 elements giant took the initiative to confront the great Tao beast, and a great battle quickly unfolded. There are strong and weak Tao Huangai. The weak ones are equivalent to ordinary Tao masters, while the strong ones are comparable to realm masters. This great beast is stronger than an ordinary Tao master, but its strength is limited, and the 5 elements giant is enough to deal with it. Most importantly, its appearance basically confirms Lin Moyu's guess. In this way, you can continuously attract great beasts and obtain a large amount of wild beast essence. The sword light illuminated the void, and the wild beast of the great Tao mobilized the extremely chaotic power of the great Tao, and powerful energy fluctuations swept across the 8 directions. Watching the battle between the 5 elements giant and the great Tao beast, Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. Why didn't other Tao masters use this method? He didn't think that no one would have discovered this method after so many years. Could it be that there was something he didn't know about it? Chapter 3791, Trembling, Suppression at the True Spirit Level. During these years in the virtual world, Lin Moyu's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth has become more and more profound. People only know that the Tao governs all the rules governing the operation of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu once thought so, but now he has some different opinions. There is not only the great Tao between heaven and earth, but also rules hidden in the dark that are independent of the great Tao. These rules hidden in the dark, together with the Tao, support all the order of heaven and earth. So the saying, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong, is absolutely true. Any abnormal thing should have a root cause, and the cause can be found. While successfully using the innate origin treasure to attract the great beast, Lin Moyu also realized some problems. In the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, there are countless human cultivators and countless Tao masters who form teams to hunt the wild beasts of the great Tao. While searching for wild beasts, they will inevitably encounter virtual and real spiritual realms, and will also inevitably obtain innate treasures of origin. Tao masters are not stupid. How could no one have discovered that using innate original treasures can attract great beasts? But they didn't use this method. Why not? If you are afraid of attracting overly powerful wild beasts, there are also many boys in Huijian, Kunti, and Lingyu. If all else fails, there is still the human emperor. I am afraid that the human emperor also needs the innate origin treasure. After all, that is something even the Di-Ting beast wants. After verifying his guess, Momoyu also discovered the problem. Why is that? Although I found the problem, I don't know why. Without knowing why, I can't give up this method. After all, the essence of wild beasts is too attractive and he really needs it. The 5 elements giant gradually suppressed the great Tao wild beast. Rays of sword light continuously created wounds on the Great Dao wild beast's body, exceeding the Great Dao wild beast's recovery speed. If this continues, it won't take long to kill it. With the help of the Great Array, the Great Dao beast had nowhere to escape and the ending was already determined. This wild beast is not weak. It is stronger than the ones we have encountered before, and it takes a longer time to kill it. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The Great Dao beast died, its soul dissipated, and only a ball of the beast's essence remained. Lin Moyu put it away, repaired the damaged formation of the 5 elements giant, and continued to fly slowly, waiting for the appearance of the second Great Dao wild beast. In the void, one after another wild beasts came over following the scent of the treasure, but were all killed by the 5 elements giant. In less than a month, he had harvested 10 balls of Baka beast essence, and the amount of vegetable essence in his hand had reached 10 balls. The 12 regiments might be the harvest of a hunting team in thousands of years, but he only spent such a short time. This method is very efficient, but 12 groups are not enough. Lin Moyu wants more. Nothing unexpected happened in a month, which made Lin Moyu wonder if he was overthinking it. Could it be that after so many Dao lords and realm lords for so long, including the human emperor, they have not discovered that precious materials can attract Dao wild beasts? The probability of this happening should be very, very low, but it is not impossible. The little python suddenly shuddered, and Lin Moyu asked, "What's wrong?" The little python shook his head. "I don't know, I suddenly felt a little cold." "A bit cold?" A virtual beast with a second-class soul actually felt a little pity. Not to mention that here, the chaotic power of the avenue collides with each other, and the erupting power makes the void tend to balance, so it is not really that cold. And even if it was really covered in ice, the little python would not feel cold. At this time, the little python shuddered again and said, "Master, it comes again." "What's happening again?" Lin Moyu frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Something must have happened. The little python said, "It's just a feeling, just like before, suddenly very cold." Lin Moyu asked, "Isn't it cold in temperature?" The little python thought for a moment and said, "No, it seems to be a kind of coldness coming from the deepest part of my soul." As he spoke, he shuddered again. "It's getting colder and colder." Lin Moyu looked around, opened the Eye of the Dead, and found nothing. But the little python's reaction was real, not false. The little python stopped and did not continue flying, and Lin Moyu also became alert. The shivers came one after another, with the frequency increasing, and the little python also said that it was getting colder and colder. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw a layer of ice appear on the little python's body. Although it is only a small piece, it is real. Lin Moyu touched the ice, but he did not feel the experience of the Great Dao from the ice. Moreover, this layer of ice did not come from outside, but from the depths of the little python's soul. In other words, the little python froze itself. "It's so cold." The trembling became more and more violent. The little python was shaking nonstop, and ice kept coming out, freezing most of its body. All the chills came from the depths of the soul and were generated by the little python's soul itself. Because of fear, the soul trembled and froze itself. Looking deeper into the cause, it was because an overwhelming force that only belonged to virtual beasts had descended. This power had no effect on Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu could not feel it. Only the little python, which was also a virtual beast, felt it. But it doesn't know the source of the fear, it's just fear out of instinct. This instinct comes from the deepest part of the soul, or it can come from the true spirit. In a short period of time, most of the little python's soul had been frozen and it was severely damaged. If the other party were to arrive, the little python would be completely frozen and die instantly. Lin Moyu threw out a spiritual flower to wrap up the little python, and then put it into the storage space. My own storage space can isolate everything, which should allow the little python to escape this disaster. Lin Moyu knew that the other party did not come for Xiaomong, and the real target must be himself. Xiaomong was just implicated. So far, I still don't know the other party's identity and haven't even met him. Standing in the void, the sword demon, the true fire demon, and the space demon, the three elemental liches sat on his shoulders, waiting with him. As if sensing Lin Muyu's mood change, the three little guys stopped laughing. In the sight, the Tao was still brilliant. After a moment, the splendor in front of my eyes suddenly dimmed. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing these avenues, slowing down their movement. Then all the power of the avenue was transformed together, and the power of the avenue turned into thin lines, gathering towards the same place. A pitch-black hole appeared in the void, sucking in all the power of the avenue. Wild beast. Lin Muyu instinctively uttered two words, and the wild beasts would attract the power of the avenue, and they could take advantage of all kinds of chaotic avenue calendars. The hole in front of him was obviously more overbearing. It was no longer attracting, but pulling him in by force. It has the ability of a wild beast, stronger than a wild beast, and is naturally able to suppress virtual beasts. Lin Muyu suddenly thought of a creature that he had seen in the small world before, in Aizanzhuang. In fact, many of the things he saw in the big world and the original continent had similar things that appeared in the original small world. The same is true for the wild beasts, which are extremely similar to the wild beasts in the small world. Lin Muyu already knew that the small world he was born into was deliberately arranged by someone. This deliberate arrangement allows me to familiarize myself with the things I will face in the future in advance. While he was thinking, a huge head popped out from the hole. Chapter 3792 Great Avenue Wild Beast King. Wild Beast King. My guess came true, it was indeed the Wild Beast King who came. To be precise, it should be the Great Tao Wild Beast King. The small world deliberately arranged by someone is like a rehearsal for a big play, allowing one to get to know the actors in the play in advance. Although there is only one level difference between the Great Tao Wild Beast King and the Great Tao Wild Beast, there is actually a world of difference between them. Thinking about the experience of the past, when his teacher first encountered the so-called wild beasts in the small world, he could still fight against ordinary wild beasts, but could only avoid the Wild Beast King. Lin Muyu did not dare to take it lightly, and two Nekong talismans flew out. The thousands of formations descended and unfolded directly on the head of the Great Tao Wild Beast King, using the formation to devour it. The power of the Great Tao was intercepted and transformed into the power of the 1,000 Daos and 10,000 phenomena array, evolving into countless strange phenomena areas. Xiao Xiong manipulated the 5 elements giant to appear in the void, and the sword demon turned into a giant sword. At this time, the body of the Great Tao Wild Beast King had just poked out from the hole and had not yet fully descended. In the formation, countless great powers bombarded it, but to no avail. A dim light emanated from the Great Tao Wild Beast King, and all the power of the Great Tao that fell on him was absorbed, causing no harm. Roar! With a roar, countless cracks appeared in the void, spreading outward for millions of miles. Lin Muyu's face changed, and he immediately put away the few precious materials. The next moment, the whole person was hit by a huge force and flew backwards for tens of thousands of miles. The life force flows, healing the soul. Just one roar and the soul was seriously injured. The power of the Great Tao Wild Beast King still exceeds imagination. The hole was getting bigger, and the Great Tao Wild Beast King was descending faster and faster. The 1,000 Dao Wanxiang formation was useless and could not be stopped at all. Lin Muyu's mind moved, and the burning world was ejected. The fire of burning the world evolved into a sea of fire in the formation, surrounding the Great Tao Wild Beast King. The Great Tao Wild Beast King still felt nothing. There was a dim light outside his body, isolating the fire that was burning the world from outside. The invincible fire of burning the world also lost its effect at this moment. The 5 elements giant rushed into the formation, raised the giant sword transformed by the sword demon, and chopped off the head of the Great Tao Wild Beast King. Bang! There was a violent collision sound, and more cracks appeared in the void. The 5 elements giant was blown away, and the huge force broke through the formation and created a big hole in the 1,000 Dao Wanxiang formation. This also means that the power of the sword just now is comparable to the power of the Taoist master detonating the avenue. The giant sword transformed by the sword demon can be seen as the essence of the great Tao of sword. It is the sword of the great Tao, sharp and unparalleled. But only a not very deep wound was left on the head of the great Tao wild beast king. Moreover, the wound is recovering rapidly and it will be fully healed in a short while. Lin Moyu's shock was hard to describe in words. The attack that was equivalent to the main body of the great Tao of sword could only cause a wound that was not very serious. The defense of the great Tao wild beast king has reached such a perverted level. This sword angered the great Tao wild beast king. Most of its body had already emerged. Its huge body was like a small world, not much smaller than the five elements giant. A black light suddenly cut through the void, carrying countless space fragments and rushing towards the five elements man. It was a huge tail that lashed past like a whip, so fast that Lin Moyu could only see its afterimage. The prisoner formation was activated, and dozens of virtual treasures spewed out a large number of fine threads, instantly forming a net and turning into a shield. The tail hit the shield and the shield shattered instantly. Then the tail continued to move forward and hit the five elements giant again. Boom! Countless formations collapsed, and the five elements giant was cut in half on the spot. The formation on the lower body was completely shattered, but the upper body could still be barely maintained. With just one strike, the five elements giant was crippled. This attack also clearly told Lin Moyu how powerful the great Tao wild beast king was. The tail lashed out again, and Xiao Xiong screamed, controlled his upper body, and swung the giant's sword to chop it down. With a bang, the five elements giant was knocked away, but fortunately its tail bounced back. A small wound appeared on the tail, but it quickly recovered to normal. The tail is harder than the head. Lin Moyu's face was already extremely ugly. He waved his hand and the broken upper body of the five elements giant was stored in the Nakong divine talisman. If it is not put away, the five elements giant will be completely destroyed, and even Xiao Xiong will be affected. The sword demon returned to Lin Moyu's shoulder. "Master, that thing is too hard, I can't cut it." Lin Moyu nodded. "It is indeed hard enough." The tail bounced back and forth like lightning, and in the blink of an eye it shattered the thousand Dao Wanqiang formation. Most of its body had already descended, and with another roar, the terrifying pressure completely descended. The power of the great Tao within a radius of tens of millions of miles all rushed towards it. It turned the power of the great Tao into its own power, and it was still growing stronger. Lin Moyu knew that he was no match for it, so he whispered to the space demon, "Go there, teleport." The space demon hummed, and the space instantly twisted, teleporting with Lin Moyu. Asterisk. Just as Lin Moyu teleported away, two rays of light shot out from the eyes of the great Tao wild beast king and passed through the afterimage he left behind. If he was even 0.1 second later, these two beams of light would have killed him. The afterimage shattered like bubbles, and the great Tao wild beast king suddenly lost his target and roared continuously in the void. The void vibrated and trembled continuously, and countless cracks appeared. The space in the virtual world could not withstand its power and began to break. Then it found a direction and turned into a stream of light and flew away. 100 million kilometers away, Lin Moyu appeared and then disappeared again. 100 million kilometers was not safe, so Lin Moyu asked the space demon to teleport multiple times, until after 10 times, the group stopped. 1 billion kilometers, this distance is far enough. Lin Moyu's face did not look good. He suffered a great loss in this battle. The five elements giant was damaged, the prisoner of desolation formation was almost shattered, and the 1,000 Daos and 10,000 Things formation was completely destroyed. He whispered to himself, "How can the rules of heaven and earth allow such creatures to exist? It is the great Tao wild beast king." If we look at what the small world shows, there is another most powerful existence among all the wild beasts, the great Tao wild beast king. The great Tao wild beast king is already so powerful, so how much more powerful should their king be? Lin Moyu felt that the great Tao wild beast king should not be weaker than the wood-killing realm master and the like. Then the more powerful wild beast king may be comparable to human Gao. In other words, the Wild Beast King is already in eternal existence, even surpassing the Tao Master of the body and reaching the level of the Lord of the Great Tao of the earth, and can also be compared with the World Will at the eternal stage. Since they are so strong, why don't they come out? Can't come out? That's not right, it will come out this time. It seems that the virtual world also contains countless secrets. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, the real world is yang, and it contains infinite secrets. The virtual world is yin, and it is also not simple. Lin Moyu felt that it would take a lot of time for him to explore all the secrets of this world. He threw away the inappropriate thoughts and said, "Forget about it. Let's first find a way to get through this hurdle and establish the world will of the origin continent." The little python was brought out again. Under the treatment of the spiritual flower, it has almost recovered and the remaining problems are not serious. The little python was still frightened. "Master, what happened just now? I felt like I almost died." Lin Moyu laughed and pointed in a direction. "Go first." Chapter 3793, Same Origin. On the way, Lin Moyu briefly told Xiaomong what had just happened. The little python murmured, "The Great Tao Wild Beast King, there is actually such a thing?" Lin Moyu asked, "Did you have any special feelings when you saw the Great Tao Wild Beast before?" The little python thought about it carefully. "It seems that there is nothing special." "Think about it carefully." Lin Moyu felt that there must be some connection between the Great Tao Wild Beast and the virtual beast, otherwise the little python would not have behaved like that just now. That kind of trembling from the true spirit level, even self-freezing, would not appear for no reason. The little python tried to recall, and after a while he said uncertainly, "When I saw the Great Tao Wild Beast, it was like seeing a virtual beast. There seemed to be a sense of familiarity, but I can't explain it clearly. It seemed a bit disgusting, but also a bit exciting. This feeling is very complicated, I can't really explain it." The little python looked like it had a headache and its expression was very distorted. 4, 7, 3 same roots. Lin Moyu pondered and said a possibility. Normally, the Great Tao Wild Beasts appear in the vacuum zone, while the virtual beasts appear in the spiritual realm. The two sides have no intersection, so naturally there is no possibility of familiarity. Since the little python has this feeling, it can only mean that both sides have the same origin. As for why they have the same origin, I am not quite sure. My level is far from that. Lin Moyu let the little python move in one direction, and he began to repair the 5 elements giant and the prisoner formation, and then redraw the 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation. With the little python warning, Lin Moyu doesn't have to worry about encountering the Great Wild Beast King. Before the Great Wild Beast King came close, the little python had probably been frozen into ice. Lin Moyu didn't dare to take out the treasure again. The reason why the Great Tao Wild Beast King appeared was most likely related to the treasure. After this incident, Lin Moyu finally understood why those Tao masters did not take the precious materials to attract the Great Tao Wild Beasts, but instead went to find them themselves. This is the reason. Precious materials will not only attract great wild beasts, but may also attract great wild beast kings. They don't have the ability to teleport in the virtual world. Once the Great Tao Wild Beast King appears, they will be dead. Lin Moyu felt that even if his 3 elemental liches used all their strength, they would definitely be able to defeat Dado Huangtang village. A month later, the 5 elements giant was finally completely repaired, followed by the 1000 elements formation. The 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation was much easier. Lin Moyu could do many things at once. While drawing the talismans and setting up the formation, he could also think about other problems. The little python asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Lin Moyu said, "First find the Jinmu Great Spiritual Territory, then look around, and then try to find some great beasts." The little python was obviously still a little scared. "Still looking?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "Are you scared?" The little python quickly shook his head. "I'm not afraid, but if I don't use precious materials, it will be hard to find wild beasts on the road." Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "It's okay, I have a way. Although it's not as efficient as the treasure material, it won't be too bad." There is more than one vacuum zone outside the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. There are vacuum zones all around it. As long as you avoid the area where the human emperor is, the rest of the place will also be full. According to Lin Moyu's plan, it would take at least several more decades to return to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. When the time comes, pretend that the alchemy is complete, then go back to sell these void soul pills, and finally return with enough materials and wild beast essence. That's the plan. Hopefully there won't be any surprises. As time went by, the world on the Origin continent continued to recover as planned. Every 100 years, the restrictions would be relaxed a little, and the Origin continent would be able to accommodate stronger heavenly Tao realm cultivators. More than 400 years have passed since the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, and the fifth-level souls in the Tao realm can finally enter the Origin continent. Among the various forces in the great Tao of heaven, the fifth-level souls have become the backbone. Today, these backbone forces have begun to enter the Origin continent to strengthen their power base in the Origin continent. But they were all very honest. What Lin Moyu had done before was still fresh in their memory, and no one dared to cause trouble again. Even if someone is dissatisfied with Lin Moyu, they will not take action now. At least they will wait until the world is completely restored and the ancestors of the sect can descend before they will really take action. Antares opened his eyes and looked towards the sky, with a gleam in his eyes, and saw the guardian fortress on the avenue beyond heaven. Over the past 100 years, many of the fortresses have been repaired, and several have been almost completely restored. Antares knew that when the upheaval in the world was truly over and Lin Moyu's destiny was fulfilled, there would inevitably be a war. On Tianwai Avenue, there are many people who want Lin Moyu dead. His eyes swept across the Origin continent and saw a series of soaring fortunes. One of the main reasons why the forces from the great Tao outside the sky came to Zhongzhou to establish their power was for the fortune of the Origin continent. The process of heaven and earth's recovery is also the process of strengthening luck. They must take the opportunity to collect more luck. Similarly, outside of Zhongzhou, some local forces also took the opportunity to gather a lot of luck. Over the years, many talented people have emerged on the Origin continent. Some of them have been recruited by the forces of the Outer Heavenly Avenue, but most of them have joined local sects. Due to the rules set by Lin Moyu, these forces from the outer world did not cause trouble for our sect. Antares looked down at Lin Moyu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Lin Moyu had not moved for 100 years. "What on earth are you doing? The three ancestors are gone, and their whereabouts are unknown. Did you arrange this? What on earth did you find? Why do I feel like something is wrong? No matter what, I will help you guard this place until you return, and ensure that you successfully complete your destiny." Antares said in his heart, his pair of dragon eyes flashing with terrifying light. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of his eyes, and his mood suddenly changed. Lin Mohan suddenly appeared next to Lin Moyu, and Antares didn't even know how she appeared. "Why are you here?" Antares knew Lin Mohan and knew that she was Lin Mo's sister. Lin Mohan said, "I came to see him and give you something." "What is that?" Antares asked. Lin Mohan first took out a formation plate and activated it. The formation enveloped her and Antares, isolating them from the inside and the outside. Then she took out a dragon ball and held it in her palm. "This." Antares' aura surged, his eyes became sharp, and his tone became incredulous. "What kind of dragon ball is this?" The dragon ball in Lin Mohan's hand was black and white, completely different from his other dragon balls. Lin Mohan said, "This dragon ball is not from this world. You should keep 1.2 first. It will be of great use in the future." Antares put away the dragon ball and asked in a low voice, "Why did you give me this?" Lin Mohan said, "Someone asked me to bring it to you. You don't need to ask for details. I will be away for a while. Xiao Yu will be left in your care from now on." Antares asked, "Where are you going?" "I can talk to him when he wakes up." Lin Mohan shook his head. "In the future, you will experience a war. That war is a matter of life and death. I want to prepare for that war." There are many things you don't know yet. When he comes back, he will tell you in person. Antares nodded. I understand, don't worry, he will be fine with me here. Lin Mohan said, thank you. Her figure slowly faded away, and Antares could not understand how she appeared and left. It was because of this that Antares realized that something big was about to happen. Chapter 3794, The Origin of the Great Tao Wild Beast. In the void, Lin Moyu was sitting on the little python's head, drinking tea leisurely. In the distance, the outline of the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm is already faintly visible. The little python is flying away quickly. At the current speed, it will arrive in another day. In the vacuum zone near the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, Lin Moyu wandered for decades, hunting wild beasts on the avenue and searching for virtual and real spiritual realms. Unlike other Tao lords, he can continuously send out skeleton god generals to conduct carpet searches of an area, and his efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary Tao lord teams. On average, a great beast can be found every 3 to 5 years. This is naturally much better than searching with innate origin treasures, but at least it is safer. Think about those Tao lord teams, it often takes them 100 or 200 years to find a great Tao beast. My speed is already much faster. Gradually, more than 20 great beasts were found, most of which were killed, and a few escaped. The strength of the wild beasts on the road varies greatly. It is very easy to kill the weak ones in just 2 or 3 strokes. The powerful ones are enough to fight against the 5 elements giants on equal terms. Even if the 5 elements giants hold the giant swords transformed by the sword demons, it is difficult to kill them. Finally, they have strong intelligence and will run away after being beaten. They run away so fast that no one can catch up with them. Over the years, when dealing with the great Tao beasts, Lin Moyu has also been studying them. After seeing the great Tao Wild Beast King, Lin Moyu realized that the place where the great Tao Wild Beast usually resides is the virtual world. At that time, the great Tao Wild Beast King opened the passage to the virtual world and descended directly. Then their origin is worth pondering, and how those great beasts he hunted entered the virtual world is also worth exploring. The wild beasts of the great Tao should have their own world, but they just don't know where that world is. The great beasts that entered the virtual world were only a tiny part. At the same time, the essence of the wild beast left behind after the death of the great Tao beast contains an extremely unique power. It is this power that can make the world quickly become stronger. The more powerful the great beast, the stronger the unique power in the beast essence it leaves behind, and the more benefits it will bring to the world. Lin Moyu spent more than 10 years feeling this power, and finally concluded that this power was the essence of the origin of yin and yang. When Lin Moyu got this result, he felt as if he had suddenly become enlightened. His research results and previous knowledge had completely jumped up. The origin of yin and yang can evolve into the Great Way, making a desolate world become full of vitality and giving birth to countless lives. Similarly, the evolution of the origin of yin and yang is very slow and requires a huge amount of time to accumulate. It is a gradual process. The evolution of a world is the absorption and utilization of the origins of yin and yang. The power contained in the essence of the wild beast is equivalent to the origin of yin and yang after purification, refinement, and concentration. This concentrated origin of yin and yang can be absorbed by the world in a short period of time, making the world quickly stronger. Then the answer is obvious. The great Tao wild beast must live in a place full of the origin of yin and yang. The first thing Lin Moyu thought of was the origin ancestral land. When he first entered the origin ancestral land, it was a place full of origin spiritual veins, and also had endless yin and yang origins. The origin of yin and yang gave birth to a large number of original creatures, which were killed by himself, and finally he possessed the origin of yin and yang. Lin Moyu also knew that he had only seen the surface of that space. It was not impossible that the world of great beasts lay deep in that space. Based on this and continuing to speculate, Moyu's understanding of the world becomes clearer and clearer. The real world and the virtual world are the yin and yang of each other, and the original ancestral land is in the middle of them. thousands of great ways are born from the original ancestral land and radiate to the real world and the virtual world at the same time. At the same time, the origin of yin and yang also illuminates the two worlds of yin and yang. They integrate the Tao, evolve the Tao, and give birth to independent worlds in reality. At the same time, the dark side of the world is revealed in the virtual world. The real world carries the body, the virtual world carries the soul, yin and yang merge, and finally form a complete world. Since the power of the great Tao and the power of the origin of yin and yang can radiate to the two worlds of reality and illusion, gaps will naturally appear, and the great Tao beasts may also enter the two worlds of reality and illusion along these gaps. This also explains why there are great beasts in the virtual world, and it also tells Lin Moyu that there are also great beasts in the real world. It's just that I'm currently trapped in the origin continent and can't get out, so naturally I've never seen a great beast in the real world. The heaven and earth have order, and the great Tao Huanggai must also follow this order. There are some places they will not go. Just like the virtual world, the great beasts in the real world should exist in the fog of the world, but there is another unique area. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the place where the sun ancestor dragon had been, which was called Huang. Lin Moyu guessed that this place might be where the great Tao wild beast moved around after entering the real world. Just like the wasteland he had visited in the small world, it should be an area belonging to the Thousand Avenue wild beasts. Judging from what happened after the Sun Dragon returned, the great Tao wild beasts that entered the real world should have undergone some changes. To be precise, the great beasts in the real world also have physical bodies and are no longer just souls. Then they will have some characteristics that the virtual world does not have, such as some curses and poisons that only belong to the real world. During these decades, Lin Moyu has thought about too many things. Although he seems to be just hunting wild beasts, he is actually pondering the most fundamental issues in this world. As long as you can figure out these problems, you can see through the world thoroughly, and you can also bring your experience back to your own world, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, making your own world more perfect. Entering the Jinmu spiritual realm again, I felt a different atmosphere. The Jinmu great spiritual realm is filled with the aura of the human race. Here, although the little spirit realm king and the void realm still exist, his presence is extremely weak. The dominance of the human emperor almost turned the virtual world into the world of the human race. Emperor Jinmu doesn't really care about things. It is said that he has a very good relationship with the human emperor, but in Lin Moyu's opinion, this relationship is a bit too good. After all, Emperor Jinmu is the master of the great spiritual realm, and the human emperor is just a cultivator. No matter how close the relationship between the two is, neither will allow the other to occupy their territory. But in reality, the human emperor really did this, and he had no objection to the establishment of the great emperor. Not only did he not object, he also helped the human emperor establish a trading venue and provided many conveniences. Under the order of Emperor Jinmu, those small spiritual realm kings did not cause trouble for the human cultivators. This situation can only prove one thing, that is, what the human emperor did is also beneficial to Emperor Jinmu, and it is a great benefit. Adding the soul beads, the two should be conspiring to do something. Lin Moyu clearly remembered that the Red Stone Emperor said that the soul bead was poisonous. After passing through several small spiritual realms and crossing the vacuum between them, he arrived at the trading venue again. Senior, do you need a guide? Chapter 3795 News. As soon as she entered the trading area, Qing came in front of Lin Moyu. After decades of absence, Qing is still doing her tour guide business. After all, people of the human race who are at the Tao realm continue to appear, and Qing's business will not be cut off. Although she doesn't make much, at least she can maintain it. She spoke instinctively, and then she saw clearly that it was Lin Moyu, and immediately said with a smile, "It turns out to be the senior. I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well." It's only a few decades, which is just a blink of an eye for practitioners. Lin Moyu smiled and asked, "How is business lately?" Qing said, "Thank you for your concern, senior. It's the same as always. You've come to the trading floor again after decades. Did you bring anything good? Lin Moyu smiled and said, it does bring some valuable things. Qin Qin understood what Lin Moyu meant. I wonder which trading place you want to sell these things at, senior. Lin Moyu looked up at the number 8 trading field in the void, number 8. Qin Qin took a breath and said, I didn't expect that you have already arrived at trading field number 8. That's amazing. Lin Moyu said, you can do it in the future. Qin Qin said, thank you for your kind words, senior. I heard that the trading field has been a bit unstable recently, especially the trading fields above number 7. Senior, please be careful when you go there. Lin Moyu asked curiously, what happened? Qin Qin said, in the vacuum zone outside the Jinmu Great Spiritual Territory, a great Dao Wild Beast King appeared and killed many Dao Masters. It is said that someone used a precious material to lure it here. Now several Realm Masters have gone out to look for the great Dao Wild Beast King. At the same time, a reward has been issued to find the person who brought the great Dao Beast King here. Attract people. It is said that those world leaders want that guy to be held responsible. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Can the Realm Master kill the great Dao Wild Beast King? Qin Qin said, it's possible. There have been great Beast Kings before, but they were eventually killed by several Realm Masters. Lin Moyu asked again, can you tell me who brought this here? Qin Qin shook her head, we don't know yet, mainly because we can't find the place where the great Dao Wild Beast King just appeared. However, several Dao Lords who control the great Dao of Time have joined forces. They will conduct a carpet search of that area and use the method of time travel to find it. I believe they will always find it. Lin Moyu said, why did the appearance of the great Dao Wild Beast King cause unrest in the trading market? Qin Qin said, the great Dao Wild Beast King has killed many Dao Masters, so we need to find it as soon as possible, but the vacuum zone is too large and the number of Dao Masters is limited, so we need Dao Realm to go and search together. But the great Dao Huangzheng Wang is too dangerous, and many Dao Lords and Dao Realms are unwilling to go. After that, several World Masters agreed that this search mission would be undertaken by all worlds together. All Dao Realms and Dao Masters above the third-class souls would go to search. They lined up in rounds. Each round lasts for 10 years. After all, that was the decision made by all the Realm Masters after consultation. No one can go against it unless it is the human emperor. Over the years, a number of Dao Lords and Dao Realms have died, causing the prices of many magic weapon materials to soar, and the trading market has naturally become chaotic. But it's mainly concentrated in trading venues above number 7, and there's not much impact on venues below number 7. Qin Qin explained it in great detail and also added her own analysis. Lin Moyu had to admit that Qin Qin's analysis was correct. He transferred 10 soul beads from his ID card to Qin Qin. Thank you, this is your reward. Qin Qin was surprised when she received the soul beads. Senior, this is too much. Lin Moyu shook his head, not much. In my world, information is very valuable. Your information is worth this price. Qin Qin was no longer polite and bowed to Lin Moyu, then Qin Qin will be very disrespectful to accept it. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Lin Moyu nodded, you go and get busy first. Qin Qin left as she was told, her smile bright and beautiful. With just a few words she earned 10 soul beads, and her mood was as bright as her smile. Lin Moyu frowned at this moment. It seems that they will soon know that it was me who attracted the great Dao Wild Beast King, and the deaths of those Dao Lords will all be blamed on me. I have to hurry up and complete the transaction quickly to get what I want. But 150 triple refined void soul pills are not a small amount, and it is difficult to sell them all at once. Moreover, the prices in the market are chaotic now. Even if many people originally wanted to buy, they may choose to wait and see now. It would be best if someone could buy all the 3 refined soul pills at once, but how can we find such a person? Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wood-killing Realm Master. The Lord of the Wood-killing Realm lives in the Nani Small Spirit Realm, but it is not clear whether he is there at the moment. Perhaps he has gone to the Vacuum Zone to look for the great Dao Wild Beast King. However, for a person like the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm, even if he goes to look for the great Tao Wild Beast King, he will leave some to share. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu left the trading floor. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, we must first go to find the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. It would be best if we could sell him all the 3 refined soul-eliminating pills in one package. If the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm doesn't want it, it won't be too late to return to the trading field. It won't take much time to go back and forth. Perhaps we can also get some information from the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. He found the location of Nani's small spiritual domain from the spiritual domain disk and rushed there at the fastest speed. The little python was surprised and asked, "Master, why don't you go back to that place and use the avenue of time to erase the mark?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "That's like trying to cover up one's own faults. If it's not done well, it might be exposed directly. No wonder I often meet the Tao Master in the vacuum zone these years. He is actually here to look for the Beast King of the Tao Yuan. It seems that there are many interests involved in the great Tao Wild Beast King." Lin Moyu also thought about going back to erase the mark of time, but now in the vacuum zone, there are many Tao Realm and Tao Masters, and the area he wants to erase is very large, which will inevitably attract attention. Moreover, going back and forth like this would take a very long time, so it would be better to bet that the masters of the great Tao of time would not be able to find the point so quickly. The little python flew very fast, using all its strength, and in less than 2 days it entered the Nani small spiritual realm and headed straight for the Wood-Killing Realm. Seeing Mushajia from a distance, Lin Moyu's voice came directly over. Okay, Musha Senior, Lin is here to visit." Buzz! The void shook, an invisible force swept through the void, and the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm appeared in the void. The whirlpool of the Wood-Killing Realm descended simultaneously, transforming into a big tree, swaying with the howling cold wind and flying fallen leaves, filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The main body of the Wood-Killing Realm Lord was at home, and did not leave. He bowed slowly. "Greetings, Senior Musha." The Wood-Killing Realm Master smiled and said, "According to the time calculation, it is not yet time for fellow Taoist Lin to come and look for me. Is there something wrong this time?" Lin Moyu said, "For decades, Lin has been obsessed with alchemy and has made a batch of top-grade Tao soul refining pills. I originally wanted to sell them at the trading market, but I thought that the seniors might want them, so I came to ask Saw first. If you want them, I will sell all the pills to you. If you don't want them, I will sell them at the market." The Wood-Killing Realm Lord's eyes lit up. "How many are there? What are the effects?" Chapter 3796 A Sudden Inspiration. Seeing the reaction of the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm, Lin Moyu knew that there was hope. The demand of the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm for the Void Soul Pill seemed to be higher than he thought. Lin Moyu realized that the Void Soul Pill might have an unusual meaning to the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. Lin Moyu took out a 3 refined soul pill and said, "I used some special techniques to fuse 100 Tao soul refining pills into one, which increased their effect by more than 100 times. However, no matter how much I say, it is not as good as before. Let me try it myself." As he spoke, Lin Moyu had already delivered the Sanlian Shuhuan pill to the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm naturally saw the unusualness of this pill, the powerful force contained in it, and also what he needed. "In that case, I will not be polite. If the effect satisfies me, I will naturally give the money for this pill to fellow Taoist Lin." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked the Sanlian Shuhuan pill into his mouth. The power of the medicine exploded in the body, instantly filling every corner of the soul. At this time, the whirlpool of the Wood-Killing Realm lowered its branches to protect the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. At the same time, the whirlpool looked at Lin Yu vigilantly. The whirlpool becomes a loyal guardian, guarding its master firmly. Lin Moyu also had to sigh at the secret method created by the human emperor, which could turn the will of the world into his own tool. This secret method 027 was indeed amazing. In this way, it doesn't matter whether the whirlpool is evil will or chaotic will, it is just a tool anyway. The human emperor found another way to resolve the conflict between practitioners and the will of the world. After a while, the wood-killing realm master refined most of the medicinal power and said slowly, "What fellow Taoist Lin said is true. The effect of this elixir is more than 100 times." Lin Moyu asked, "So what do you think the value of this elixir is?" The woodkiller realm master thought for a moment and said, "If the price is determined by the formation of the trading field, it should be around 30,000. This price was similar to what Lin Moyu had thought of before. The lord of the wood-killing realm was very familiar with the trading market and accurately predicted Lin Moyu's psychological price. The wood-killing realm lord continued, "But this elixir has some other uses for me. I am willing to pay 40,000 per pill. I wonder how many pills fellow Taoist Lin has." Lin Moyu said, "This time we refined 150 pills. I used one and you used another. There are 148 pills left." The lord of the wood-killing realm said, "If possible, I will take them all." Lin Moyu was delighted and was about to agree to go to the trading field to complete the deal with the lord of the wood-killing realm, but suddenly he felt something was not right. "I realized that I couldn't go to the trading floor anymore because something bad might happen if I went." Lin Moyu has always believed in his intuition, and the whim of his soul will most likely come true. Seeing that Lin Moyu did not respond, the leader of the wood-killing realm continued, "If fellow Taoist Lin has no objection, we can go to the trading field to complete the transaction." Lin Moyu said, "The trading floor has to take commissions from both sides, and I have to buy things, so I have to take another 10%, so a total of 20%. It's really a bit of a loss. Maybe you've gotten used to it, but I'm really not used to it." He is not from the Jianmu Great Spiritual Realm, and this reason is very appropriate. At a price of 40,000 each, 150 triple refined void soul pills are worth more than 6 million soul beads. If the transaction is carried out in the normal way, Lin Moyu can only get 5.4 million soul beads. If you use these 5.4 million soul beads to purchase materials, you will have to pay another 540,000 soul beads as a commission to the trading venue. In this way, a pill that is clearly worth 6 million can only buy items worth less than 5 million. The lord of the wood-killing realm asked, "What do you think, fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "In fact, what I want is very simple, that is, some rare avenue materials. The higher the level, the better, and the rarer the attribute, the better. How about you ask the senior to go to the number 9 trading field to buy some materials for me, and use materials of similar price to directly exchange these top-grade Tao soul refining pills with me?" The wood-killing realm master whispered, "This method can indeed save a lot of soul beads for fellow Taoist Lin, but can fellow Taoist Lin trust this realm master? This is no small deal." Lin Moyu said, "Since it is the junior who proposed this method, I naturally trust the seniors, and I believe that the transaction between us will not be just one time." The eyes of the wood-killing realm master became brighter and brighter, as if he admired Lin Moyu very much, and at the same time he was looking forward to the future transaction. "In that case, then Brother Lin will wait here for a while." Trip. As soon as he finished speaking, the lord of the wood-killing realm disappeared and went directly to the trading field. At his speed, the round trip, including the buying and selling time, would take at most 1 day. The little python whispered, "Master, do you think they found it so quickly?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I suddenly felt something in my heart. For safety reasons, it is better not to go, just in case." Originally, he planned to select the materials himself, but he also knew that there would be no precious materials in the trading field. At most, they would be materials of the Taoist master level. Then, depending on whether the material's main attribute is rare, different levels of pricing will appear. In that case, he would just go and choose, letting the lord of the wood-killing realm choose, so that he could avoid some unnecessary trouble. If someone really discovered that I was the culprit who attracted the great Tao Wild Beast King, and if I was still in the trading field at that time, I would really have no chance of escaping, because the Tao Lords and Realm Lords in the Jianmu Great Spirit Realm would not let me go. Since there is a warning of sudden impulse, you can't gamble." After sitting in the void for half a day, Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, and the lord of the wood-killing realm returned. The speed of the Realm Lord was indeed fast enough, which made Lin Moyu alert. If a realm lord was chasing him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Of course, with the space demon around, he is not without a chance. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The two were less than 100 miles apart. Lin Moyu found that the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm had a strange look in his eyes. My heart skipped a beat, he really knows. However, the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm did not show any murderous intent, so Lin Moyu did not overreact and chose to wait and see. A formation plate appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. The formation plate unfolded, solidifying a space and isolating the avenue. Lin Moyu still didn't sense any murderous intent, knowing that the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm had no ill intentions in doing this, and was just trying to keep the content of the next conversation secret. In this case, Lin Moyu used the moving space Taoist demon to appear on his shoulder. Cut space. Lin Moyu gave the order, and the space demon immediately responded happily. With a wave of its little hand, a large area of space was cut off, completely separating it from the virtual world at the spatial level. Coupled with the formation of the Wood-Killing Realm Lord, confidentiality is further enhanced. The Wood-Killing Realm Master looked at the Space Tao Demon and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin's methods are quite interesting." He could feel the powerful strength from the Space Demon and knew that this little guy was not easy to deal with. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior, you already know it." The Wood-Killing Realm Master smiled and said, "What fellow Taoist Lin has done really impresses this Realm Master." Lin Moyu said, "I didn't know that the treasure would attract the great Tao Wild Beast King. It was an unintentional mistake." The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Lin has misunderstood. What I meant was that fellow Taoist Lin was able to escape from the hands of the great Tao Wild Beast King. This method impressed me." Chapter 3797, The Domineering Human Emperor. Lin Moyu could feel that the Taoist Master Mu Xiao was sincere. He already knew that he had attracted the great Tao Wild Beast King, but he did not intend to kill him, nor did he intend to complete the bounty. Lin Moyu showed a trace of helplessness. The great Tao Wild Beast King is indeed very powerful. I also used all means to escape. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm said, "That's enough." Over the years, more than 100 Tao Lords have died at the hands of this great Tao Wild Beast King. Those Tao Lords couldn't escape even if they wanted to. This is enough to prove that fellow Taoist Lin is much stronger than those Tao Lords. Lin Moyu said, "Senior Mu Xiao, are you really not going to hand me over? After all, the reward for this bounty is pretty good." Musha Realm Master said, "The reward was decided by several of us Realm Masters after discussing it together. We didn't think we could find the person. Besides, this isn't the first time this has happened. It doesn't really matter." Lin Moyu asked, "What about those Taoist Masters who died?" The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, don't you think that the occurrence of this incident is like a predetermined fate, and it is a disaster for practitioners?" Lin Moyu frowned and did not respond. He had considered what the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm said before, but as a cultivator he went against the will of heaven, and he was not willing to believe that everything was predetermined. The Wood-Killing Realm Master saw through Lin Moyu's thoughts. Fellow Taoist Lin is right. We cultivators go against the will of heaven, so we naturally don't believe in destiny. But destiny does exist. After achieving the great Tao realm, as long as we don't encounter any accidents, we can indeed live forever. But this is based on the premise that there are no accidents. But accidents will always happen. Even if you practice in seclusion and never leave your house, you can only delay the occurrence of accidents, but you cannot truly prevent them. If you can survive the accident, you can continue to enjoy endless life. If you can't survive, you will die. This kind of accident is called a disaster. This statement coincides with Lin Moyu's idea. It's right to go against the will of heaven, but there will be disasters in the process, and whether you can overcome them is another matter. Different worlds, different cultivation processes, and naturally different understandings and explanations of cultivation, but the Great Way will eventually converge. The Wood-Killing Realm Lord continued, so those Tao Lords who died just had their calamity come to an end and they were unable to survive. Naturally, it cannot be blamed on Taoist fellow Lin. The reward is just a superficial effort. We need to give an explanation to the Tao Masters. What we realm masters really want is the great Tao Wild Beast King. This is a really good excuse. He can say he is not guilty. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm suddenly smiled and said, in fact, the appearance of the great Tao Wild Beast King is not a bad thing for us. The essence of the Wild Beast King is incomparable to that of the great Tao Wild Beast. It is something that we, the realms, desire but cannot obtain. Lin Moyu asked, in that case, why don't we work together to lure it out with the treasure? The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm shook his head. We are also doing this, once every 100,000 years, on orders. The great Tao Wild Beast Kings are strong and weak, and they are not alone. If we attract several at the same time, and they are strong, then we will be in trouble. Over the years, the young master of the West has died at the hands of the great Tao Wild Beast King. What's more, even if we kill them, the essence of the Wild Beast King will not fall into our hands, and this time is no exception. Lin Moyu frowned. Is it the human emperor? The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm said, that's right, the essence of the Wild Beast King must belong to the human emperor, but the human emperor has some restrictions and will not take action personally. The human emperor does not take action, and lets the realm masters lure out the great Tao Wild Beast King once every 100,000 years, while he wants to occupy the essence of the Wild Beast King. Lin Moyu feels the tyranny of the human emperor, and that he can do such an unreasonable thing. However, once a being who can reach this level becomes overbearing, how can he be reasonable? Many of the decisions he makes will become capricious, and he will not consider others at all for his own benefit. At this time, the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm took out a pile of materials. These materials were all top-notch materials of the Tao Lord level, and they had excellent and rare properties. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. There were several materials among them that were not found in the world. With these things, the great avenues of the universe can be supplemented a lot. The Wood-Killing Realm Master said, a total of 16 pieces of top-notch avenue materials. He didn't say how many soul beads he used, but Lin Moyu knew that these materials would not be cheap. He then took out the remaining 148 3 refined soul-eliminating pills and exchanged them for 16 sets of materials. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm was obviously in a good mood at the moment. The 3 refined soulless pills were very useful to him, and the more the better. If fellow Taoist Lin has this pill again in the future, Kang Guan will come to this lord to trade. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. After this incident, I am afraid that I will no longer be able to enter the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. The Wood-Killing Realm Master thought for a moment, and took out a leaf and gave it to Lin Moyu. This leaf is called Black Killing. It was refined by this Realm Master from the Origin Core. It contains the Great Way of Slaughter and the aura of this Realm Master. If fellow Taoist Lin places this leaf on his body, he will be enveloped by the Great Way of Slaughter, obscuring his appearance, and emitting the aura of the Master of this world. In this way, others will think that fellow Taoist Lin is a subordinate of this world master, and generally will not make things difficult for him. Request flowers. Lin Moyu was equally unceremonious and bit off a black leaf. This leaf should have more than one function. The Wood-Killing Realm Master said, of course, this leaf can also be activated to kill the enemy, which is equivalent to the power of a single blow from this Realm Master, but there is only one chance. After using it, this leaf will also collapse. The Black Killing Leaf is equivalent to a disposable magic weapon. It can unleash the power of a blow from the Wood-Killing Realm Lord and is already a top-notch treasure. Lin Moyu said, thank you, Senior. If I can make pills again, I will definitely come to see you again. I will take my leave that night. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm said, I wish you a safe journey, Brother Lin. After bidding farewell to the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm, Lin Moyu activated the Black Killing Leaf and flew towards the outside of the Great Spiritual Realm in the direction indicated by the Spiritual Realm plate. He was enveloped in the Slaughter Avenue, emitting the aura of the Woodkiller Realm Lord. One could tell at a glance that he was the Woodkiller Realm Lord's man. No one on the 10 roads came to trouble him. 0. In the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm is not a reasonable person. 000. After Lin Muyu left, Musha Realm Lord summoned several Realm Masters again. He distributed the 3 refined soul-depleting pills he obtained this time, giving 10 pills to each of the 8 Realm Masters. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm said, "These 10 are the best Great Tao soul-refining pills. The effect is 100 times better than the previous ones. You should refine them well. The soul seal can at least be removed. If we do this 2 more times, we will be able to remove the mark, and then you will all be truly free." The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm did not take out all the Void Soul pills. He only gave 10 to each person and kept nearly 70 for himself. He calculated that only 30 soul beads were needed to remove the mark left by the soul beads. The remaining 40 are for emergency use. Everyone has selfish desires, and the male protagonist Musha is no exception. The 8 people accepted the Sanlian Shuhuan pill, and number 3 whispered, "Number 9, why don't you keep him and let him refine the pill for us?" Taoist Master Musha said jokingly, "He was able to escape from the Great Tao Wild Beast King. Are you sure you can keep him?" Number 3 was shocked. Did he lure out that Great Tao Wild Beast King? Everyone was silent. Being able to escape from the Great Tao Wild Beast King proved that he had an amazing ability to save his life. It's not easy to keep this kind of person. Only the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm knows best that the little thing on Lin Muyu's shoulder has terrifying control over the avenue of space. In his formation, he could manipulate the formation at will, which was something that ordinary Taoist masters could not do. Chapter 3798 The Emperor in the Beast Abyss. Traveling through the small spiritual realm, they were getting closer and closer to the edge of the Jinmu spiritual realm. The little python said, "Master, I feel this leaf is not simple." Lin Muyu smiled and said, "It's nothing more than adding some positioning functions, but he should also know that I have the ability to block his positioning. It's okay. Since it's given to me, I'll use it generously and put it away after I leave the Great Spirit Realm. At least with it, we can be much more convenient in the Great Spirit Realm." The little python said, "After we leave the Great Spirit Realm, do we have to go back to the Golden Flower Great Spirit Realm?" Lin Muyu said, "It's almost time to go back. I don't want to go to the beast. This trip lasted for more than 100 years and I gained a lot, seeing a wider world." The number of wild beast essences in his hands has reached 25 groups, but unfortunately, in the following decades, he has not encountered any virtual or real spiritual realms, and the innate original treasures have not increased. There are still only 3 portions of 540. One of the 3 is from the Redstone Emperor Pass. This also made Lin Muyu truly realize that the innate origin treasure is really hard to find, much harder than the essence of wild beasts. It's no wonder that the D-Ting beast needs it so much. Even a being like it finds it difficult to obtain something, so it's already very rare for him to get 3 copies. Arriving at the edge of the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, this was his second time leaving the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, and the direction he left was different from the last time. The Beast Abyss was seen from afar. It was circling the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making it difficult to make an accurate judgment. The little python muttered, "The last time I saw the human emperor, he was next to the Beast Abyss. I wonder if he's still here this time." Lin Muyu smiled and said, "God knows the answer to this question. Anyway, he hasn't seen it yet." They chose a direction and planned to bypass the Beast Abyss. Although the Beast Abyss is large, there is no danger as long as you don't get too close. Buzz! The void shook, and roars came from the Beast Abyss, as if some kind of creature was about to rush out from it. The little python trembled. "What is that sound? It's so scary." Lin Muyu shook his head. "It should be the existence of the beast in the abyss. The Beast Abyss is one of the passages between the real and virtual worlds. Living beings cycle through the Beast Abyss to achieve reincarnation. There are countless virtual beasts inside the Beast Abyss. According to Lin Muyu's previous observations, after entering the Beast Abyss, the virtual beasts line up and reincarnate in an orderly manner. However, Lin Muyu also knew that what he saw might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Beast Abyss. The real Beast Abyss would not be so simple. Even if there were some powerful beings, it would be normal. With one roar after another, the beast abyss began to shake violently, and a huge aura wanted to rush out like a volcanic eruption. The little python was so scared that it immediately moved away, preferring to take a longer detour to ensure its safety. Quiet. Following a low roar, a giant tree appeared above the beast abyss. The giant tree hovered above the beast abyss, suppressing the universe, and the beast abyss suddenly became quiet. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered to himself, Jianmu. The Jianmu great spiritual realm is filled with the aura of Jianmu. Even if you have never seen Jianmu's true form, you can still recognize it at a glance. Now that Jianmu has arrived, the Emperor Jianmu will naturally have arrived as well. Lin Moyu saw a vague figure among the branches and leaves of the Jianmu tree. The entire Jianmu tree emitted a hazy light, shrouding the human figure, making it impossible to see the true appearance. The beast abyss was quiet for a few seconds under Jianmu's suppression, and then began to shake violently again, with a roar coming from it, "Let me out." The voice of Emperor Jianmu sounded slowly, "The real world is your destination." Along with the majestic voice, Jianmu shone brightly, covering the entire beast abyss. The being in the beast abyss continued to roar, "Let me out." He shouted one after another, but it was obviously of no avail. His voice was getting weaker and the beast abyss was no longer vibrating. He could not escape the fate of being suppressed in the end. Emperor Jianmu was able to suppress the entire beast abyss single-handedly. His power was astonishing. After a few minutes, the beast abyss completely calmed down and Jianmu disappeared. The little python exclaimed, "What is in the beast abyss?" Lin Moyu didn't say anything, his eyes seemed thoughtful. Just now Emperor Jianmu mentioned the real world, but the roar from the beast abyss was shouting to let me out. Such a conversation means that the existence in the beast abyss originally belonged to the virtual world, but later entered the beast abyss, and now wants to come back. However, Emperor Jianmu did not allow him to come back, but hoped that he would go to the real world. From the brief conversation between the two, Lin Moyu analyzed the general situation of the matter. It might not be accurate, but it was basically like this. Once you understand this, the answer will be clear. If one can enter the beast abyss and still maintain a clear mind, without having his intelligence wiped out by the mysterious power in the beast abyss, then he must not be a virtual beast. Even a virtual beast with a first-class soul, once it enters the beast abyss, can only queue up and wait for reincarnation. The little spiritual realm king wouldn't be much better. Based on Lin Moyu's understanding of the little spiritual realm king, the little spiritual realm king doesn't have this ability. Then the only one who can maintain his thinking in the beast abyss and even attempt to come back is the emperor. In the beast abyss, there was an emperor who once entered, and it was very likely that he was the previous generation of Emperor Jianmu. He regretted and wanted to come back, but was stopped by the current Jianmu emperor. Lin Moyu felt that what Emperor Jianmu did was right. If he allowed you to come out, there would be two emperors in the Jianmu Great Spirit Realm, and there would definitely be problems. But this matter has nothing to do with me. It is a conflict between emperors. I should stay as far away from it as possible. The little python traveled a long way and finally left the Jianmu spiritual realm and entered the vacuum zone. Lin Moyu adjusted his direction based on the connection between himself and his original body and headed towards the Golden Flower Spirit Realm. The Jianmu Great Spiritual Realm gradually shrank in sight and became farther and farther away. The little python also became relieved. I can finally go home. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Do you miss home too?" The little python laughed and said, "Although the little python is just an imaginary beast, it is also an imaginary beast of the Jinluo Great Spirit Realm, and it will always miss home." Lin Moyu smiled, with a hint of emotion, "Yes, I always miss home." He thought of his wives and couldn't help sighing, "Do you miss home?" The little python was a little surprised. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Nothing, just thought of something." Suddenly his face changed and he shouted to stop. The little python suddenly stopped, and Lin Moyu looked solemnly, looking ahead. In the gorgeous avenue, a faint light appeared dimly in sight. The eye of the dead saw more clearly. It was a wisp of soul, right in front of him, about 10,000 miles away. If I don't stop, I will crash into it immediately. Although it was just a wisp of soul, it gave Lin Moyu an extremely powerful feeling. The little python could not see anything at all. In its sight, there was nothing in front of it except darkness. Lin Moyu patted the little python and threw out a magic talisman. You go in first. Although it didn't know what was going on, the little python still obediently drilled into the talisman. It knew that its master must have a reason for doing so. After putting away the little python, Lin Moyu called out the space demon, and then he felt a little relieved and flew a little closer. He stopped 1,000 miles away and saluted from a distance. I wonder what instructions do you have, Senior? Chapter 3799, The Remnant Soul of the Emperor. There was only a wisp of soul in front of him, but even this wisp was enough to frighten Lin Moyu. It's not about how strong the soul is, but the different levels of the soul. Lin Moyu had a feeling that if the other party wanted to kill him, he might not die, but it would be very troublesome. Lin Moyu has seen souls of this level before. The human emperor and the emperor are at this level. Lin Moyu has already guessed the other party's identity. He is the one who was suppressed in the Beast Abyss and could not come out. He is most likely the previous emperor. Although it was suppressed, a trace of its soul still escaped. How I did it is not important. What is important is that it came to me. The soul swayed in the void, and the power of the surrounding avenue was also affected and changed accordingly. I want you to do something. Lin Moyu said, please tell me, Senior. If I can do it, I will help you. I want you to kill the human emperor. He put forward his request. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched twice, and his soul twisted unconsciously. Senior, you are joking. With my strength, there is a huge gap between me and the human emperor. It said, not now, but in the future, I will teach you how to kill the emperor. Lin Moyu's mind moved. Is there any other way to kill the emperor? In his opinion, there is only one way to kill the human emperor, and that is to be stronger than the human emperor. But the human emperor is already the master of the great Tao of destruction, and has entered the place of return, where he will be eternal and immortal. Unless the place of origin collapses, the human emperor will have a chance of dying. But by then, I'm afraid the whole world will be destroyed and no one will survive. It said, do you agree? Lin Moyu did not refuse immediately. Why did you choose me, Senior? He already had some guesses in his mind, but he was not very sure. It said, because you are not from the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. The reason was the same as what he thought. There were many people who saw the Beast Abyss riot at that time, but he was not from Jianshu Tianling Realm. Obviously, the other party does not trust the people from Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. As for the leaves of the wood-killing Realm Lord, they could not be hidden from this kind of existence at all. Lin Moyu didn't want to get angry with him immediately, so he said in a roundabout way, then please tell me the method. If there is a chance in the future, I will help you to complete this matter. First asked about the method. As for when in the future it will be, God knows. Moreover, he had no grudge against the human emperor, so why would he kill the human emperor? However, if I really come up against the human emperor, this method might really come in handy. It whispered, you must be thinking that the human emperor is eternal. Unless the world collapses, the human emperor will not die. In the past, this may have been the case, but it is not the case now. The human emperor is no longer truly eternal. You have a chance to kill him. But just in case, I want you to take a vow. As it spoke, it waved its hands and condensed a ball of light, in which the great Tao lingered. You swear an oath to it. If you dare to disobey it, you will be punished by the great Tao and die. Lin Moyu frowned. This guy clearly wanted to help him, but he was so strong. To make a great oath on your own is no longer a request for help, but an order. It has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me like this. Even the D-Ting beast treats me equally. The same is true for the Redstone Emperor, who would not treat himself in this way. The one in front of you is just the remnant soul of the Emperor. I'm giving you some face and I'm installing it here. There was a slight anger rising in his heart, but Lin Moyu still tried to be as polite as possible. Forget about the oath. If you don't believe me, then please find someone else. I won't accompany you here. Just as Lin Moyu was about to leave, it shouted angrily, "Don't leave." Lin Moyu looked at him quietly. Do you have anything to say? Although I don't want to get angry or fight, I wouldn't be afraid if I really did fight. It whispered, since you don't want to do it, then I can only erase your spiritual wisdom. Lin Moyu understood the meaning. Senior, do you want to take over my body? It shook its head. It's not taking over my body, it's just turning you into a puppet to do things for me. Lin Moyu sighed. If you really want to do this, then I can only give it a try. Although I am weak, I can still make you uncomfortable. You finally managed to escape from the beast abyss with a remnant soul. It's a pity that you died here. Lin Moyu was still making his final efforts. He really didn't want to fight with Emperor Zun until the last moment. Even if it is just a remnant soul, God knows how many methods the Emperor has. It snorted coldly, you don't have the ability to do that. The wind blows slowly. Lin Moyu instantly felt a chill down his spine. He had seen this wind several times, coming from the beast abyss and the great Tao punishment. He even gave this wind a name, the Wind of Annihilation. The Wind of Annihilation can kill the skeleton god in an instant, and similarly, it won't be too difficult to kill yourself. Unexpectedly, it would be so deadly once it attacked. Lin Moyu knew that this battle was unavoidable, and shouted in a low voice, "Attack!" The space demon screamed, "Space cutting!" The space was cut open, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The Wind of Annihilation blew into the crack and failed to hurt Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the world-burning fire exploded, forming a large sea of fire that engulfed the opponent's soul. The fire of the burning world is extremely effective against souls. Even if you are the remnant soul of an emperor, it can burn you to tears. The remnant soul groaned, "What kind of fire is this?" Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "The fire that can burn you to death." The Necromancer talisman flew out, and the 5 elements giant appeared in the void. With a wave of his left hand, the Prisoner of Desolation array was activated, turning into countless silk threads that covered the sky and the earth. At the same time, the sword demon flew out and transformed into a giant sword in the hands of the 5 elements giant. The sword flashed, tearing through the void, and instantly swallowed up the remaining soul. The remnant soul screamed, "The great Tao of Sword, this is impossible, how can you drive the great Tao of Sword?" The remnant soul was frightened. 170 jumped violently. He recognized the power contained in this sword, which was clearly the essence of the great way of sword. However, the opponent did not draw out the true power of the great Tao of Sword, but just used it as his own weapon, which was a bit of a waste of talent. But he had no time to think at this moment, as the 5 elements giant, holding the giant sword in his hand, had begun a violent attack. Rays of sword light slashed at the remnant soul, which glowed faintly and turned into armor to block the sword light. After only a few attacks, the remnant soul saw clearly the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 elements giants. Although it is driving the main body of the Great Way of Sword, it cannot bring out the true power of the Great Way of Sword. It is just using it as a weapon. This is the dumbest method, and it cannot even bring out 1% of the power of the Great Way of Sword. It's a waste of the great sword to let you use it like this. The remnant soul emitted a trace of disdain, turned into mist and dissipated, and instantly appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly a ball of flame rose up. The remnant soul screamed and retreated quickly. Invisible flames were burning fiercely on its body. The flames were hazy and illusory, forming a sharp contrast with the fire that burned the world, but they were extremely terrifying and could directly burn the true soul. The true fire Taoist demon appeared on Lin Moyu's shoulder, his delicate little face staring coldly at the remnant soul. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, thunder erupted, and the 3 elemental monsters groaned at the same time. The punishment from heaven and earth came, and heaven and earth would not allow them to attack any living being above the level of Tao Lord. Chapter 3800. Who are you? The great calamity of punishment came, and the space Taoist demon waved his hand, and he instantly appeared beside the remnant soul. Space cage. The space was instantly cut into millions of pieces. Each area was a cube of 1 kilometer, forming a cage. The cages are connected to each other. Even if you break out of one cage, you are entering another one. The remaining soul was trapped inside and could not escape for a while. The true fire demon and the sword demon flew over at the same time and collided with the space demon. The sword demon turned into sword light and slashed forward, and the space demon opened up a space channel for the sword light, which directly slashed on the broken wall. A scream was heard. This sword was much stronger than the one used by the 5 elements giant just now. Under this sword, the remnant soul was injured and its aura was greatly weakened. This is the true power of the great Tao of sword. If the remnant soul was only a Tao master, he would surely die under this sword. The illusory and hazy true fire also burned him. Lin Moyu waved the fire that burned the world and turned into a fire dragon and swept away. The space demon also opened a channel, causing the space where the residual soul was located to be filled with flames. Then the space demon waved his hand, cut. Under the cage, countless tiny cracks appeared inside, like countless sharp swords, cutting the remaining soul, causing it to scream in agony. After brewing for a while, the punishment from heaven and earth finally arrived. Thunderbolts struck one after another, not only bombarding the elemental lich, but also bombarding the residual souls in the space cage. Just because they were too close, Tiandi Zhufa thought they were in the same group. Lin Moyu had already retreated far away and was out of the penalty area. The fire of burning the world, the road of true fire, the road of sword, the road of space, the punishment of heaven and earth roared at the same time, and the scene was chaotic and terrible. Lin Moyu looked a little worried and said to himself, "Do you really think that you can only use the great way of sword as a weapon? You are such an idiot." The reason for doing so is that they have no choice, because once the elemental lich is allowed to fire at full power, it will inevitably bring about the punishment of heaven and earth. By then, the elemental lich won't know whether it can survive the punishment of heaven and earth. But after seeing that it was useless to attack the remnant soul directly with the great way of sword knowledge, Lin Moyu knew that he had to do this. Not only did he let the elemental lich attack with all his might, he also wanted to lead the remaining souls into the calamity of heaven and earth to overcome the calamity together. Elemental liches are not afraid of death, and they don't care about any punishment from heaven or earth. As long as it is Lin Moyu's order, they will carry it out loyally. The thunder roared continuously, and Lin Moyu saw that this thunder was much stronger than the thunder that helped him summon the elemental lich just now. This thunderbolt was full of destructiveness. It didn't feel like a test, but a real punishment. It can be said that an ordinary Taoist master would be turned into ashes in just one blow under this kind of calamity. The remaining soul screamed nonstop, and its breath was getting weaker and weaker. This fellow, who was suspected to be the former emperor of Jianmu, managed to escape with a trace of his soul, but he chose the wrong target and all his efforts were wasted. I don't know when I'll have the chance to escape again. The elemental liches were also suffering from the calamity. They did not scream, but there were numerous wounds on their small bodies. Lin Moyu became more and more worried as he watched. Although it is said in the magic that elemental liches will not truly die and can be resurrected after death. But Lin Moyu knew that everything had its limits. Once the limit was exceeded, the elemental lich would also die. It is the same principle as the immortality in the Tao realm. The prerequisite for immortality is that no accidents occur. Now the elemental liches are facing the punishment of heaven and earth. Once they die under the punishment of heaven and earth, it is hard to say whether they can be resurrected. Lin Moyu also had no way to get them to do it. If possible, he really didn't want to. If the 3 elemental liches die, the true fire Taoist demon and the space Taoist demon can still be brought back. After all, they still have the corresponding materials. But the sword demon is really gone. For this, it all depends on luck. The spiritual flower is ready, and as long as there is still a breath left after the punishment, it can be saved. The remnant soul screamed, his injuries became more and more serious, and the remnant soul was almost dissipated. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. "Dao Yu, I was wrong. Please let go of my remnant soul. I will leave now and never trouble you again." Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Lin Moyu's words were full of sarcasm. At this point, you are still thinking about begging for mercy. What a joke. He won't be able to see how much he has paid. The remnant soul knew that begging for mercy would be useless, so he could not help but roar, "Just wait, once I escape, I will definitely kill you." Lin Moyu sneered, "Then let's talk about it after you get out of trouble." The thunder continued to bombard the remaining soul, and the screams became weaker and weaker, finally dissipating under the heavy attacks. Even if he is just a remnant soul, he is far superior to the Taoist master, and even better than the lord of the wood-killing realm. But after all, he is just a remnant soul. No matter how strong he is, there is a limit. His methods are extremely simple, and he used the wind of annihilation from beginning to end. But it can also be said that Lin Moyu did not give him the opportunity to use other means and directly trapped and killed him. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly. After the remnant soul died, it actually left behind a soul crystal. This soul crystal is different from the one he had obtained before. It is more refined and seems to have a hint of spirituality in it, and is not lifeless. Is it because the souls belong to different levels? The other person's soul is indeed at a higher level than his own, and even the soul crystal has changed. The punishment is still going on. He can't get through now and can only wait patiently. The three elemental liches curled up their bodies and trembled in the thunder, looking extremely pitiful. Lin Moyu felt distressed, but there was nothing he could do. In the punishment of heaven and earth, all methods are useless. The space demons were also unable to use the space avenue to protect themselves. The thunder simply ignored the space avenue and locked onto them directly. Moreover, Jeffa shielded his passive spells, and the damage caused did not affect other undead legions. The elemental lich's small body became broken in the punishment, with wounds everywhere, and it seemed that it would collapse at any time. Lin Moyu listened to the roar of thunder, and the thunder seemed to be hitting himself, Nuo Qianhao, which made him feel extremely distressed. At this moment, every second feels like a year. The punishment finally stopped after lasting for a full 10 minutes. The bodies of the three elemental liches became broken and hazy, and they just floated quietly in the void, their life or death unknown. Lin Moyu immediately flew over, and 3 spiritual flowers bloomed, wrapping up the 3 elemental spirits. The liches have not yet dissipated, and the spiritual flowers still have a chance to heal them. With a wave of his hand, the soul crystal refined from the remnant soul flew into his hand. This soul crystal is indeed different, full of spirituality, just like spiritual material. Lin Moyu felt it, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. These spirits are memories. Although the residual soul was refined into soul crystal, because his soul level was too high, the memory was not erased and was preserved. Lin Moyu asked the 5 elements giants to protect him, and at the same time deployed the 1,000 Dao Wanxiang formation, and began to absorb the soul crystals himself. Let me see who you are. Chapter 3801 Past Events. The world changed, and Lin Moyu instantly came to a brand new world, which was the memory world of the remnant soul. The fog was boiling, and Jianmu stood in the void, huge and immense, its tentacles spreading throughout the entire spiritual realm. On top of Jianmu, a human figure shrouded in rosy clouds stood in the void. He is obviously not tall, but he feels taller than Jianmu. Emperor Jianmu. When Lin Moyu saw this person, he immediately knew his identity. But this Jianmu Emperor seemed a little different from the one he had seen before. The voice of Emperor Jianmu roared, "Human Emperor, is what you said true?" The void vibrated and the sound spread far away. There is also an existence, corresponding to the void. That was the human emperor, and he also emanated a powerful aura, so powerful that the aura alone was enough to cause the void to distort. The human emperor is not weaker than the emperor, and both sides are almost on the same level. The human emperor spoke slowly, "I don't need to lie to you. Enter the beast abyss and fight to the deepest part of the beast abyss until you break the reincarnation cycle, and then you will have the opportunity to prove your truth." Emperor Jianmu did not speak, as if he was pondering the truthfulness of the words of the human emperor. The human emperor continued, I have been there once, and I am only one step away, so I came to find you. If you and I join forces, and combine the real and the fake, we will definitely be able to break through the last barrier and truly achieve enlightenment. Prove the truth. This word seemed to be filled with boundless temptation. Although Lin Moyu couldn't see the expression of Emperor Jinmu, he could feel that he was interested in moving. The scene in front of him changed, and Beast Abyss appeared before him. Emperor Jinmu and the human emperor came to the Beast Abyss hand in hand. The human emperor whispered, I will go first and wait for you in Zhang Abyss. As the human emperor rushed into the Beast Abyss, Emperor Jinmu seemed a little hesitant, but after a moment, he also rushed into the Beast Abyss. He did not bring Jinmu in, because as a virtual treasure of innate origin, it could not enter the Beast Abyss. After a while after Emperor Jinmu entered, Emperor Zai's figure suddenly appeared above the Beast Abyss. Lin Moyu frowned. The emperor had clearly gone in. How could he suddenly appear again? He didn't find the problem. The human emperor who entered the Beast Abyss and the human emperor who appeared now were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. The newly emerged human emperor threw out a formation disk, which activated and enveloped the Beast Abyss. In an instant, the Beast Abyss was covered by a large net. Then the third human emperor appeared, still exactly the same human emperor, with no difference at all. The human emperor grabbed with his big hand, the space shattered, and he grabbed Jinmu. With tremendous power rising, the human emperor began to refine Jinmu. BCBF, Lin Moyu was horrified by this scene. He suddenly realized how he had become the emperor. The 3 Lives secret method, the sky-covering stone. The human emperor who entered the Beast Abyss used the 3 Lives secret method and evolved it with the sky-covering stone, so he deceived the Emperor Jinmu. Then he used the 3 Lives secret method to evolve into another self, Chenhuajian. Jinmu is a virtual treasure of innate origin. How can it be so easy to refine? Moreover, Emperor Jinmu is not dead, so the difficulty of refining it is ridiculously high. Once someone refines Jinmu, Emperor Jinmu will definitely sense it, and he will naturally come out from the Beast Abyss. How could the incarnation of the human emperor evolved from the Shedian stone possibly stop the Emperor Jinmu? Sure enough, after a while, roars came from the Beast Abyss, and Emperor Jinmu came back to kill. The Emperor's true form snorted coldly, you can't come back, the real world is your destination. The formation covering the Beast Abyss blocked Emperor Jinmu. Lin Moyu noticed that this formation was not simple, as it could even block Emperor Jinmu. Heaven-covering stone, array plate, could it be that the human emperor has obtained that door and entered it? Lin Moyu couldn't help but speculate. Emperor Jinmu attacked the formation again and again, but he was unable to break through it for a while. The human emperor formed countless hand seals and performed secret techniques. The inside of the Beast Abyss exploded and a giant beast rushed out from it. Emperor Jinmu roared, "The Dao Huang Beast Emperor, Human Emperor, you actually cooperated with the Dao Huang Lu Emperor." The human emperor chuckled, "It's just a small cooperation. I hope you can survive successfully." Emperor Jinmu and the great Dao Wild Beast King fought each other, and both of them were driven into the Beast Abyss and disappeared. The human emperor's clone continued to refine Jinmu, and as time passed, Jinmu was finally refined. A new Jinmu emperor appears. The picture stopped abruptly and then shattered. Lin Moyu's eyes were extremely complicated. I never thought that the human emperor and the Jinmu emperor are actually the same person. No wonder they have such a good relationship. They are obviously the same person, so how could they not have a good relationship? This memory is so old that no one in the entire Jinmu spirit realm knows that their emperor has been replaced. Now the entire Jinmu Great Spirit Realm is under the control of the human emperor, so no matter what the human emperor wants to do, no one will object. Based on this memory, combined with the current situation, it can be analyzed that the establishment of the trading field and the promotion of soul beads later actually contained the purpose of the human emperor. Its purpose is very simple, to prove the truth. The reason why Emperor Jinmu was deceived in the first place was because of the word attainment of the Tao. But what exactly are they proving? Compared with the human emperor's plot, the struggle between himself and the world will of the origin continent is nothing more than a child playing house. But Lin Moyu knows that he is growing up, and one day, he will be able to grow up too. At that time, you will naturally understand what the human emperor has attained. Will his own way conflict with the way of the human emperor? If there is a conflict, he might have to fight with the human emperor. Hee. Lin Moyu smiled self-deprecatingly, laughing at himself for thinking too far ahead. I haven't even passed the level of the origin continent yet, so what's the point of thinking so much? He retracted the inappropriate thoughts and looked at the spiritual flower. 3 elemental liches curled up in the spiritual flowers. Their injuries had mostly healed, but they had not yet awakened. When these 3 spiritual flowers were used up, Lin Moyu took out 3 more spiritual flowers to wrap it. He released the little python again, took the 3 spiritual flowers with him, and continued to head towards the Golden Pavilion spiritual realm. The little python couldn't suppress his inner curiosity. Master, what happened just now? Lin Moyu shook his head. It's better for you not to know about this matter. It's no good to know it. If you are not careful, it may cause you to be killed. Of course, if you really want to hear it, I can tell you. The little python was startled and immediately said, "Don't tell me, that person. It cherishes its life very much and is also very timid, and it is obvious that it does not want to know." A few days after Lin Moyu left, a figure appeared at the place where Lin Moyu fought with the remnant soul. The person who came was a realm master, and he was one of the 9 people who came with Musha realm master. He said to himself, "A great war broke out here, and both sides were extremely powerful." As he spoke, he took out a mirror and shone it around. In the mirror, time moved forward and everything that had happened before was displayed. Lin Moyu's figure appeared in the mirror, but the entire battle seemed extremely blurry. When the calamity of heaven and earth appeared, the mirror made a crisp sound and a crack appeared on it. The face of the number 1 world master changed. Heaven and earth punishment. How can there be a heaven and earth punishment? The punishment from heaven and earth has erased the mark of time. We cannot find out what happened here. This boy is indeed extraordinary. Catch him and we'll know the answer after we ask him. His eyes swept across the void, following the remaining aura of Lin Moyu, and quickly chased after him. Chapter 3802, Seeing the World Clearly, Thinking Clearly. After 5 days and several rounds of using spiritual flowers, the 3 little guys finally woke up. During this period, Lin Moyu also felt that the 3 little guys were different. It looks like an elemental lich summoned by himself with magic, but because it survived the calamity of the Great Way when it first appeared, it is recognized by heaven and earth and can remain in the world. They copied the essence of the Tao and had their own intelligence, which was between living beings and spirits. In this second round of punishment from the avenue, the 3 little guys were severely injured and barely survived. Although the punishment was severe, some benefits were also gained. The restrictions imposed on them by the heaven and earth seemed to have been relaxed a little. In other words, their recognition had been raised a little. Although they still cannot do whatever they want, once they pass the test, they will be punished again, and it will be more severe and dangerous than the previous time. But raising the upper limit is a good thing, and a slight movement of the hands will not cause any harm. After the 3 little guys recovered, they continued to play as if nothing had happened, and laughter continued in the void. The little python gradually approached the Golden Flower Spirit Realm, and Lin Moyu summed up the gains and losses of this trip. During this trip, he saw the true face of heaven and earth, and had a more thorough understanding of the underlying logic of the entire world. Many of the puzzles I once had about the world have now been solved. The once illusory view of the world has now turned into a model and been constructed in the mind. This world is more complicated than we imagined, but there is simplicity in the complexity. The virtual world carries souls. It is the illusory side of the entire universe, but it has substance within it, so practitioners can move around in it, compete with each other, and seek breakthroughs. The real world carries the physical body, and it is also real and virtual. The soul can also manifest in the real world. Moreover, in the real world, the cultivator's soul and body are united, and they can exert the strongest combat power, but this is not possible in the virtual world. In the virtual world, there is the Emperor, who rules the Great Spirit Realm and is the true king of the Great Spirit Realm. As for the real world, no similar rulers have been found so far. Instead, practitioners from different worlds are fighting to the death. The Great Tao contest can take place in the virtual world, and it can also take place in the real world, and it is even more brutal. The Beast Abyss is a passage connecting the virtual and real worlds. After death, living beings pass through the Beast Abyss and undergo reincarnation. As long as the true spirit is not extinguished, the cycle of rebirth of living beings will continue endlessly. For the world's will and practitioners, the ultimate goal is eternity. However, the human emperor has already achieved eternity, yet he still wants to go one step further. His ambition is huge. While thinking, I thought of the human emperor, but then I erased him. This is not the issue I need to consider at the moment. After thoroughly understanding the structure of the world, he finally saw the true situation of the origin catastrophe that occurred on the origin continent that year. Back then, the Black Blood Realm and the Heavenly God Realm, along with some other worlds, passed through the fog of the world and launched an invasion of the origin continent from the real world. At that time, the two worlds approached the origin continent at the same time and were very close to each other. There is a corresponding relationship between the positions of the real world and the virtual world. When the distance in the real world is closer, the distance in the virtual world is also closer. After the invasion failed, the two worlds began to flee, not only in the real world, but also in the perimeter. Although the world will of the origin continent won, it was traumatized and fell into a deep sleep. It was precisely because of this that his progress towards the eternal stage was slowed down, and it also gave a glimmer of hope to billions of lives on the origin continent. Now, after countless years of recuperation and dormancy, the world's will has recovered. After he fully recovers, he will surely continue to move towards eternity. When all preparations are completed and that step is truly taken, all living beings in the origin continent will be sacrificed. His true spirit is still in the original continent, serving the world's will. If he fails to take back his true spirit before he takes the last step, he will also be sacrificed. And without regaining his true spirit, he could not be a match for the will of the world. The innate advantage has been lost, and now the remaining advantage is not the world will of the origin continent, and it does not know that it has to resist. Lin Moyu planned what he would do next. First, he would cultivate his own universe, improve his own cultivation, and find a way to regain his true spirit. As long as the true spirit returns, the rest will be much easier. If he wants to be cruel, he can even just leave, regardless of whether your world's will is eternal or not, let alone whether you will sacrifice all living beings. With the true spirit in hand, you are a free man. But Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't do this, as he didn't know whether the true spirits of his wives were still in the origin continent. Just this point alone makes him incapable. Besides, he still has friends and disciples in the origin continent, and he cannot abandon them. Therefore, Lin Moyu was sure that there would be a battle between himself and the origin continent. Requesting flowers. He wants to completely control the world's will and protect his own people. He was originally worried about what to do, but this trip to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm gave him new ideas. He could also follow the practices of the human race in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm and turn the world will of the origin continent into his own tool. In this way, he would have a great helper, and the creatures in the origin continent would be able to survive without affecting his own path. Why not do something that can achieve 3 goals at once? After clearing his mind, Lin Moyu became clear and knew what to do next. The mystery before him suddenly became clear. He let out a long breath, which contained his soul power and endless distracting thoughts, surging in the void for thousands of miles and lingering for a long time. There was a hint of complacency in his eyes. If it were someone else, figuring out these things would be like an epiphany, and their realm might even be elevated to a higher level. 00. Unfortunately, I am only accumulating. If the universe does not improve, it will be difficult for me to make progress. This road is long and difficult, but it is my own road, and I will keep going no matter how difficult it is. The space demon who was playing flew over and said, "Master, someone is catching up with us." As a space demon, he had the most acute sense of space and could detect someone chasing him from a distance. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked through the gorgeous avenue, vaguely seeing a ball of soul flame. Realm Master. Judging from the strength of its soul flame, this being is no weaker than the would-killer Realm Lord. It seems that the visitor has bad intentions. Lin Moyu thought about it and basically guessed that it should be related to his own Sanlian Shuhuan pill. Judging from the expression on Musha Realm Lord's face at that time, the importance of this Sanlian Shuhuan pill was beyond his expectations. The Realm Master is definitely not used for cultivation, but has other uses. Now that this World Master has come, Tian Yubaju also wants to refine the Void Soul pill for the third time. Lin Moyu said, "Get rid of him." The space demon shouted happily, "Great." With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyu and his party disappeared in an instant, teleporting hundreds of millions of kilometers away, without leaving any trace, and no one knew where they went. Realm Master number 1 came to the place where Lin Moyu disappeared and was a little stunned. "He's gone." At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and countless space blades swept out. Realm Master number 1 was unable to react and was hit by the space blades, and was in a state of embarrassment for a while. Chapter 3803. Is that what I can listen to? In a situation where it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, Lin Moyu did not have much interaction with Realm Master number 1. The other party is a top-notch Realm Master. If you want to deal with him, you will definitely need elemental liches to take action, and maybe more than one. Having just barely survived the punishment for the avenue, Lin Moyu didn't want a second round. "I was lucky last time and didn't die. If the elemental lich really dies next time, there will be no place to replace it. You will only know how difficult it is to obtain the innate treasures if you try to find them." So he simply let the space demon teleport away. It would not leave any breath when teleporting, so it would be difficult for the other party to track it down. Moreover, the space demon left a space crack, which was a small hindrance to him. After 5 consecutive teleportations, he has traveled 500 million kilometers, and the direction is also different from before. If you still can't get rid of it, then you have no choice but to fight. Lin Moyu said softly, "It seems that move 530 is not safe over there. Be careful next time you go there." The little python didn't quite understand. Why did that World Master come to find the Master? Lin Moyu said, "The Void Soul pill should have some magical effects. They are interested in the Void Soul pill." He basically had the answer in his mind. Some things didn't need to be very clear, just a hint was enough. After flying in the vacuum zone for dozens of days, a large spiritual area finally appeared in sight. A familiar breath came to his face, and as he approached the Great Spirit Realm, the connection between his soul and his body also strengthened. The Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm has finally returned after nearly 100 years. Outside the Great Spiritual Realm, the Beast Abyss still exists. Lin Moyu stopped to observe for a day, then bypassed it and entered the Golden Flower Great Spiritual Realm. After comparison, although both are Beast Abyss, the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm and the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm are different. The main reason is because of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor has done a lot of things over the years, many of which were aimed at Beast Abyss. Although he still didn't know what the Human Emperor was doing specifically, Lin Moyu knew that the Human Emperor was trying to go a step further, which was what he called proving the truth. To this end, he deceived the Emperor Jinmu, trapped him in the Beast Abyss, and used his own clone to become the new Emperor Jinmu, taking control of the entire Jinmu spirit realm, including the cultivators, countless creatures, and virtual beasts. He also refined soul beads, allowing the practitioners to continuously speed up their practice while using the soul beads to control them. But this was not Lin Moyu's business. He quickly rushed towards the Longhu small spirit realm to look for the Deting beast. The little python passed through the small spiritual realms at an astonishing speed and entered the Longhu small spiritual realm after only a dozen days. The Dragon Lake King sensed it and flew over immediately. When he saw Lin Moyu, he couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Why are you here again? Lin Moyu laughed. It seems that Longhu King does not welcome Lin. King Longhu snorted, turned around and left, not wanting to pay any attention to Lin Moyu. You can't beat him, you can't stop him, so why bother with him? Lin Moyu did not need the king of Longhu to lead the way. He found the home of the Di-Ting beast with ease and saw the Di-Ting beast lying at the door of his hut, seemingly taking a nap. Let the little python stay in the Dragon Lake small spirit realm. Lin Moyu flew over alone, and said loudly from a distance, Listen, Senior, Lin is here to visit you. Lin Moyu felt something different from a distance. In the small house behind the Di-Ting beast, the aura of the treasure was gone. There should have been a lot of precious materials in the hut, but now they are all gone. The Di-Ting beast opened his eyes sleepily. You're back, come here. After getting permission, Lin Moyu flew over and said, Senior Dieting is monitoring the world. How could you not know that I am here? The listening beast said, I do monitor the world, but I can't just stare at one person. What's more, you have never been to the world, so it's not easy for me to hear what I want to hear. The implication is that one can only control what happens in the world. As for things outside the world, it's not that it can't hear them, it's just that it's more troublesome. Lin Moyu asked, So what did the senior hear this time? Di-Ting beast said, It's all a mess, it's useless. Its nose suddenly moved, and it sniffed at Lin Moyu a few times. Hey, you didn't just go to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, let me smell it. The long neck stretched out, the huge head approached Lin Moyu, sniffed Lin Moyu again and again. There is also the smell of Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm and Hongshi Great Spiritual Realm. I didn't realize you've been to so many places. How did you think of going to those two places? As he was speaking, he suddenly heard a monster roar, and its head suddenly shrank back, and its entire body retreated to the edge of the island where it was. Lin Moyu asked curiously, Senior, what's wrong? The Dieting beast trembled, and its voice trembled. You. Have you stopped at that ship? Lin Moyu knew what the Di-Ting beast was talking about, but he still confirmed it by asking, Senior, are you talking about the deliverance boat? The Di-Ting beast nodded vigorously. Yes, it is now called the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu asked, Wasn't it called the deliverance boat before? The Di-Ting beast hummed, It used to have another name, but this has nothing to do with you. What happened after you entered the deliverance boat? Lin Moyu looked at the Di-Ting beast with a slightly strange look in his eyes. It was obvious that it really wanted to know these things. That expression was somewhat similar to that of the Redstone Emperor. But compared to the Redstone Emperor, the listening beast was not so anxious. Instead, it was more cautious and fearful. Lin Moyu said, Senior, how about we make a deal? The listening beast asked, What's the deal? Lin Moyu said, I told you everything that happened after I entered the boat. When I asked some questions, you told me that if you really want to charge, you can give me a discount. How about that? In this deal, it seems that Lin Moyu is going to suffer a loss, while the Di-Ting beast is getting all the benefits, and the decision-making power is entirely in its hands. In the eyes of Di-Ting beast, this is a kind of trust that Lin Moyu has in himself. It doesn't waste words. Okay, go ahead and tell me. The more detailed the better. Lin Moyu recounted in detail what happened after he entered the Dewey boat. The Di-Ting beast listened to Lin Moyu's story and gradually calmed down during the process. Until Lin Moyu saw the statue and heard the voice. The Di-Ting beast's expression changed again, its mouth opened slightly, and it became visibly nervous. 5.5. Lin Moyu still concealed the matter of the Calamity Scepter, and only said that the other party wanted him to do something, but he couldn't tell what it was. The listening beast murmured, He is still here. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, don't you usually hear about what happens in the Dewey boat? The Di-Ting beast looked at Lin Moyu strangely, and said in a self-deprecating tone, Is that something I can hear? Lin Moyu asked, Who is in the boat? Di-Ting beast said, That is an existence that cannot be described. Don't ask me. I won't tell you, and no one else will tell you, unless you find out for yourself in the future. Didn't he ask you to do something? When you finish your work and go up again, maybe you will know. Lin Moyu knew the seriousness of the matter and stopped asking, "Then let's talk about something else." This time I discovered something in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. The human emperor tricked the Jinmu emperor into the Beast Abyss and then replaced him. Chapter 3804 The Last Step. As he spoke, Lin Moyu observed the changes in the D-Ting Beast's expression. Compared to the nervousness when it heard about the Dewey boat just now, the D-Ting Beast has now returned to its original calm state. D-Ting Beast said, "I know about this matter. It was the human emperor who did it, but we can only blame Jinmu for being too stupid." However, throughout the history of the Void Realm, the 3 previous and current Jinmu emperors were not smart, and it is no exception. Lin Moyu said, "It turns out that there have been 3 Jinmu emperors. The current Jinmu emperor played by the human emperor is the 4th one." D-Ting Beast corrected Lin Moyu's words, "You are wrong. The human emperor is not pretending to be the Emperor Jinmu. He is now the Emperor Jinmu. It's like you have refined the innate virtual treasure and become the king of the small spirit realm. Although you are not a virtual beast, there has never been a rule that the king of the small spirit realm must be a virtual beast. Whether it's the king of the small spirit realm or the emperor of the great spirit realm, it has always been determined by the ownership of the innate virtual treasure. As long as you have a way to refine the innate origin virtual treasure in a certain great spiritual realm, you can also become an emperor." The answer from the D-Ting Beast overturned Lin Moyu's cognition. The emperor of a large spiritual realm is actually determined by the innate origin 13 Zhou Bao. It is not that one becomes an emperor by refining the innate origin virtual treasure, but one becomes an emperor by refining the innate origin virtual treasure. The listening beast laughed and said, "Do you find it incredible? This is the rule. For example, in the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm that you have been to, there is no emperor. If you can refine the innate origin virtual treasure inside, you can become the new Shaguan Emperor. In the 9 great spirit realms of the Void Realm, everyone thought there were 9 emperors, but in fact, there are only 7 in total." Lin Moyu blurted out, "Which great spiritual realm has no emperor?" D-Ting Beast said, "The Dusk Spiritual Territory, but it is very dangerous there." Lin Moyu said, "Since there is no emperor in the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm, why doesn't the human emperor occupy it?" The D-Ting Beast laughed. "Who said he didn't go? He went there before, but he just didn't succeed. He went to not only the Shaguan Great Spirit Realm, but also the Magoo Great Spirit Realm, and almost didn't come back. Do you think the emperor is a fool? If he hadn't failed twice, he wouldn't have planned to target Emperor Jinmu. After all, he is the emperor. If he fails, it will be very troublesome. Although the human emperor is strong, the emperor is not weak either. Just a wisp of residual soul is no worse than the top realm master. You have to use your own main song element Witch Sister to take action and attract the punishment of the Great Way to kill him. If it is the real body, its power is unimaginable." At this point, the D-Ting Beast suddenly changed the subject. "But if you go to the Magoo Great Spirit Realm, maybe it will be better, and there is a high probability that you will be able to survive." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't flatter me. Do you know what kind of enlightenment the Emperor wants?" The D-Ting Beast's eyes revealed a trace of yearning, and at the same time a little despair, and he sighed softly, "That is the last step. Only after achieving eternity can we see that step." Lin Moyu asked, "Can it be seen after eternity?" D-Ting Beast Dao, "Yes, as long as you step into eternity, you will be able to see the last step, and you will know that that step is the path to enlightenment. But that step is too difficult, too hopeless, and I simply can't take it." Lin Moyu asked, "Can't you step over it?" The D-Ting Beast shook his head and said, "It's impossible. When I saw that step, I knew that I would never be able to pass it in this lifetime. Some emperors were unwilling to give up and wanted to take that step. They tried every possible way, but none of them succeeded. In the endless years, many emperors have fallen because of this. The 2 emperors Xiaoguang and Mugu died because of this. Now, the remaining emperors have given up, and only a few practitioners from the real world are still working hard, and Huang is one of them. It's just that each of them sees the final step differently and takes a different path. As for who will succeed, no one knows. Lin Moyu thought of the more than 20 avenues in the land of return. The masters of those avenues were all beings who had achieved eternity like the human emperor. They all saw their last step, some had given up, some were still trying. The human emperor is just one of them, not the only one. Lin Moyu realized that one day he would also see his last step. At that time, will I find a way to bravely move forward, or will I stop like the Ting beast and not move forward? The answer to this question can only be known after one achieves eternity. Although he knew from the Ting beast how difficult the last step was, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, has no one ever succeeded before? The listening beast smiled mysteriously, maybe there is, but I don't know. But there is a person who has taken half a step, which is halfway to success. You have heard the voice of that guy. Lin Moyu was surprised. He realized who that person was. As for the person in the Dewey boat, I could only hear his voice but not see him. The man took a half step and was halfway to success. The Ting beast laughed and said, so you know how terrifying that guy is. Although he succeeded halfway, he also paid a huge price. He can only stay in the boat and cannot come out. He is trapped inside. Unless he can take the other half step, he will have a chance to escape. Lin Moyu was silent. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between the human emperor, and the deliverance boat. The ultimate goal of these top beings is to take their final step. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't say anything, the Ting beast couldn't help but laugh and said, are you shocked? Actually, it's nothing. The so-called cultivation is just chasing 130 and seeking to be the strongest. In the process of pursuing the strongest, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. In some worlds, mortals fight for supremacy, and one general's success comes at the cost of thousands of lives. If you put this sentence into the world of cultivators, it is actually normal for one person to achieve enlightenment and sacrifice thousands of worlds. So, in many cases, kindness and sympathy are the most useless and the least qualified. Only when you reach the top are you qualified to look back and pity others. Although the words are cruel, they are indisputable facts. Mortals fighting for power may sacrifice hundreds of thousands or millions of people, but when cultivators fight for the great Tao, the sacrifices will be tens of thousands or even millions of times more. Isn't this the case with the Origin continent? In order to achieve eternity for itself, it buried the world twice and even sacrificed all the living beings in the world. For many practitioners, as long as they can achieve their own Tao, other people's lives are nothing at all. Lin Moyu sighed, you are right, it is true, but everyone has their own choices. I have my own way and my own beliefs. I only rely on 4 words, a clear conscience. Eternity is still far away from me, and the last step is even more so. Now I have to face the world's will at its peak, and I will take this step first. I saw in the Jinmu Great Spirit realm that the human emperor created a method that can turn the world's will into a tool puppet, but this method will not be leaked. I wonder if you know it. If you can, please sell it to me. Chapter 3805 Soul Stealing Technique. The most important purpose of Lin Moyu's visit to the Ting beast this time is to ask the Ting beast to buy the method to turn the world's will into a tool. He had asked the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm about the method of the human emperor, and he had also looked for it in the trading field himself. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm made it very clear that this method cannot be spoken of. At that time, when the human emperor told them the methods of these realm masters, they all swore an oath that whoever told the methods to others would be punished. They were in the area ruled by the human emperor, and no one dared to disobey the human emperor. If Lin Moyu wanted to know this method, he needed to ask the human emperor. How could Lin Moyu possibly ask the human emperor? It would be really uncomfortable. Even if the human emperor was willing to tell him, there would definitely be many restrictions, and it might not be completely right. Maybe there would be a trap somewhere. You can't discover the trap set by an existence like the human emperor. So Lin Moyu decisively came to find the Ting beast. Compared with the human emperor, the Ting beast was much more reliable, and Lin Moyu also completely trusted the Ting beast. The Ting beast looked at Lin Moyu. Are you going to use this method to deal with your world will? Lin Moyu nodded. I have thought about it. This method should be feasible. Di Ting Shou Dao, it is indeed feasible, and this method can greatly increase your chances of winning. Then why didn't you tell me last time? Lin Moyu suddenly asked, looking at the Di Ting beast to see how it would explain. I asked it so clearly last time, but it clearly knew there was such a method, but it didn't tell me. The Di Ting beast laughed and said, you didn't ask, and you would know when you got to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, right? This method is very precious and worth a lot of money. Lin Moyu would know what it meant. Only when he asked could it offer a good price. If he asked it on his own initiative, the price would probably not be too high. Lin Moyu was somewhat helpless as he had to ask for help from others. Well, then, you name your price. In the conversation just now, Di Ting Beast didn't even offer a price. After chatting for a long time, they finally got to the point. The Di Ting Beast laughed and said, you went to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm this time and crossed the vacuum zone between the Great Spirit Realms. You must have encountered the Heavenly Dao Wild Beast. Lin Moyu generously admitted, I have encountered it. Listen carefully to the beast, I only have one piece of Wild Beast essence. Lin Moyu frowned, you don't have a world to cultivate, what's the use of the Wild Beast essence? The listening beast shook his head and said, the essence of wild beasts can be used for more than just cultivating the world. I have other uses for it. As for what it is for, don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you agree to the price or not. Lin Mofin now has 25 balls of wild beast essence in his hand, so it would be no problem to give one ball to the Di Ting beast. However, since he offered this price, it means that the value of the wild beast essence is indeed not small. In this case, I can't agree to it out of hand. But the Di Ting beast is not like the third ancestor. It doesn't like to play dumb, so Lin Moyu decided to be direct and straightforward. I can give you the wild beast essence, but I have to bargain for it. The Diting beast's eyes lit up. Tell me, what else do you want to know? Lin Moyu asked, 3 questions. First, why does the human emperor know the 3 life secret technique? Second, the human emperor has the heaven-covering stone. Has he been to the world behind the door? Third, where did the great Dao wild beast come from? Lin Moyu asked 3 questions in a row, but he did not expect the Di Ting beast to answer all of them. Although these 3 questions may not be difficult for the Di Ting beast, and these things are not of much value to others. But it's different for myself. If I ask this question, the Di Ting beast will definitely raise the price. Sure enough, after he asked 3 questions, the listening beast laughed and said, you have too many questions. This ball of wild beast essence is not enough. Lin Moyu said, then there are 2 groups, but I have another question. The Lord of Hell said that something behind the door came out. What is the text of what escaped from behind the door? 1 secret technique plus 4 questions in exchange for 2 balls of wild beast essence. Lin Moyu thought it was fair. The Di Ting beast nodded slowly. This price is fair, let's make the deal. As it spoke, it gathered illusory power and turned into a transparent jade plate. It infused the secret technique into it and handed it to Lin Moyu. Knowledge is priceless. Lin Moyu has a deep understanding of this. The secret method that the human emperor strictly forbids others to disclose is directly sold by the Di Ting beast for money. In this world, the biggest intelligence chief is undoubtedly the Di Ting beast. It's just that the information is too expensive and most people can't afford it. The soul power moved, activating the jade token, and a secret technique called soul stealing technique immediately flowed into the soul and was quickly mastered. Lin Moyu discovered that this secret method was very different from the secret methods he knew, but it was somewhat similar to the 3 lives secret method. The soul stealing technique feels somewhat similar to the 3 lives secret technique. They share the same origin. Lin Moyu asked instinctively. Di Ting beast laughed and said, your feeling is correct. This secret method is indeed the same as the 3 lives secret method. They both come from behind the sect. Your first question is why the human emperor knows the 3 lives secret method, because he created it himself, and the source is behind the door. The human emperor is very smart, and the 3 life Buddha is also very smart. They saw the same thing behind the door, and then both created the 3-life secret method. But the human emperor is obviously smarter. He also created the soul-stealing technique. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. The 3-life secret method was created after seeing what is behind the door. The answer from the Di-Ting beast once again disrupted his cognition. He always thought that the 3-life secret method was created out of thin air by the 3 Lives Buddha, and for this reason, he admired the 3 Lives Buddha very much. But I didn't expect that the answer given by Di-Ting was like this. Di-Ting beast said, "It is not easy to create this kind of secret method. Even if they saw something, it is rare for them to be able to create a corresponding secret method. That guy also went in there and saw that thing, but he didn't create any secret method. This alone is enough to prove that Sancheng Buddha is a top genius, but the human emperor is more amazing." The Di-Ting beast continued, "Now to answer your second question." Lin Moyu immediately stopped. "Regarding the second question, I want to change it." The Di-Ting beast shook his head. "No, the deal has already been made. How can we just change it?" Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. "Forget about losing money, but can you please tell me some irrelevant information for the sake of our pleasant transaction?" He also didn't expect that the answer to the first question would be like this. The human emperor had also opened that door and gained insights from it, creating the 3-life secret method and the soul-stealing technique. What about the second question? I can only hope to be able to say something now. The Di-Ting beast seemed to enjoy seeing Lin Moyu's annoyance, and smiled brightly. "You asked this question yourself, so you are not allowed to regret it. The human emperor's heaven-covering stone was obtained from behind that door. The function of the heaven-covering stone is to block the secrets of heaven and earth. It can deceive the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one can see through the clones it evolves. Once the clone dies, the great Tao of heaven and earth will think that it is really dead for a period of time. Of course, there are other uses for the heaven-covering stone. You can use it yourself." Okay, the third question. The great Tao wild beasts come from the origin ancestral land. There is a place called the Wasteland. Chapter 3806, Impurities on the Avenue, Evil Spirits Behind the Door. Wasteland. When Lin Moyu heard this name, he knew that his guess was mostly correct. The Di-Ting beast continued to talk about the great wild beast. The great Tao wild beast is not an ordinary spirit beast, nor is it an imaginary beast, much less a living being. It is the final result of the irreconcilable elements formed by the intersection of the yin and yang sides of the great Tao. You can regard them as impurities of the great Tao. They seem useless, but they are bound to exist. As long as the great Tao exists, the great Tao beasts will not become extinct. In the origin ancestral land, there is an area called the Wasteland, which is where the great Tao wild beasts gather. The origin ancestral land connects both the real and the unreal, and occasionally there will be some gaps, so Tiandawang will leave the origin ancestral land. Some of the great Tao wild beasts entered the virtual world and existed in the vacuum zone, while the other part entered the real world. Later, a great Tao wild beast king entered the real world. It summoned most of the great Tao wild beasts in the real world, occupied a world, and turned that world into another wasteland. Because the great Tao wild beasts evolved from the impurities of the great Tao, they carry bad luck and all kinds of strange things will happen to them. Lin Moyu thought of the Sun Dragon. At that time, in order to avoid being hunted down by the Lord of Hell, the Sun Dragon went to a foreign land and finally entered the wasteland, where the Sun Dragon was tainted with bad luck. This ominousness comes from the impurities in the great Tao and cannot be eliminated. The Lord of Hell can only give up his plan because he is also afraid. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "The great beasts I encountered in the vacuum zone did not seem to be ominous. Listen to the beast's way. The impurities of the great Tao are concentrated in the flesh of the great Tao wild beasts, and naturally will not appear in the virtual world. Although they carry the impurities of the great Tao, their souls contain the essence of the great Tao, so hunting great Tao wild beasts in the virtual world can harvest the essence of the wild beasts. The Tao is divided into yin and yang. This applies to all 3,000 great ways. When impurities gather and the body is tainted with misfortune, the soul becomes the condensed essence of the great way. I can only say that this world is so magical. Lin Moyu had already gained a deep understanding of the Yin-Yang and the real immortal, so he could naturally understand. You just mentioned the Wild Beast King. How powerful is it? D Ting Beast said, don't you already have the answer in your heart? Eternal. Lin Moyu did have the answer. He had seen how powerful the Wild Beast King was, so he could naturally guess the level of the Wild Beast Emperor. Lin Moyu said, well, he is someone I cannot afford to offend anyway. D Ting Beast Dao, just because you can't provoke me now doesn't mean you can't provoke me in the future. You have to have confidence. And you don't have to worry. The Wild Beast King won't show up easily. It has its own pursuits. Lin Moyu's eyes sparkled. You mean, they are also pursuing the last step? Listen carefully to the beast's way. The great way is impartial. You cultivators can pursue the last step, so why can't the Wild Beast King? These words left Lin Moyu speechless. Yes, he could do it, the Emperor could do it, so why couldn't Huang Zhenghe do it? As long as you reach eternity, you will see your last step and you can pursue it. Lin Moyu said, there is another question. The D Ting Beast laughed. You have answered so many questions, shouldn't you pay first? Lin Moyu simply took out 2 balls of Wild Beast Essence. Among the 25 balls of Wild Beast Essence he collected, these 2 balls were the smallest. The listening beast didn't care and put it away directly, saying with a smile, that door can be regarded as one of the most mysterious things in the world. No one knows how many years it has existed, and no one has truly refined and tamed it. For countless years, it has passed through the hands of many top talents, but no one can truly own it. Lin Moyu didn't understand what was said, but he was not in a hurry to ask, thinking that the D Ting Beast should be able to explain it clearly. That door would disappear every once in a while, and then appear in another place. And when it's turned on, danger may come, but it doesn't happen every time, Beth, it depends on luck. The 3 Buddhas and the Lord of Hell were lucky and did not encounter any danger. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Is the human emperor in danger? The listening beast continued, in such a long time, many people have opened it. The Lord of Destruction, the Lord of Time, and several emperors have obtained it and opened it. In addition to this, many Tao masters have obtained it. The emperor encountered danger behind the door, and a great battle broke out, causing him to be injured. However, he was very powerful, and he finally came out alive, albeit in a rather embarrassed state. As for what's behind the door, I don't know. It's not something I can hear, and God has never been in there. I have also asked several emperors. Each of them had different experiences and gains, but there is one thing in common, that is the Wan Miao Monument. Behind the door is a Wan Miao Monument. The 3 life secrets and the soul-stealing technique are both related to it. As for what escaped, it was a scary creature, and the butcher didn't know what it was. Scary guy. Lin Moyu could never have imagined that the guy who escaped didn't even know the D Ting Beast. But there's no point thinking about it now, there's always a way to deal with it. My own world-burning fire is very effective against souls. Even if I can't kill it, I should be able to protect myself. The D Ting Beast looked at Lin Moyu. Don't think you can rest easy. Even the human emperor is in danger. If you deal with him now, you will die. Lin Moyu was stunned. So scary? D Ting Beast said, it's good to know. Although the Lord of Hell in your world is average in strength and a bit timid, it must be said that being timid has its advantages. He was cautious enough back then. He threw the door far away when he saw something was wrong. He was not greedy. So after that guy came out, he didn't find him. As for you, you are brave enough, so sometimes you die quickly. Lin Moyu asked, now the Lord of Hell has changed his name to the Lord of the Other Shore. His Dao heart has been broken and it is impossible for him to reach the peak again. He said that things seemed to be looking for something. The D Ting Beast didn't care at all what the Lord of Hell was called. In its eyes, he was just an ordinary Taoist master and nothing insignificant. D Ting Beast said, it is indeed looking for something, but I don't know what it is looking for. But this guy is quite dangerous. Several worlds have been destroyed by it. About 500,000 years ago, it found the Lord of Time and wanted him to open the river of time for it and help it find something. As a result, it had a fight with the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time seemed to have suffered minor injuries and escaped, and that guy also disappeared. Chapter 3807, One Group is Worth 100,000. The words of the D-Ting beast made Lin Moyu fall into deep thought. This terrible guy was intelligent and could hurt the Lord of Time. Having intelligence has both advantages and disadvantages. It may be safer, but it may also be more dangerous. Second, what exactly is it looking for? He was looking for the Lord of Time and wanted to enter the River of Time to look for him, but unfortunately he found the wrong person. It's not only the Lord of Time who can enter the long River of Time, but also those Tao Lords who have achieved success in cultivating the Great Way of Time. Lin Moyu said, I guess the Lord of Time would be happy to see it, and might even want to refine it. The listening beast grinned, and the tone of his voice changed. Not bad, the Lord of Time was so excited, but ended up in trouble. Lin Moyu looked at the D-Ting beast and asked, Where does your accent come from? Dieting beast quickly corrected, I have listened to a lot of worlds recently. The people in one of these worlds have an interesting accent. I learned a little bit of it without realizing it. Lin Moyu laughed dryly, I may also want to go find that door. I wonder if the senior can tell me what to pay attention to. The D-Ting beast said, I don't know where the door has gone. If you can find it, just remember one thing, don't be greedy. Lin Moyu remembered the words of the D-Ting beast and said, Then I will take my leave first. By the way, these 2 pieces of materials are for you, senior. He took out 2 pieces of innate treasures obtained from the virtual and real spiritual realms, one of which contained the great Tao of true fire, and the other contained the great Tao of space. Moreover, it is a precious material that contains the avenue of space and is also a spiritual treasure. The D-Ting beast took the treasure with shining eyes, and his voice became excited. Spiritual treasure, good stuff. I also promise you that when you really take action, I will find someone to help you drag the world wool in the virtual world. Lin Moyu nodded and bowed slowly. Thank you, senior. The D-Ting beast shook its head and said, No need to thank me, we have already agreed, we just each took what we needed. You have to face the danger behind the door on your own. I can't help you. Here's a root of my beard. If you need me, you can call upon me. In Lin Moyu's plan, he also wants to help Sanzu and others occupy a part of the world. The D-Ting beast has a secret method that can help Sanzu and others occupy the world smoothly. After obtaining the soul-stealing technique from the human emperor, the plan changed slightly, but overall there was no change. It just had one more step than before and was more powerful. This plan will take a long time and will require many adjustments during the process. 000. After bidding farewell to the D-Ting beast, Lin Moyu went to see the world occupied by the I-Soul Heart King. 100 years later, the world occupied by King Guixin has changed a little. Considering the evolution process of a world that can take millions of years, 100 years is really too short. At this time, the will of the world of Soul Heart King is in the stage of gestation, but because he is the king of the small spiritual domain, it is estimated that in another 1,800 years, he can pass this stage and enter the stage of transformation. By then he will wake up and I can communicate with him. If I give him some wild beast essence, he will be able to grow up quickly. The wild beast essence was so powerful that Lin Moyu felt that the remaining 23 balls in his hand were not enough. Maybe I'll have to find time to go hunting again. After flying in the virtual world for more than 10 days, I finally returned to the original continent. Even though the souls have been away from the body for 100 years, the attraction between them has not stopped at all, but has become even stronger. Once he returned to the soul world, the first thing he did was to put all the undead legions back and start summoning. A large number of undead troops were lost on this trip and need to be replenished. Lin Moyu directly entered the world and came to the core of the world. From the core of the world, Lin Moyu felt a strong sense of intimacy, as if it were his closest relative. This world was saved by him, and then cultivated by him, and the core of the world's origin is filled with his own will. The world regards me as its father, and I also regard the world as my child. Compared to the soul-stealing technique used by the human emperor, Lin Moyu felt that his relationship with this world was the most harmonious one. Take out a ball of wild beast essence, is that enough? A strong sense of joy suddenly emanated from the core of the world, and at the same time a faint will came over, yes. Today, the world's will is still very vague. Strictly speaking, it is still in the stage of gestation and is still far from the stage of transformation. Look how it works. Sending the essence of the wild beast into the core of the world, the entire universe suddenly shook, and Lin Moyu could feel that the world was rapidly becoming stronger. This speed of becoming stronger is many times faster than usual. As the master of the world, Lin Moyu can clearly feel every change in the world. Request flowers 0. The main world is located at the top of the entire universe. As the avenue becomes stronger, the upper limit of what it can accommodate increases, and all living beings in the world also gain huge benefits. Then the changes spread to the vast middle thousand worlds, which also benefited greatly, and finally spread to the infinite number of small thousand worlds. The entire enhancement process does not happen overnight. The essence of the wild beasts is not consumed quickly. Before the essence of the wild beasts is exhausted, the world can always be enhanced at this speed. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the world, and at the same time carefully watched the speed of refining the essence of the wild beast. After observing for several days, he came to the conclusion, it takes 100 years to refine a group of wild beast essence. In these 100 years, the speed at which the world has grown stronger is almost equivalent to 100,000 years of natural evolution. 100 years of wild beast essence is equivalent to 100,000 years. No wonder those creatures would send people to hunt for wild beast essence. And as the world becomes stronger, the refining speed may become faster, but the enhancement effect will not decrease. By then, perhaps 10 years will be equivalent to 100,000 years. The 23 groups of wild beast essences that he brought back this time can enable the world to complete an evolutionary process of more than 2.3 million years in less than 2,300 years. However, Lin Moyu still felt that more than 2,000 years of refining time was a bit slow. He was not sure whether the world will of the origin continent would give him so much time. After all, before the origin catastrophe, the world will of the origin continent had reached the peak of the transformation stage and was only one step away from eternity. Now that he has awakened again, his injuries may have healed, and it is possible that he can reach eternity in a very short time. If this is true, then the creatures in the origin continent don't have much time left. Lin Moyu pondered, but for a moment he could not think of a way to speed up the evolution of the universe. If I can't speed up, then there is only one way, which is to drag down the world will of the origin continent and prevent it from achieving eternity. As for the method, Lin Moyu probably has an idea, but whether it can be realized or not will only be known after trying it. The effect of the wild beast essence has been clarified, and the next step is to contribute to the evolution of the world. Taking out all the materials he had harvested, the immortal flame burned fiercely, and Lin Moyu began his summoning Great Cause 9. Chapter 3808, The Elemental Lich Never Left. The materials collected this time were not too many, only a few dozen, but they were all of very high quality. Moreover, there are a large number of materials, which contain great Tao attributes that are not found in the universe. Summon these materials into elemental liches, and then integrate them into the universe. In this way, the universe can obtain the corresponding avenue, and the entire world will become stronger. In a world, the more perfect the avenue is, the bigger it is. The former elemental liches have now all been integrated into the universe and turned into the avenues in the universe. They seem to have disappeared, but Lin Moyu could still sense their presence. That feeling was very strange. The elemental lich did not really leave, but just existed in a different way. And these avenues, like his children, convey a sense of intimacy. The summoning began. The material level was a bit high and it melted very slowly, so the summoning speed was not fast. However, the more the 610 office is like this, the more effective it becomes. The sword demon, the true fire demon, and the space demon appeared beside Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. He didn't call them, so why did the three little guys come here on their own initiative? Among the three little guys, the space Taoist demon is the most spiritual, but he is the most like a child. On the contrary, the true fire Taoist demon is much more mature. The true fire Tao demon spoke on behalf of the three people. Master, our Tao can also be integrated into this world. In the universe, the avenue of space and the avenue of sword already exist, but the avenue of true fire has not evolved. Lin Moyu said, "You are my strongest force at the moment. I need your help in many things. I cannot let you join in for the time being." The true fire Tao demon shook his little head like a wave drum. Even if we merge into this world, we will not disappear. The space demon and the sword demon nodded at the same time, confirming what the true fire demon said. Oh? Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, his thoughts raced, and he immediately thought of why this was happening. It was true that he had taken it for granted before. He thought that other elemental liches were like this, and that the three Taoist liches were also like this. In fact, this was not the case. They are different from other elemental liches. Although other elemental liches possess a certain great way, they do not possess all of it. Song only embodies a very small part of the attributes of a certain great way. If two pieces of material come from the same avenue and the materials are different, the elemental liches summoned will also be different. Therefore, each road requires a large amount of materials and the summoning of a large number of liches to complete it. However, the true fire Tao demons are different. They copied the original Tao. It may not be 100% complete, but the completeness should be at least 90%. Once they integrate into the universe, the avenue they represent can quickly become complete, or even directly reach perfection. And before, I felt that those elemental liches seemed to still exist. In fact, it was not an illusion, they really still existed. Each elemental lich has now become part of a certain avenue in the universe. It is precisely because of this that they cannot leave the avenue, otherwise it will cause the avenue to collapse. Only when the great Tao evolves completely, these elemental liches will merge into one and reappear. If it is really as I thought, I have countless avenues in the universe, which means there are countless elemental monsters. When the world is complete, countless elemental liches will attack at the same time. Lin Moyu was startled and thought of a possibility. This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it. But now, he is still far from that level. He pondered and said, if that's the case, then let's give it a try. Space Tao monster, you go first. The space demon hummed, and quickly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. Boom! The avenue of space emerged, and Lin Moyu could see that this avenue of space was incomplete and quite weak. After all, the universe was born not long ago, and all avenues are in urgent need of improvement. There are not many materials for the space avenue, and among the many avenues, its evolution speed is relatively slow. But now it's different. The Space Tao demon brought the entire copied space avenue and integrated into the universe. The avenue of space suddenly grew at an astonishing speed, hovering in the space. The power of space overflowed, tearing countless holes in the void of the universe. Behind the vast universe is a strange world, with a hazy atmosphere like fog, coming in without a gap. At the same time, the avenue of space began to improve rapidly, and the Space Tao demon dominated this change. The elemental liches in the space avenue before laughed happily, turned into streams of light, and drilled into the body of the space demon. One road only requires one elemental lich. All those weak elemental liches, all drilled into the body of the space Taoist sister. The aura of the space demon gradually changed, and so did his space avenue, which was slightly different from the space avenue in the ancestral land of origin. This is the avenue that belongs to Lin Moyu and the world, so it must be different. At the same time, the sword demon still maintains the original Tao body he copied, so in the origin continent, in the area radiated by the origin ancestor land, he can still exert his powerful power as before. The avenue of space was perfected, and the world roared again, as if it was celebrating. A powerful aura rose from Lin Moyu's body, and the shackles that had troubled him for many years were finally released at this moment. Lin Moyu began to move towards the first-class soul. A thought came to me, you guys go too. The true fire demon and the sword demon took orders and also integrated into the universe and evolved into the Great Tao. The Great Way of Sword became complete, and the liches that were originally in the Great Way of Sword were integrated into the sword monsters. In the void, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere, and the true fire Tao emerged. It evolved rapidly from illusion to reality under the leadership of the true fire Tao demon. The world is getting stronger, constantly breaking through the upper limit, and Lin Moyu's realm is also improving accordingly. The Tao realm materials brought this time melted one after another, and elemental liches appeared and quickly merged into the universe. The essence of wild beasts, the three great Taoist demons, and a large number of elemental liches worked together to push the world to a new height. Lin Moyu was also successfully promoted and stepped into the first-class soul. Lin Moyu's promotion was very smooth and natural, and his current bottleneck is the world. When he was promoted, a strong aura rose from Lin Moyu's body. However, this aura was completely blocked by Antares, and no one in the outside world knew about it. Antares woke up with a start, looked down, and sent a message to Lin Moyu, "You're back?" Lin Moyu's voice sounded at 2.3, "Well, I have something to deal with first, and I will tell you in detail later." "Okay." Although Antares didn't say anything, his eyes at this moment were filled with joy. Lin Moyu had been gone for 100 years, and he was more or less worried. The virtual world was not a peaceful and prosperous place, and accidents could easily happen there. During his cultivation career, several dangers came from the soul void. When Lin Moyu returned safely, he was very happy. The summoning of all elemental liches has been completed and they have begun to integrate into the world. Lin Moyu was in a very good mood as he watched several new avenues take shape and the world became more complete. All things are difficult at the beginning. As long as the prototype is evolved, with the help of the essence of wild beasts, the speed will be fast. He left the universe and entered his own soul world. He came to the edge of infinite fusion and took out the spiritual treasure containing the avenue of space. Chapter 3809 Fat Baby Tree. The originally quiet, infinite fusion suddenly became excited. It kept buzzing and vibrating, flying around Lin Moyu, looking flattering. "Yes, I want to eat." Anxious messages kept coming. It has not been given good food for many years, and Lin Moyu does not tease it, but directly gives it precious materials. Lin Moyu knew very well that infinite fusion was not picky about the properties of the materials, it only cared about whether they were spiritual materials. As long as it is spiritual material, it will accept it. This time it is an innate treasure of great origin, of extremely high level, enough for infinite fusion to digest for a period of time. I don't know if infinite fusion can become stronger after it is completely absorbed and digested. I always feel that the true power of infinite fusion has not yet been fully demonstrated, and there is still a lot of potential to be tapped. Lin Moyu then checked the various magic stars. As he was promoted, the magic stars became a little stronger, but overall there was not much change. This road seems to have come to an end. This feeling did not appear now, but had already appeared when he was in the Dao Zone realm. However, there were still Dao realm and Dao Lord ahead, so we could continue to move forward. But now, he has already reached the Dao realm of the first-class soul, and one step further will be the Dao Master. The Dao Master said that he could compete with the Dao Master, and move from the projection Dao Master to the original Dao Master, and finally control the entire Dao, and send the Dao back to its source like the human emperor, becoming the master of the Dao and achieving eternity. At the same time, when becoming the master of the original body, one can also occupy the world and become the master of a realm. This is what the practitioners in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm did. There are already countless examples in front of us, and there are clues to follow. This is the right path, but it doesn't work in the origin continent. The world will of the origin continent will not allow anyone to become the master of the Tao. Once there is any sign of this, it will strangle it, even at the cost of burying the entire era. Therefore, in the origin continent, becoming a Tao master is already the limit. Competition for the great Tao can be carried out, but it cannot be excessive and must be stopped in moderation. Lin Moyu now clearly knows that he has reached the limit of the origin continent. One more step forward and you will reach the Taoist master, and after that there is no way to go. Then he had to find a way to get his true spirit back, and then continue on his own path. I feel like something special will happen when I become a Taoist master. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that he had 6 avenues, and they were advancing in parallel. If he wanted, he could even become the master of the 6 avenues. He used to think so too, but after seeing the avenue of the human emperor, his thoughts changed a little. The human emperor cultivated more great ways and possessed all 5 elements, but he did not become the master of those great ways. What truly made him the human emperor was the great way of destruction, and he was the lord of destruction. I may have to choose one of them at that time, but which one is better? Lin Moyu has no answer yet. Don't worry about it for now. It won't be too late to think about it when the time comes. There are 6 avenues. In addition to the avenue of time, there are 5 more avenues to choose from. What's more, last time someone called me the Immortal Lord, I can at least choose the path of immortality. Lin Moyu put aside his thoughts and came to the Hell of Bones. The skeleton hell has not been seen for more than 100 years, and a lot of changes have taken place in it. The former Hell of Bones was his ultimate weapon. Today, the Hell of Bones is connected to the Great Thousand World, becoming the other side of the Great Thousand World. The creatures that died in the universe will follow the world tree into the skeleton hell, where their memories will be erased, and then they will return to the universe through the world tree to be reincarnated. In the reincarnations, the true spirit will eventually remain in the world tree, which is actually in the hands of Lin Moyu. Through his true spirit, Lin Moyu has the power of life and death over all living beings in the universe. Lin Moyu's arrival stirred up a huge wave of fire in the skeleton hell, and pillars of fire erupted and shot straight into the sky. Countless evil spirits from hell were shouting and roaring, extremely excited, as if they were welcoming the arrival of their master. Those dead souls, regardless of whether their memories of life had been washed away or not, now raised their heads and looked at Lin Moyu blankly. In their eyes, Lin Moyu is like the avenue, majestic and unparalleled. Lin Moyu also looked at them. There were humans, animals, and insects among them. All kinds of creatures in the world appeared here. In the distance, an extremely thick branch connects the Hell of Bones and the world. Master, you are back. With a hoarse voice, Black Prison flew over. He did not fly over from the dark pool of the underworld, but flew over from the branches of the world tree. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Why did you go there?" Black Prison prostrated himself in front of Lin Moyu. "The souls are reincarnating. It's a bit chaotic. I'll go over and take care of it." Lin Moyu looked at the orderly queue below and asked, "Are you in charge of all this?" Heiyu shook his head. "Part of it, and part of it is made by the world tree." World tree? When did the world tree become so smart? At this time, a branch stretched out, and on the branch stood a chubby little baby. "Owner." The little baby shouted happily. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. "Are you the world tree?" When he came back this time, he saw them all except the world tree. "The world tree is too familiar, and I know that there will be no changes," Doncher Jean missed. The fat doll said, "Yes, Master, I am the world tree. You can call me Little Tree." He answered questions fluently, and although his voice was childish and his appearance was cute, it was obvious that he was quite intelligent. How could such great changes happen in just over 100 years? Lin Moyu asked, "How did you come into being with wisdom?" Xiao Shu said, "It may be because of the 257 true spirit. The true spirits of those reincarnated beings will gather at my place. Those true spirits will have some memories, and I will also cleanse their memories with Black Prison. At first I just did it instinctively, and then one day I suddenly became intelligent." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. "That's not right. If your spiritual intelligence was born from those messy memories, you should be very confused." Xiao Shu said, "Yes, I think so too, but I don't feel confused." It seems that I have always had intelligence, but I have been sleeping and have woken up now. I feel like there is a large part of my memory that is still dormant and has not awakened. But I can't find those memories no matter what. I don't know what to do." His chubby face was wrinkled into a ball, and he looked very distressed. Lin Moyu understood that the World Tree originally had intelligence, but it fell asleep for some reason and its memory was sealed. Now, due to external stimulation, the spiritual intelligence has finally awakened, but the memory is still sealed. This explains why the little tree is so intelligent and doesn't look like a newborn at all. Lin Moyu touched his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, it may be that the time has not come yet. When the time comes, you will naturally get your memory back." Xiaoshu really enjoyed Lin Moyu's pat on the head and said with a grin, "Yeah, you're right." Chapter 38, Ten Yin and Yang Worlds. 100 years is not a long time. Lin Moyu has experienced a lot, understood a lot, and many things have changed. The awakening of the World Tree's spiritual wisdom was unexpected. The World Tree had already developed instincts, and Lin Moyu had guessed that the World Tree would eventually develop intelligence, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The key is not awakening, but waking up. The former spiritual wisdom awakened, and once awakened it was very mature, and a large amount of memories were buried and sealed. This also shows that the World Tree has existed for a long time and was not created by itself. Lin Moyu was reminded of something from a long time ago, the system that appeared when Aeonian just changed his job and awakened. The system that gave him one talent after another and saved his life shortly after he entered the big world. The system left the soul void and disappeared. I haven't thought about it for a long time. This time, the awakening of the World Tree's intelligence brought back memories. Before the World Tree took shape, his talent was just 3 flames burning in the virtual world. At that time, I didn't know what the virtual world was, I only knew that it was the void of the soul. Moreover, with his weak strength at that time, he was simply unable to stay away from the soul world. In that situation, the system guided me and helped me find my talent, laying the foundation for eventually becoming the World Tree. Thinking back carefully, since completing the job change, my cultivation path seems to have been guided by the system, including the screen I saw when awakening skills, telling me how to use the skills. He instinctively realized that this system, which had traveled through time like himself and then left, must have its own intelligence, and it must know a lot of things, including the past and present lives of the World Tree. If the system can be found, the answer to this question will naturally be found. If I can't find the system, maybe I can get some answers after the memory seal of the World Tree is released. In an instant, Lin Yu thought of a lot of things. However, these things are still unknown for the time being and will only be solved when time permits. He patted Xiaoshu's head and said, "You've done a good job. Can you handle it? Do you want to find someone to help you?" Xiaoshu shook his head. "I can handle it, and I have someone to help me." As Xiaoshu pointed to the distance, Lin Moyu saw some figures dancing around, and it seemed that someone was indeed busy. Xiaoshu said, "I merged some world spirits and asked them to help me do things. Master, I did not get your permission, so please don't be angry." Xiaoshu looked at Lin Moyu eagerly, as if he was a child who had made a mistake. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Well done. Since you can handle it, I'll leave it to you." The little tree was very tall and nodded his head. Lin Moyu looked towards the black prison. "In the years since I was away, the skeleton hell seems to have not stopped growing." Black Prison said, "Yes, ever since you, Master, connected the skeleton hell with the Great Thousand World, the cycle of living beings has been completed, and the skeleton hell has been getting stronger, but I don't know why this is happening." Although Black Prison manages skeleton hell on behalf of it, its understanding of skeleton hell is far from enough. This kind of thing can only be explored by Lin Moyu himself. Lin Moyu flew to the highest point of the skeleton hell, next to the gate of hell. Reach out and gently press on the gate of hell. Through the gate of hell, feel the pulse of the entire hell of bones. He is in control of all the changes that take place in the skeleton hell. I didn't understand the gate of hell before, but now I understand it completely. The gate of hell is fake, but it is not fake. The gate of hell really exists. It is the foundation of hell. Back then, the Lord of Hell practiced the avenue of hell, and behind the gate of hell is the avenue of hell itself. Therefore, when the gate of hell is opened, the power of the avenue of hell can be attracted. And there was a moment when this gate of hell opened a crack, bringing in a trace of the power of the avenue of hell. However, he did not use this to comprehend the great way of hell. He just used the skeleton hell as a magic spell, so the gate of hell was dispensable to him. Back then, after the gate of hell obtained that door, in order to conceal its existence, it hid it behind the gate of hell. Everyone only knows the existence of the gate of hell, but no one knows the true purpose of the gate of hell. I once thought that I might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. But I am not like that after all. I am different from him. He is timid and cherishes his life. Although he is strong, he is weak and it is difficult for him to reach the top. I don't, so I won't follow his path. The skeleton hell is not the real hell, so your door does not need to exist. Under Lin Moyu's will, the gate of hell flew up with a bang, flew far away, and landed in front of the reincarnation team. The door opened with a bang, and behind the door, connected to Lin Ran, was the world tree. Lin Moyu's voice then rang out, "Everyone will be reincarnated through this door." His thoughts reach into everyone's soul. Heiyu and Xiaoshu didn't quite understand why Lin Moyu did this. Lin Moyu said, "The reason why the skeleton hell can become stronger is because these dead people, after coming here, brought some of the power that was not dissipated during their lifetime. Although this force is not strong, as time goes by, it will continue to accumulate and the amount will become astonishing, which is one of the reasons why the skeleton hell has become stronger." Another reason is the small tree. The branches of the small tree, when forming reincarnation, also drew down some of the power of the universe. These forces made the skeleton hell stronger. But this also raises a question. After those people have experienced reincarnation, their memories of their previous lives are not necessarily completely cleared. There will still be some left. I will use this gate to completely clear their memories of their past lives and test their luck. Some people have strong luck and will achieve great things in their next life. They can go to some good places and cultivate themselves. But some people are not qualified to reincarnate. The people that Lin Moyu said are not qualified for reincarnation are those who have committed serious sins and have not yet paid for their sins. It is impossible for these people to reincarnate smoothly. We need to screen out these people and then throw them into hell, where they will suffer from the gnawing of the evil spirits. Heiyu felt that what Lin Moyu said made a lot of sense. It should be so. Although we don't pay much attention to good and evil, we still have to have basic rules. What I meant by the words, "well said," is that I may not be reasonable, but others cannot. Lin Moyu looked at the evil spirits in hell. "One more thing, I see that some of the evil spirits in hell have already developed some instincts. If one of them has gained spiritual intelligence, you too can deal with it as appropriate, either going to reincarnate or staying in hell as a helper." The little tree hummed, "I understand, Master, don't worry." Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. There was once a world with two realms of yin and yang, and the great Tao was also divided into yin and yang. The skeleton hell was the yin realm of this world, and the great thousand worlds was the yang realm. The coexistence of the two makes the world complete. Lin Moyu's words turned into a decree and instantly spread throughout the world. Practitioners began to gain enlightenment and knew the existence of the underworld. The skeleton hell and the great thousand world roared at the same time, becoming closer to each other. Through the connection of the world tree, they were like two sides of one body. The world becomes more complete and more powerful. Lin Moyu felt that he was not far from becoming a Taoist master. Chapter 38:11, Unbelievable Antares. Antares waited patiently until a vortex appeared between Lin Moyu's eyebrows and a voice sounded at the same time, "Come in." Antares immediately separated his soul and entered Lin Moyu's soul world. This was not the first time he entered Lin Moyu's soul world, but this time he still scared Antares. Antares stared at it in amazement, not knowing how to express his feelings for a moment. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Welcome to my world." Antares blinked, How could your world of rules become like this? Lin Moyu shook his head. This is no longer a world of rules, it is still a world that belongs only to me. The world. Antares repeated Lin Moyu's words, and then said in a deep voice, you are still the same as before. The past he mentioned refers to the small world when Momoyu took a different path from others. It is still the same now, the path I take is still different from others, and the difference is huge. Lin Moyu said, in the origin continent, if you want to live well, you must take a different path. Antares frowned, what do you mean? He didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu continued, there are some things you don't know yet. I will tell you, but you have to be mentally prepared first. Antares thought of what Lin Mohan had said before, that there were many things he didn't know. But Antares couldn't imagine what there was that he didn't know. He has lived for so many years, and although he cannot be said to know everything, he knows most of the things in the origin continent and the Great Tao. Back then in the small world, Lin Moyu was as ignorant as a blank sheet of paper, constantly asking himself questions, hoping to get the answers from his own mouth. But now it seems the opposite, I have become ignorant instead. Antares said, I have nothing to prepare. I have seen all kinds of storms and waves. Just tell me what you want to say. Lin Moyu said, this era is about to end. Huh? What do you mean? Antares still didn't understand. Lin Moyu continued, the literal meaning, specifically, is that all of us, billions of living beings, from the Taoist master to an ant, will die. The more Antares listened, the more incredible it seemed to him. You mean, the origin continent is going to perish? Pfaff, Lin Moyu shook his head, the origin continent will not perish, only the creatures on the origin continent will perish. We will be sacrificed by the world to help it achieve eternity. The more Antares listened, the more confused he became. He said he didn't understand anything about sacrifice and eternity. Can you please speak more clearly, instead of speaking in half sentences? Lin Moyu teased him deliberately, you were like this before, just listen patiently. In the beginning, this world was not called the origin continent. At that time, the world was dominated by the Zerg. Later, the Zerg attempted to occupy the entire world and become the master of the world. They were unlucky. The worlds will happen to complete the conception of spirits and destroyed the Zerg. The second era belonged to the Buddhas, but a three-life Buddha emerged and tried to break away from the control of the world's will, but was buried by the world's will. We are now in the third era, the era of the origin continent. Originally, the world was about to take the final step to achieve its eternity, at the cost of sacrificing all living beings. But it happened that the origin catastrophe broke out, and the world of the Black Blood realm and the Heavenly God realm arrived, causing the origin continent to be severely damaged. Now that he has recovered, I guess he will continue to take that step in the near future. Antares' pair of dragon eyes were about to fall to the ground. He felt that Lin Moyu had gone crazy and was talking nonsense there. He didn't want to believe what Lin Moyu said and wanted to refute it, but found that he didn't know how to refute it. Lin Moyu ignored him and continued, you dragons and insects are enemies when you meet each other. That's because you were all born from the origin of the sun and the moon, but you are not from the same era. It's natural that you have a life and death feud, and there is no solution. During the Buddha era, the worlds will control the essence of the sun and the moon, and no living creatures were born. Otherwise, you would have had another mortal enemy. Having said that, Lin Moyu paused to give Antares time to digest it. At this moment, Antares' eyes were full of bloodshot. If it was his soul, what about his body? Antares is different from the three ancestors. He belongs to the sun dragon and is bred by the origin of the sun. He has the closest connection with this world. Therefore, it is the most difficult for him to accept such things. Even if it is true, it takes time. As time passed, Antares' eyes changed and gradually became calm. Finally, he spoke again, even if you are right, what are you going to do? In the absence of any evidence, Antares finally chose to believe Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, during this trip, I was looking for a solution. I met the former Lord of Hell. Antares' eyes widened again, the Lord of Hell is still alive? Lin Moyu hummed. He is still alive and stronger than before, but his heart is broken and he no longer has the courage to come back for revenge. Now he is no longer called the Lord of Hell, but the Lord of the Other Shore. I fought with him this time and got a lot of information from him. The three-life Buddha from the previous era is also alive. The three-life Buddha is different from the Lord of Hell. I can sense that he has hatred in his heart. If he doesn't take revenge, his thoughts will be difficult to understand. So if there is a chance, he will probably take action. Besides, the third ancestor and his men are also making preparations according to my plan. Lin Moyu briefly talked about his plan. His planning process was not complicated. It was difficult to have too many strategies to deal with the world's will. The most important thing was strength. If your fists are not strong enough, no matter how many strategies you have, they will be useless. After listening to what was said, Antares whispered, "So you want to go find that unknown door?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I am going to find that door, but I can't get away now. My destiny has not yet ended. And I'm worried that the world's will has fully recovered. Once my destiny ends, it will impact eternity. By then, our true spirits will still be in his control, and we won't have a chance to resist, so I have to find a way to delay time, and it would be best if we could do something similar to the origin catastrophe again." Antares looked at him. "The origin catastrophe won't just come as it pleases." Lin Moyu said, "I just said similar, not exactly the same. The essence of the origin catastrophe is a battle between several world wills. As long as I can find a powerful world will or a top world master, I can delay his impact on eternity." Antares hesitated. "This is difficult." Lin Moyu said, "It's not easy, but I have to do it. I still have many friends and relatives in the origin continent, and I won't let him sacrifice himself." Antares thought for a moment and asked, "What can I do?" Lin Moyu said, "If I can delay him, then we can kill the Dragon Clan, and you will become the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. When the plan begins, you will use the Dragon Soul Crystal to devour the Dragon God Tree." Chapter 38:12, Halfway Through Destiny, Seek Benefits for Yourself. Lin Moyu did not say anything too detailed because the entire plan is still just an outline so far. The three ancestors and others have already left the origin continent. They are each looking for a suitable world and will come back once they find one. They had agreed upon a time, which was 100 years before the end of Lin Moyu's destiny. Lin Moyu said, "For the rest of the time, you still have to guard my body. I may not be leaving." Antares had now completely accepted it, and replied nonchalantly, "This is a small matter. I hope your plan will succeed, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. The worst that can happen is that you will die." Lin Moyu laughed. "Why did you suddenly come to your senses?" Antares said, "I've let it go a long time ago. When I was betrayed by those guys, my heart was already dead. As long as I can get revenge, everything else is trivial." Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, as long as my plan succeeds, you will definitely be able to get revenge, and we will all survive." Antares snorted lightly. "You are always cunning. I believe you will not die so easily." Lin Moyu laughed. "Are you praising me or disparaging me?" Antares said, "It doesn't matter. When do you plan to leave?" Lin Moyu said, "Since I'm back, I'll show up to reassure those guys in Tianwai Avenue and the world will. I have a destiny, so I have to pretend to do some things. I can also use this authority to make some small profits." Antares said, "Your sister came here a few years ago and gave me something. Take a look." Antares took out a Dragon Ball and said, "Your sister said she would be away for a while. She didn't say where she was going, but she would come back when you needed her. I didn't understand what she said at the time, but now I understand that she must know something about the world's will." As Lin Moyu's younger brother, he was not at all surprised by Lin Mohan's appearance and departure, or the fact that Lin Mohan knew the will of the world. He knew very well that there must be someone behind Lin Mohan, otherwise no matter how powerful his sister was, she would not be able to reach her current level. Moreover, Lin Mohan's whereabouts were unknown a few years ago, and he seemed to have left the origin continent before the drastic changes in heaven and earth occurred. Only someone like the young runner can come and go as he pleases before the great changes in the world happen. Lin Moyu now deeply doubted whether the old man in green robe and the senior in white robe who gave him the ancestral water had taken the last step. I could still see some clues about the eternal existence of the human emperor, but when facing the old man in green robe, I couldn't see his depth at all. However, Lin Moyu felt more relieved when he guessed that there might be an old man in green robe behind Lin Mohan. At least with the old man in green robe protecting him, Lin Mohan would definitely be safe. His attention was focused on the Dragon Ball that Antares took out. This is a Dragon Ball, no doubt about it. Lin Moyu carefully sensed the Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball is not from the origin continent, it is of a very high level. There is a powerful force inside, but this force is too strong. You probably can't absorb it now. If you force yourself to absorb it, you might die. Antares said, yes, that's why I never dared to refine it, but your sister also said that it will be useful in the future. Lin Moyu said, why don't you leave this thing with me? I'll ask someone and it should know what it is. Antares said, okay, who are you going to ask? Lin Moyu asked, Did-eating beast, do you know it? Antares shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Antares didn't know too much about the virtual world. He had never even left the small spiritual realm, so naturally he didn't know about the existence of the listening beast. Leave this matter to me. Lin Moyu did not explain further. Sometimes, knowing more is not a good thing. After leaving the world and being silent for over 100 years, Lin Moyu opened his eyes again and felt the breath of the origin continent. This time, he has already become a first-class soul in the Tao realm. As the universe continues to grow stronger, he is getting closer and closer to the Tao Master. Lin Moyu slowly stood up, flew into the air, and swept his sharp eyes around the world. His appearance once again attracted the attention of a group of Tao realm masters from Tianwai Tian Dao. For these people in the Tao realm, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. 100 years have passed, and the number of people in the Tao realm sitting on the avenue beyond the sky has not decreased but increased. Many Tao realm cultivators who were in seclusion had heard about what happened on the origin continent and knew about Lin Moyu, so they followed their curiosity and came to the village to find out what was going on. The newcomer had never seen Lin Moyu before, but had only heard of what he had done. Now that he saw him, he could not help but exclaim, "This boy is Lin Moyu, who was entrusted with the destiny. He doesn't seem to be anything special. Please give me flowers. It's really nothing surprising. I'm just lucky and have a destiny, but so what? Didn't the son of the world die in the end? He can only protect the destiny for a while. The destiny will not last forever. After hundreds of years, the destiny will end and powerful enemies will surround him. How can he survive? That doesn't mean he can't survive. Did the dragon see it? He was once the eldest prince of the dragon clan, a first-class soul master, and his combat power is not weaker than that of the master. With his protection, Lin Moyu may not be unable to survive. That's right, there are several Tao masters behind Lin Moyu. I don't think he will be in trouble. This dragon clan's eldest prince committed a crime and rebelled against the dragon clan, and has been missing ever since. Now that he has reappeared, the dragon clan has said that they will settle accounts with him. Those Tao masters have also disappeared, perhaps going to fight in the great Tao, and it is hard to say whether they can come back alive. In short, he has offended so many people, and it is not easy for him to survive. The appearance of Lin Moyu made the quiet Tianwai Avenue lively again. Many people were discussing Lin Moyu. Most of them were just spectators, but there were also some people with murderous intent in their eyes. Lin Moyu looked around and saw a number of road-protecting fortresses floating in the sky. A small number of the fortresses have been repaired and put into operation. Lin Moyu has a general idea of what is going on in these fortresses. There are many road-guarding fortresses, which are actually puppet factories inside. They create puppets with large fingers and form a large army. Although their fighting power is average, they can still give ordinary strong men a headache if they are overwhelmed by numbers. When dealing with the armies of various ethnic groups back then, Shi Daobao made great contributions. But these things, in Lin Moyu's eyes, are shit. The undead army is enough to crush them. Even without the undead army, as long as the Hell of Skeletons is deployed, the evil spirits in hell can teach them a lesson. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with disdain, which made Tian Fun, the Dao realm powerhouse who was targeting him, unhappy. Ignoring the gazes of these guys, Lin Moyu looked towards the Origin continent. With his strength enhanced and the authority of heaven and earth in his hands, Lin Moyu murmured, "I am halfway through my destiny, and it is time to seek some benefits for myself." As soon as the thought came to mind, the Origin continent suddenly roared continuously, cracks appeared in the earth, and Origin spirit veins opened up underground. These original spiritual veins are just debris. Huge waves rolled up in the Boundary Sea, and the remains of the original spiritual veins that had been buried at the bottom of the Boundary Sea for countless years all appeared at this moment. Chapter 38:13 Arrangement. The Origin continent went through 3 eras and experienced endless years. The world was divided and united, giving birth to countless Origin spiritual veins. The Origin spiritual vein does not exist forever. Once it is fully used by the practitioner or the practitioner dies after a long time, the Origin spiritual vein will become debris. These debris are no longer of much use to the world. Buried deep within the world, they are merely a testimony to history. But for the world tree, it is excellent nourishment. Lin Moyu had not touched them before. Now that the world tree had gained intelligence, his destiny was more than halfway, and his strength was about to reach that of a Taoist master. What's more, it has been determined that sooner or later I will have to turn against the will of the world. Either you die or I am gone, so there is no need to be polite anymore. There is nothing wrong with seeking some benefits for yourself within the scope of your authority while the world's will has not yet fully recovered. If the world tree can become stronger, it may become a trump card in the future. The remains of the most original spiritual veins of the 390 rose from the ground. There were thousands of them, large and small, strong and weak. These remains of the original spirit veins have gone through countless years, and the remaining power is not strong, but it is better than nothing. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and all the debris was collected into the soul world and sent directly to the world tree. The world tree happily received it, buried it in its roots, and absorbed and refined it. Lin Moyu knew that these remains of the Origin spiritual veins might not be enough, but these were all that were left on the Origin continent. Perhaps he would have to go to other worlds to find some next time. Then Lin Moyu instantly arrived above Yudao City. With a wave of his hand, the original spiritual energy between heaven and earth was drawn in by him, and it turned into a waterfall and fell into Yudao City. In an instant, Yudao City was transformed into a first-class blessed land, and its original spiritual energy was so strong that it was unmatched in the entire Origin continent. This guy is so selfish. This city is his. It's really unfair for him to do this. Haha, everyone has selfish desires, so it's normal for him to do this. If it were you, with the destiny and power, wouldn't you do something for yourself? Let alone such a small amount of spiritual energy, even if you took away half of the original spiritual veins, who would dare to say anything? Different people have different opinions on Lin Moyu's actions. But no matter how they look at it, Lin Moyu doesn't care. To him, it doesn't matter what others think. After Lin Moyu transformed Yudao City into a top-grade blessed land, he waved his hand, and the sky and the earth changed color, blocking the sight of the many Dao realms outside the Heavenly Avenue. Xiaojin, Huang. With a low shout, 2 figures appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Owner. Realm Master. They both saluted at the same time. After not seeing him for many years, Xiao Jin's intelligence has improved and he has become much more mature. Needless to say, the Emperor of Man is very knowledgeable. Lin Moyu sent his thoughts over, Human Emperor, I will tell you something later. Don't call me Realm Lord from now on. Just call me City Lord. The Emperor heard the deep meaning behind Lin Moyu's words and nodded, okay. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the cloud-piercing sword appeared beside him. The big-headed spirit flew out and landed on the sword. Big Head Spirit and Xiao Jin looked at each other, seeming very curious. Lin Moyu said to the two weapon spirits, "I will set up 2 formations, and I need you to operate them." Xiao Jin naturally did not object, and asked in a low voice, "Master, what about the formation outside Yudao City?" The big-headed spirit also asked, "What about the cloud-piercing sword?" He is the weapon spirit of the cloud-piercing sword, and now he is going to become a formation spirit, so naturally he feels reluctant. Lin Moyu said, "A new generation of formations replaces the old formations. Once the new formation is completed, the old formation will naturally be useless. The cloud-piercing sword will be integrated into the new formation. After being nurtured by the new formation, the cloud-piercing sword should be able to break through its previous limits and become even stronger. After the formation is completed, the 2 of you will be responsible for the safety of Yudao City. Can you do it?" Xiao Jin and Tu Qiling said in unison, "The masters." Lin Moyu was already polite enough. If it were someone else, they would just do it directly without consulting the weapon spirit at all. After the 2 agreed, Lin Moyu began to arrange the formation. The formation he arranged was naturally the 5 Elements Giants. With his current attainments and divine talismans, the 5 Elements Giants he arranged could surpass ordinary Taoist masters in combat power. At that time, it will be equivalent to 2 powerful Taoist masters guarding Yudao City. As long as the world will not take action, Yudao City will be safe. The darkness was so great that no one knew what Lin Moyu was doing there. Even the people in Yudao City could only see a huge black curtain. Because it was Lin Moyu who did it, there was no panic in the city. The human emperor has contacted Hao Daozuan and others to maintain the normal operation of Yudao City. During the dramatic changes in the world, those who came out of the big world all gained great benefits because of their close relationship with Lin Moyu. Especially Hao Tianzuan and his few others, who stepped into the ranks of Daozun in one step. Now, after hundreds of years of practice, they have reached the 3rd realm of Daozun. This progress is already amazing. What's more, Lin Moyu suppressed the world, and no one dared to talk to Cheng San. After a whole month of effort, the 2 5-element giant formations were completed. The 5 elements giant controlled by Xiao Jin uses his fist as his blade, while the one controlled by Daddy uses his sword as his blade. 2 5-element giants slowly sank into the earth. They were usually in a dormant state, but would appear once something happened to protect Dao City. Then, Lin Moyu stepped into Yudao City and came to the yard where several maids were. "Owner." Xiao Wu had been waiting for a long time, and rushed over like teleporting, hanging directly on Lin Moyu. "Father." "Teacher." Xiao Wu, Xiaoye, and Xiaomei all came over. Having not seen each other for hundreds of years, the girls' faces were filled with joy. The cultivation of several people has made great progress, and they have reaped great benefits from the great changes in heaven and earth. Xiao Lu, who was hanging on her body, had now reached the 7th level of Daozun. Xiao Wu is the strongest among the 4. He has reached the 9th level of Daozun and is not far from the Dao realm. Xiaomei and Xiaoye started late, so their cultivation is slightly insufficient, but they have both entered the realm of Daozun. One of them was born with a Tao soul, and the other was born with a Jade soul. As long as there are enough opportunities, there will be no bottleneck in their cultivation. Therefore, with the help of the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, and a little bit of Lin Moyu's selfishness, the 2 of them entered the realm of Daozun directly. Xiaomei is now at the 2nd level of Daozun, and Xiaoye has reached the 3rd level of Daozun. Not only that, their cultivation is still growing at an astonishing rate. At this rate, after 5,500 years, when the dramatic changes in the world are completely over, it may not be impossible for them to enter the great Dao realm. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers lightly, attracting streams of original spiritual energy, turning the entire courtyard into a blessed land among blessed lands. There are still a few hundred years left. My request to you is to try your best to enter the great Dao realm within these few hundred years. Can you do that? Faced with Lin Moyu's request, several people responded in unison and promised to try their best to do it. Xiaomei noticed something, Teacher, has something happened? Lin Moyu said, it is true that there is something wrong, but it is not the time to tell you yet. Practice well, and you will have the opportunity to help me in the future. Xiaomei understands. After chatting with a few people for a while, Lin Moyu found the Human Emperor and said, Human Emperor, leave a trace of your consciousness here and follow me into the world. The Human Emperor realized that the situation seemed serious, and after leaving a trace of consciousness, he returned to the big world with Lin Moyu. Chapter 38:14 Helping the Emperor Find a Way. The Human Emperor had actually always been in the Great Thousand World, but later, according to the plan that Lin Moyu and he had worked out together, the Human Emperor no longer managed the Great Thousand World. But he has always been there, and he has seen all the changes in the world. This time Lin Moyu returned and evolved the Great Tao once again, using the essence of wild beasts to enhance the universe. The Human Emperor also felt it. Lin Moyu said, this time I went to many places in the virtual world, one of which is called Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, where there is a top strong man, also called the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor said oh and showed his curiosity, seeming to be very interested. Having the same name is very common, but the title of Human Emperor has another meaning. Lin Moyu told the Human Emperor what he had seen and heard, which included his understanding of the entire virtual world. Compared with the three ancestors and others, Lin Moyu can have unconditional trust in the Human Emperor. After so many years of getting along, the Human Emperor's contribution to the entire world is unmatched by others. He told the Human Emperor everything, which was actually to improve the database for the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor could also analyze more detailed data from it and verify his own plans. After talking about the whirlpool of the origin continent and the annihilation of two eras, even the Human Emperor, who had no emotions, became solemn at this moment. I never thought that this world would be like this. The Human Emperor sighed softly. Without any disbelief, he could easily analyze whether what Moyu said was true. The analysis results are clear and true. And he also knew why Lin Moyu didn't let him call him Realm Master anymore. There was no problem in calling him that before, but it is no longer possible now. The whirlpool has begun to awaken. If I call him the Realm Master and he is discovered, the previous practices of this whirlpool might lead to some bad results. Lin Moyu said, please analyze my plan and see if it is feasible. The Emperor said, I have analyzed it. The City Lord's plan is indeed feasible, but there are several difficulties to overcome. First of all, we must delay the whirlpool of the origin continent and prevent it from fully recovering. We must buy time. Secondly, the City Lord must find the gate and obtain enough heaven-covering stones and immortal jade from behind the gate. However, when trying to find a way to delay the world's will, if we can make the world's will fall into a deep sleep again like the origin catastrophe, perhaps we can succeed without the Shedian stone and the immortal jade, but the probability of success will be lower. Finally, when we get the true spirit back, it will be up to the City Lord to decide whether to leave or stay. This final decision seems very shameful. For Lin Moyu, he must satisfy himself first. When he gets his true spirit back, he can choose whether to fight against the will of the world. If he is ruthless enough, he can just walk away. Lin Moyu shook his head. I will definitely not leave. I still have many ties in this world and I can't give up. Based on past experience, I may not be able to get enough Shedian stones and undead jade, so I can only give them to some people. The Human Emperor said, the world will not pay too much attention to some small guys, but Tao masters like the third ancestor must have become the focus of the world's will, so it is right to give them priority. Besides, the true spirit will not necessarily be destroyed. If my analysis is correct, the world will not be able to destroy the true spirit before it achieves eternity. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The Human Emperor said, because the Beast Abyss is the place that controls the true spirit. In addition, there is the True Fire Avenue. These 2 points are higher than the world will. So I think that the world will of the origin continent can only use the true spirit mark left in his hands to weaken the power of the world, but it cannot be easily erased, let alone destroy the true spirit. If the city lord becomes strong enough in the future, he may enter the beast abyss, search for the dead true spirits, and revive them. It's just that you need to make some preparations in advance and save your memories. Lin Moyu was indescribably shocked. The words of the human emperor opened up a new idea for him. Following the human emperor's thinking, he could ignore people like Hao Daozuan, Xiao Wu, and others for the time being unless he could get enough heaven-covering stones and immortal jade. The people we really need to take care of are the third ancestor and others, because Taoist masters like the third ancestor will be valued by the world's will. However, we can be prepared in advance. In case Xiao Wu and others really die for some reason in the Great War with the world will, their true spirits will not be truly destroyed. The true spirit exists in the beast abyss, which is higher than the origin continent, so in the origin continent, it is at most a mark of the true spirit. The world will cannot destroy the true spirit, it can only weaken and suppress it through the mark of the true spirit. This also proves why the world will have to send its men to deal with the Lord of Hell. As long as you preserve your memory, there is still a chance of resurrection in the future. In the eyes of the human emperor, a living being is composed of life and memory. As long as the memory is still there, it is the original life. He is still him, and you are still you. Memory determines everything. This statement was naturally fine for the human emperor, but Lin Moyu found it difficult to accept it for a while. The human emperor was once a living being, but after being integrated with technological magic weapons for so many years, it is inevitable that his way of thinking has changed. Lin Moyu said, "This is the last resort." The emperor said, "The city lord can make some preparations first. There will be no losses anyway." This is true, Lin Moyu can accept it. I found a world and want you to become the master of that world and replace the world's will. The human emperor laughed. That's possible. I died a long time ago, and my true spirit is gone. Now I am just a magic weapon with memories. If this works, I will be reborn and become the will of the world. I will have a chance to enter eternity in the future. Lin Moyu once promised to help the human emperor become a living being again. Only those who have souls, memories, and can continue to cultivate and grow are real living beings, not just those who have memories as defined by the human emperor. But after searching for a long time, 680 still couldn't find a good way, nor could he find a world to develop science and technology awards. After obtaining the origin of yin and yang, he began to use it to help the human emperor's body evolve, hoping to evolve it into a real living being. But the results were not satisfactory and there was no success. This experience made Lin Moyu find another way. Let the human emperor occupy a world and become the will of the world. Anyway, managing a world is not a problem for the human emperor, and once he becomes the will of the world, it is entirely possible for him to continue to grow stronger until eternity. This is the best solution Lin Moyu can think of at the moment. The human emperor had no objection to this. Anyway, the world was now on the right track and there was no need for him to continue managing it. The same is true for Yudao City. In recent years, there are fewer and fewer things that require his presence, and Hao Daozuan and others have taken over most of the affairs. Lin Moyu said, "In that case, when I enter the virtual world again, I will take you with me." The emperor said, "It seems that the city lord has found the target." Lin Moyu hummed, "I have indeed found it, and I have fought it once before. It ended in a draw, but it should not be my opponent now. I'll tell you the details when the time comes. Just be prepared. If you have anything to say, tell Hao Daozuan and the others. But you also know that there are some things you can't say." The human emperor nodded, "I understand." Chapter 38:15 Chaos Avenue. Lin Moyu stayed in Yudao City for a few days, accompanying Xiao Wu and the others and chatting with them. A few days later, after the emperor had explained everything, Lin Moyu waved his hand to remove the dark curtain covering the sky, and Yudao City saw light again. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was happening in Yudao City. Even the formation that once protected Yudao City has disappeared. In the eyes of some powerful people in Tianwai Avenue, Yudao City has become different. What on earth did Lin Moyu do? Why do I feel so frightened when I look at this city? Yes, I have a similar feeling. I feel that this city is very dangerous. It should be Lin Moyu who did something. This is his city, so it is normal for him to do something within his authority. Not everyone can feel the changes in Yudao City. It should be said that not many people can feel it. Only those with keen perception can discover the clues. Someone was covered in flames and snorted disdainfully, "No matter what you do, it's useless. When the destiny ends, this city, including him, will die. He has offended too many people." Yes, Lin Moyu is said to be able to summon an army of the undead and possess countless puppets. I don't know where he came from, but when the fortress is completely repaired, he will know what a large army of undead is. There were all kinds of discussions on the avenue beyond heaven, but they all had a consensus that no one dared to speak a word before the destiny ended. Everything that happened before has proved that whoever moves now will die. Lin Moyu left Yudao City. With the protection of the two five-element giants, Xiaojin and Datu, even the Taoist master could stop them, so he had nothing to worry about. Moreover, in his plan, as long as the destiny had not ended, no one would dare to attack Yudao City. The next moment, Lin Moyu appeared in Shizhou and came directly to Lillian's crystal soul coffin. Now he has understood what the land under the crystal soul coffin is. It is a piece of Taoist land. The so-called Tao soil is a special land that is refined by using several top original spiritual veins, integrating the power of the Tao, and adding some Tao materials. It has the magical effect of nourishing all things. In the trading market of Jinmu Delinjiu, there is Taoist soil for sale, and the quality is better than that here. In Lin Moyu's eyes, Taoist priests are no longer a rarity. Looking at the crystal soul coffin, Lillian inside seemed to be reviving, but for some reason, she never succeeded. Lin Moyu observed carefully for a moment, and finally understood why Lillian was missing something. In fact, she cannot be considered a real living being. She was once a pseudo-living being created by a heavenly lord in his world of rules. In other words, she has no real spirit. Once she dies, she is truly dead and not even eligible for reincarnation. Even if it were allowed to condense into a human form again, it would still be unable to be resurrected because it has no true spirit. Now Lin Moyu has two methods. One is to revive him in this state, but it is still a fake birthday. Another method is to find a way to make it produce a true spirit. But to produce a true spirit is unlikely to be achieved, at least in this world. It's not a restriction from the origin continent, but a restriction from heaven and earth. She doesn't have a true spirit in the beast abyss. With a wave of his hand, he took away the Tao soil and the crystal soul coffin and sent them into the world. The universe is different from this world, and Lin Moyu is the master of the universe. Under his leadership, the origin of yin and yang shines on the crystal soul coffin, and gradually the true spirit can be produced. Then Lillian can be truly reborn in the universe. After doing this, Lin Moyu left Shizhou and appeared beside Antares. Antares chuckled and said, "Take the person away." Lin Moyu said, "She can't survive here." Antares hummed, "You really should take her away, otherwise she will definitely be targeted in the future. There are so many people in Tianwai Avenue, eyeing it covetously, especially Shizhou was once the territory of Master Ku Rong. How could Master Ku Rong let go of the crystal soul coffin? If Lillian is not taken away, Master Tianli's attack will fall at the moment when the destiny ends." Lin Moyu flew back to the hill that Antares had created. "Thank you for your hard work in guarding it." Antares snorted, "What's the point of working so hard? It's just a nap." Lin Moyu said, "Then hurry up and continue sleeping. It won't be long before you have a bad sleep." Antares said, "So I have to get enough sleep now. Only when I get enough sleep can I have the strength to kill people." As soon as the consciousness entered the soul world, it saw Infinite Fusion flying over with a long glowing mist. Infinite Fusion flew in front of him, and the mist rolled and intertwined into a little doll. The little doll called out in a clear voice, "Master." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Have you finished digesting it?" It already possessed considerable spiritual power, and this time, it fully awakened its intelligence by devouring spiritual treasures. Lin Moyu was not surprised. "I just didn't expect that. infinite fusion, would be digested so quickly this time. Based on past experience, it takes a long time to digest each time. The little kid laughed and said, "Isn't he awesome?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Great, great." The soul reached out and instinctively wanted to touch the baby. The soul's hand passed directly through the little doll, and the mist was dispersed. Untouchable? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he couldn't touch it. After a few seconds, the mist condensed into shape again. The master can't touch others now. Lin Moyu asked, "Why is this happening?" Infinite Fusion said, "Because he is in a state of chaos now, the master's realm is not high enough and he cannot touch things in a state of chaos." Lin Moyu didn't understand. What is the relationship between the chaotic state and the chaos avenue? When I was in the big world, I heard that there was a law of chaos between heaven and earth, so above the law, there would naturally be a great way of chaos. 0121042116 Feilu 170320250. Although he had not seen the avenue of chaos since entering the ancestral land of origin, not seeing it did not mean it did not exist. The little kid tilted his head, and then a little hand made of mist pointed at him. "Chaos Avenue is me." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Are you Chaos Avenue?" The little kid nodded. "Yes, I am the Chaos Avenue." Lin Moyu still couldn't understand it. He had never heard of such a thing. "How can you be Chaos Avenue?" The little kid said, "But that's the way I am. I am because..." The topic suddenly got stuck here. The little kid tilted his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't put it into words. After a while, the little kid said, "It's strange. I know it, but why can't I say it out loud?" Lin Moyu felt that things were becoming increasingly weird as his own magic stars evolved into intelligence, and then said that he was the avenue of chaos. He also said that he knew why, but he just couldn't say it. It felt like there was an invisible rule that prevented it from speaking it out. Lin Moyu said, "Since you can't explain it, then don't say it. Tell me first, what does the chaotic state mean?" The little kid was also very straightforward. He said he didn't want to think about it, and then said, "The chaotic state is the initial state of everything. It has no rules and no shape. It exists in the past, present, and future. Master, you can see me because you are my master, but if you are not in the state of chaos, you cannot touch me. But they can influence the world and help their masters do many things." Chapter 38:16, Farewell to the Land of Origin. Lin Moyu understood that although the little doll seemed close at hand, it was actually not there. It may exist in another space and time, another time, in the past or in the future. For it in a chaotic state, everything is possible. Now I can see it only because I am its owner. And one's own soul world is its container. No matter which node it is at or what state it is in, it will be reflected in the soul world. So I can see it, talk to it, and let it do things for me, but I can't touch it. This concept is so abstract that even Lin Moyu cannot fully understand it. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand it, as long as you can use it now. Lin Moyu asked, "Then can I practice the great Tao of chaos?" The little kid shook his head. "No, the great Tao has already taken shape. No one can practice it, not even humans." Lin Moyu asked, "Besides being able to fuse magic, what other abilities do you have?" The little doll said, "I have great abilities, but most of them cannot be used for the time being. For now, I can only help the master integrate some things." Lin Moyu said, "Tell me about your abilities." The little kid said, "In addition to being able to merge everything, it is also a very powerful magic weapon. It contains an independent world. If you use it to hit someone, it is equivalent to hitting them with an independent world of 830 square meters. They can also contain all things, avoid punishment from the avenue, and travel through time and space." It said a lot, and each of its abilities was very powerful, which made Lin Moyu feel itchy. But after it finished speaking, it poured cold water on Lin Moyu. "It's a pity that you, the master, can't use these abilities." "Then how can we use it?" Lin Moyu asked. The little doll said, if the master wants to use these abilities, he will be attacked by the backlash of chaos. These abilities can only be used after the master achieves eternity. Only when he achieves eternity will he not be afraid of backlash. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. It was still a long way to go before he could achieve eternity. It tilted its head and said, yes, although the master cannot use these abilities, there is one ability that the master can use. What is it? Lin Moyu asked. It said, Master is evolving a world, and there is also an independent world inside me, but this independent world is in a chaotic state, and I can neither enter nor leave. But I can draw out some of the chaotic energy in this world and integrate it into the world that the Master is evolving. Then the chaotic energy will appear in the Master's world. With the origin of yin and yang, perhaps a new chaotic avenue can be evolved. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. This was good news. There is indeed no Chaos Avenue in the universe. If the Chaos Avenue can be evolved, it will make the universe more complete. Moreover, Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the Avenue of Chaos was not simple, and it was very important to have it or not. At this moment, the little kid suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I have another ability that may be able to help strangers. Lin Moyu felt that this little guy was not very smart and he always gasped when speaking. However, it seems to understand many great principles. It says that it is the incarnation of the Great Tao. After it took shape, the Great Tao of Chaos no longer exists. It is the Great Tao of Chaos itself. Except for itself, no one can use the Avenue of Chaos. Even if Lin Moyu didn't understand, he knew that it would not be easy for a great way to take shape. Apart from anything else, the accumulation of time is necessary, and there must be other factors. Over a long period of time, it may have understood a lot. The little kid said to himself, Master is going to become a Taoist master soon, so when the time comes, Master will definitely choose which Taoist master to become. He is still considering where to become a Taoist master. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What suggestions do you have? It has been in the spiritual world all the time and knows exactly what is happening to it, so it might be able to give some useful advice. The little kid said, I have slept for too long. Let me see what is happening on the avenue first. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, but the stars of the infinite fusion spell became brighter and brighter, and the dazzling light illuminated most of the soul world. A huge amount of fog emerged from the light, and the thick fog rolled, and a picture appeared. Lin Moyu saw the picture and was shocked, the place of return. He couldn't help but be shocked that the little kid actually presented the place of origin right before his eyes. He had been to the land of return, so he wouldn't be mistaken, especially the avenue of immortality, which was so familiar. The second time I saw the land of return, although it was just a projection, it was clearer than the last time I entered in person. In the picture, avenues flashed one after another, a total of 21 avenues. Among the thousands of avenues, only 21 have entered the place of origin and radiate to the local world. Lin Moyu sees the difference between these avenues. The most special one among them is the Immortal Avenue. The Immortal Avenue has no roots or sources and just floats there alone. Under the other 20 avenues, there is a light belt connecting to the outside world. What they are connected to is the ancestral land of origin. In addition, there are differences between these 20 avenues. In some avenues, the power of the avenue flows vigorously, while in some other avenues, it is as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. He saw a road with a thick aura of destruction swirling inside. He recognized it as the road of destruction, the road of the human emperor in the Jinmu great spiritual realm. The road of destruction was rolling and flowing, and was very active. Not far away there is a brilliant and magnificent avenue, in which a long river flows, and countless scenes are presented in the river. This is the Avenue of Time. Lin Moyu recognized this avenue. It was the Avenue of Time, which was also rolling and flowing, no worse than the Avenue of Destruction. After counting carefully, among the 20 avenues, 12 of them exuded vitality, while the other 8 seemed to be frozen. Lin Moyu didn't understand what it meant. After a while, the mist dissipated and the luster of infinite fusion faded. Lin Moyu found that its luster was a little weaker than before, and it seemed to be struggling just now. There was a hint of fatigue in the little doll's voice. Master, I have seen that you are the most suitable to be the master of the Immortal Avenue. Lin Moyu asked, Can you tell me why? The little doll said, The master is practicing 6 great ways, among which the great way of space, the great way of luck, and the great way of 1,000 stars. None of them have entered the land of return. It is impossible to become the master of the great way by practicing them. Then there are the Avenue of Power and the Avenue of Time. Both of them already have avenue masters. If the master cultivates these 2 avenues, he will definitely have to compete with them for the position of avenue master in the end. This is not good. So the great way of immortality is the best choice for the master. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the Immortal Avenue is very special. At this point, Xiao got stuck again. It tilted its head and thought for a long time, muttering, I clearly know it, why can't I say it out? It was the same situation as before, mysterious rules did not allow it to reveal certain information. Lin Moyu suspected that some information might have been sealed. Lin Moyu interrupted its thoughts and stopped it from thinking endlessly, why can't I become the master of the avenue if I choose the avenue of space? Chapter 38:17, The Master is Not Strong Enough. The little doll immediately answered Lin Moyu's question, because the land of return is full, it can only accommodate 20 avenues in total. Lin Moyu was surprised, aren't there 21? The little kid immediately said, the extra immortal avenue is because. It got stuck again and couldn't speak again. At this point, Lin Moyu was 80% sure that part of its memory was sealed, causing some information to be unavailable. This seems to be the case with the World Tree as well. Part of the World Tree's memory is also sealed and cannot be known. But who has the ability to seal the memories of these 2 little guys? It is precisely because of the partial sealed memory that the little fellow incarnated from the Avenue of Chaos in front of him seems not very smart and tends to get stuck in a rut. Lin Moyu interrupted its thoughts again, don't worry about the Avenue of Immortality, let's continue talking about the Avenue of Space. Now the land of return can no longer accommodate new avenues, right? The little kid nodded, yes, 20 is the limit. Lin Moyu asked, is there no possibility at all? The little kid shook his head, it's not impossible. If there is a road that can transform, it can leave the place of origin, and then there will be a space left. Lin Moyu said, so, those Tao masters who attempt to send their own Tao back to the place of origin will not succeed? The little kid said as if it was a matter of course, yes, it is impossible to succeed, but they just don't know it. Lin Moyu suddenly had a feeling that he had heard the biggest pitfall in this world. Those original Tao masters, who have practiced for hundreds of millions of years, have the greatest dream of returning their own Tao to its source, becoming the master of the Tao and achieving eternity. They never imagined that this road had been blocked. If they knew, they would be so desperate. Lin Moyu asked, I just saw that among the 20 avenues, some avenues were silent. Why is that? The little kid said, because their master of the avenue is dead. Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaimed, the Lord of the Great Tao will die? The Lords of the Great Tao are all eternal beings, just like the human emperor of the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. Such beings are said to be immortal as long as the Great Tao is not destroyed. How could they die? The emperor also exists eternally in the virtual world. Emperor Jinmu was plotted against by the human emperor and entered the beast abyss, but he is still alive and well. The little kid said, we can't say they are dead. To be precise, they are silent. But as long as the place of return is still there, they will be resurrected after a long time. This is easier to accept than their death. The 20 avenues represent 20 avenue masters. Now 12 avenue masters still exist, while 8 avenue masters are silent, waiting to be resurrected. Lin Moyu guessed a possibility. Are they silent because they are about to take the last step? This time the little kid didn't get too hung up on it. I'm not sure about that. Well, it seems that this part is not in its memory. Lin Moyu continued to ask, you said you could help me, but if I choose the Immortal Avenue, what about the other 5 avenues? The little kid laughed and said, I can help the master integrate these 5 great ways into the master's universe. This way, the great ways that the master has cultivated will not be wasted. Lin Moyu said, then I can't use these avenues? The little kid shook his head. It has no effect. As long as the universe is strong enough, the master can mobilize the power of all the great ways in the universe. Lin Moyu thought about it and was very confused. The universe is different from this world. Will this world allow the forces of other worlds to intervene? The little doll patted his chest and said, Master, rest assured. I am here. When I merge, I can make the avenues of the 2 worlds merge with each other to ensure that there will be no conflict. Lin Moyu was very surprised that it could actually be like this. Fusion was only one of the little guy's basic abilities, but this alone was so powerful that it was incredible. No wonder it is called infinite fusion. It really can fuse everything. Lin Moyu asked, can you integrate everything? It held its head high and was full of pride. Of course, as long as the master is strong enough, it will be no problem even if the 2 independent worlds merge into one. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, and the words as long as the master is strong enough deeply hurt his heart. After all, I am too weak. Lin Moyu also knew that this was indeed the case. Since you are so powerful, you should have a name. Although some of his memories were sealed, the little guy's intelligence did not awaken just now. He just woke up from his slumber, so naturally he had a name. The world tree is called Little Tree. What would this guy be called? It said, Master, you can call me Hun Dun Zi. Chaos Child? This name is a bit strange. Is it because of the Chaos Avenue? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lin Moyu asked, why is it called this name? Hun Dun Zi explained, because my true body is called Hun Dun Zhu, so I am called Hun Dun Zi. Isn't that normal? Lin Moyu suddenly realized, so your name is Chaos Pearl, then what is infinite fusion? Hun Dun Zi said, that is just the only small ability that he can use when he is asleep. Infinite fusion is already very powerful, right? It brags about itself naturally and shamelessly, but it is also true and it is indeed very impressive. Lin Moyu said, then among the remaining spells I have, can you see if there is anything else that can be integrated? When I was fusion magic before, the little guy was very opinionated and helped me make decisions. Of course, I trusted him unconditionally. 0. Now that we can communicate, I naturally have to ask. The fusion of magic is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The magic after fusion will be stronger than before fusion. So Lin Moyu hopes it can be integrated again. Hun Dun Zi said, of course they can be integrated, but now is not the right time. The integration of magic skills requires an opportunity, which requires the avenue of heaven and earth to be opened and the power of the avenue to descend. With the help of the power of the avenue, they can be integrated with each other. Only in this way can the integrated magic skills be recognized by heaven and earth. If I force the fusion, it will not be good for the master. Either the fusion will fail or the power will be greatly reduced. Master wants to fuse the technique again. It needs to be done when the master is in charge. Before that, I need to accumulate more strength. My current strength is not enough. Lin Moyu could understand its words. How are you going to accumulate strength? Is there anything I can do for you? Do you need spiritual materials? Hun Dun Zi waved his hands. No, I can absorb it myself. I won't need any spiritual materials in the future. The spiritual materials were needed before because Chaos wanted to wake up from his dormant state. Now that it has awakened, it naturally no longer needs spiritual materials. Lin Moyu was a little curious about where it would absorb the power. It waved goodbye to Lin Moyu. Master, I will go to absorb the power first and come back after a while. Please don't advance to the Tao Lord realm so quickly, otherwise you will miss the opportunity to merge. As soon as it finished speaking, it flew towards the roots of the world tree. Then he plunged into the roots of the world tree and disappeared. Lin Moyu was surprised. It's actually there. Enter. Chapter 38:18, Stupid. There are countless surprises in the outside world, and many things are beyond your control, but the soul world is your own pure land. The soul world of each practitioner is different and can be arranged at will. Everyone has absolute control over his or her own soul world. The same is true for Lin Moyu. The complexity of his spiritual world is, in Antares' words, unprecedented. Of course, Moyu felt that Antares had not seen many soul worlds. In his own pure land, there was a little surprise that always puzzled Lin Moyu. That is the root of the world tree. Where is it going? The world tree can draw power from there continuously, and the remains of the original spiritual vein that he reminded of can only be regarded as icing on the cake. Even without these debris, as long as there is enough time, the world tree can rely on the power it absorbs to slowly evolve and grow. Of course, one's own 330 realm must also keep up, otherwise it will limit the upper limit of the world tree. Unexpectedly, when Chaos Sun awakened this time, he also went there to absorb strength. Lin Moyu came to the roots of the world tree. The dense roots pierced through the space and penetrated into unknown areas. From the outside, there was no clue. Lin Moyu also tried to feel the flow of power. Since he could draw power from another unknown space, it meant that there must be a huge power in that space. Maybe it's something like the original spiritual energy, or maybe it's something else, but no matter what, it won't matter. But standing at the roots of the tree, you can't feel the flow of power at all, and not a single bit of power is leaking out. Little tree. Lin Moyu's voice echoed in the soul world. Master, I'm here. A figure suddenly flew out of the world tree, and a small tree appeared before his eyes. Lin Moyu asked, where do you draw strength from, your roots? Xiao Shu thought about it, then shook his head, I don't know. Lin Moyu asked, then how do you extend the roots over there? The little tree shook its head again, it's my instinct. My instinct tells me to extend my roots over there. Oh, a guy just passed by there. He said his name is Hun Dunzi. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, it is the previous, infinite fusion, magic star. It has awakened its spiritual wisdom. How is it there? The little tree said, it's right next to my roots. Lin Moyu said, is there any way? I also want to go and take a look. The little tree thought for a moment and said, I'll try to open a crack, but I'm not sure if the master can get through. The roots of the small tree began to wriggle, a roar was heard in the soul world, and the space began to distort. Obviously, the passage leading to the unknown area in the soul void is not easy to open. Xiao Shu tried for a long time and finally tore a gap. As soon as the gap appeared, it began to recover rapidly. The small tree continued to struggle, trying to open the gap. After repeating this process several times, a tiny strip is finally formed. Lin Moyu felt an indescribable breath from the gap. This breath was primitive and violent, but extremely powerful. The little tree said, Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Lin Moyu knew that the little tree had already used up all its strength, so he immediately flew to the front of the gap and separated a strand of his soul and drilled into the gap. Faced with the unknown, it was impossible for him to take risks himself. If he separated a bit of his soul, even if something happened, his main body would not be affected. After a wisp of soul entered the gap, it found a long passage behind it. The roots of the world tree run through this passage, and the soul flies forward along the roots. The space inside the passage kept undulating and wriggling, and it looked very regular. This passage seems to be breathing. Suddenly a light breeze blew from the passage, and Lin Moyu's soul was annihilated silently. What kind of wind is this? As soon as the thought came to his mind, an alarm bell rang deep in his soul, but Lin Moyu had no time to react, and his soul was annihilated. Ah! The little tree was startled, and the gap that had been opened with great difficulty closed instantly. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu's soul was reborn. Xiao Shu quickly asked, Master, are you okay? It's okay. Lin Moyu looked at the tree roots with a frown. The wind just now was so strange that it blew away the separated soul silently, and even found the original body, blowing away the original soul as well. I had no time to react during the whole process. I thought that I could guarantee my safety by separating a bit of my soul, but now it seems that is not the case at all. I carefully recalled the experience just now, thought about it and observed it over and over again, but I didn't find any clues. Even if it is the beast abyss, it is not impossible to find nothing. Moreover, he could also feel the wind of annihilation in the beast abyss, but the wind just now was more peculiar than the wind of annihilation, and seemed even more terrifying. I felt a strong curiosity and unwillingness in my heart. Xiao Shu, can we do it again? The little tree nodded, okay. Faced with Lin Moyu's request, Xiao Shu would not refuse unless it was really impossible. The tree roots continued to vibrate, creating another crack. The gaps were constantly repaired, and the small trees tried to expand and eventually stabilized. Lin Moyu immediately separated a strand of his soul and drilled into it, entering a passage that was exactly the same as before. This time, he did not rush forward, but stopped shortly after entering the passage and observed carefully. This passage is not static, it is constantly wriggling, as if it is breathing. Flowing in the passage is the power that Lin Moyu is familiar with, the history of time and space. That is a combination of space and time. Lin Moyu has used it many times and would not be mistaken. This also means that the places connected by this channel may not be in the same time and space. Therefore, this passage could very likely be infinitely long, or it could be infinitely short. Even if you stand still, you could reach the end. Time and space are constantly changing, and the power of time and space will take him through different times and spaces. Where would it be in a different time and space? How does the little tree remain intact in different time and space? Does the world tree have the ability to travel through different time and space? Questions arise one after another. Suddenly a breeze blew across his face, and Lin Moyu shuddered, instantly breaking the connection between his ghost soul and his body. The next second, the soul itself was annihilated again. Reborn in the purple light, Lin Moyu sighed, dead again. Even though he severed the connection between the clone and the original body immediately, he still couldn't escape. The strangeness of this wind far exceeded his expectations. After his death, the gap disappeared again. The wind not only annihilated his soul, but also repaired the gap in time and space created by the small tree without hurting the small tree. Little tree, do you know what that wind is? Lin Moyu tried to find the answer from the world tree. The little tree shook his head, I don't know. Lin Moyu asked, is there such wind in that space? The little tree nodded vigorously, a lot, everywhere. Lin Moyu suddenly slapped his head. He felt stupid. Why should he go and see it himself? Why not just ask directly? Xiao Shu, tell me about the situation in that space. Chapter 38:19 Chaos State. Xiao Shu tilted his head and looked embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Seeing that Xiao Shu seemed to be in a dilemma, Lin Moyu said, just tell me what you feel. The little tree said, there is wind and fire there, but the wind cannot put out the fire, and the fire will not fly everywhere with the wind. I was enjoying the wind and the fire at the same time. The wind was very comfortable and the fire was also very comfortable. Sometimes it rains, and when it rains, I can absorb more strength. Then I would often look forward to rain, but unfortunately it rarely rained. Lin Moyu asked, anything else? Xiao Shu shook his head, no, that's about it. What Xiao Shu said was very vague, and it is difficult to get any useful information from it. Lin Moyu asked, besides wind, fire and rain, have you seen anything else? Are there any living beings? What do you feel about space and time? There are no living creatures. It's completely empty. There's nothing there except me. Oh, and now there's a chaos child. I can't sense space. The range I can sense there is very small. I can't feel anything if I move a little bit away from the tree roots. As for time 17, there seems to be no concept of time there, or rather, the time there is chaotic and constantly changing. Sometimes there is a sense of tearing. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Tell me about the tearing feeling you felt. The little tree said, sometimes, I feel like my roots are broken and disappear. But after a while, they reappear as if nothing happened. Lin Moyu realized that this was a disorder of time and space. The confusion of time and space caused the little tree to have an illusion. At some point in time, its roots entered another time and space, causing the tree to have an illusion. From this we can see that in addition to wind, water, and fire, that place also has the power of space and time. This is exactly the same feeling as before in the tunnel. Also, because of the power of time and space, that passage may not even have an end. And if there is no way to block that wind, even if you are lucky enough to reach that world, it will be no different from committing suicide. But Lin Moyu didn't understand why that place didn't harm the world tree and Chaos Child. He suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, Xiao Shu, what was your state when you were there? Was it the same as here? The little tree thought about it and shook its head. It's different. My roots are in a special state there, closer to chaos and disorder, but not to the point of collapse. Xiao Shu described his condition with great difficulty, and after listening to it, Lin Moyu roughly understood it. Just as Han Dunzi said before, he was in a state of chaos. The reason why I couldn't touch the chaos seed at that time was because I had not entered the chaos state. At that time, I didn't understand what chaotic state was, but now I finally understand it a little. The so-called chaotic state is a state of extreme disorder, but not to the point of chaos and collapse. It is an extreme form of existence of things, and it can also be said to be the most initial form of the formation of things. In that state, form, time, and space are all chaotic. It can easily be torn further into pieces, with nothing left. It is also the beginning of the composition of things, the first step from disorder to order. All kinds of enlightenment rose from the depths of his soul. Once he understood one law, he understood all laws. Lin Moyu soon gained a deep understanding of chaos. Everything in the world has a beginning, including this world. Everything began with chaos. At the beginning of chaos, the world was in chaos, without space and time. It was not until the Great Way evolved that chaos developed towards order. When order reaches a certain level, things begin to evolve, unfolding yin and yang, and that's the way. Chaos is the beginning of order, and will be the destination of all things in the world. Lin Moyu was mumbling something, expressing his understanding that only he could understand. Xiao Shu was standing aside, looking at Lin Moyu with his big eyes, trying to understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words, but obviously he gained nothing. Everyone understands the Tao differently, and Lin Moyu's Tao belongs only to him. At this time, Lin Moyu gently raised his hand, and the immortal fire ignited on the palm of his hand. Different from the world-burning fire, the immortal fire is Lin Moyu's natal fire and is completely controlled by Lin Moyu. The immortal fire was beating in the palm of his hand, controlled by Lin Moyu's thoughts, orderly and rhythmic. Lin Mo's words can make it fast or slow, can make it weak so that only the flame is left, or can make it cover the world and burn the sky and boil the sea. At this moment, following Lin Moyu's thoughts, the immortal fire began to become chaotic. It evolved from an orderly state to a state of chaos. With the blessing of Lin Moyu's thoughts, the immortal fire became more and more chaotic and unpredictable. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was as quiet as water, and the next moment it was as crazy as crazy. Lin Moyu completely disrupted the structure of the immortal fire, fundamentally making it chaotic. Finally, the chaos reached its peak. Under the extreme state of chaos, the undead flame showed a chaotic state, emitting an indescribable aura. The immortal fire at this time seemed to be in different time and space, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and its state was extremely abnormal. In the flames, there was a faint sound of wind, and it seemed that it was no longer fire, but could turn into anything. The nearby space is distorted and disorder is spreading outward. This is the state of chaos. Lin Moyu's mind is as clear as a mirror, and he understands the chaotic state by himself. This state lasted for less than 2 seconds, and the undead flame became more chaotic and quickly spread outward. Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, and he waved his hand, wanting to throw the chaotic undead flame out of the soul world. This is his soul world, and he can control anything in it. But he failed. The immortal flame that entered a chaotic state was totally out of his control. He suddenly pulled up the small tree and teleported to the corner of the soul world. Boom! The immortal flame exploded completely, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the soul world. The entire soul world was severely damaged. Lin Moyu groaned at the same time, and his soul shattered on the spot. Purple light flashed, and Moyu completed his rebirth for the third time. Xiao Shu asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, "It's okay, I was a little careless." He really didn't expect that after turning the immortal fire into a chaotic state, he would actually be able to control it. But in the final analysis, it was because of his lack of strength that he was unable to perfectly control the chaotic state of the immortal flame, which eventually caused it to go out of control. However, he also understood through this that at the last moment of the explosion, the immortal flame was no longer the immortal flame, but had returned to the most fundamental state of flame. That state is the original state of all flames in the world. In the initial state, various combinations can form flames in different states and achieve different functions. The same is true for one's own world-burning fire. If the world-burning fire is allowed to enter a chaotic state, it will eventually turn into the original state of flame. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "The great avenue of chaos will return everything to its origin." Although it is not destruction, it is more terrifying than destruction. Chapter 38, Fertile Soil. This time the harvest was not small. Lin Moyu vaguely touched the essence of the world. The philosophy he always adheres to is to understand the essence of all things. As long as he can understand the root of all things in the world, then all things in the world will have no secrets in front of him. This realization is very important, and it is a big step forward for Lin Moyu in his spiritual practice. After practicing to this point, Lin Moyu has a very clear understanding of his own path of practice. Create your own independent world and eventually cross the boundaries of this world. I used to think that surpassing the Tao Master would mean being the strongest, but now I know that there is eternity above the Tao Master, and after eternity there is one last step. Moreover, this last step is extremely difficult and almost no one can cross it. Everyone has his own last step. Lin Moyu doesn't know what his last step will be, but he knows that as long as he clearly understands the root essence of all things in the world, no matter what the last step is, it will not stop him. All things turn into chaos, and chaos gives birth to all things. This is the realization that Lin Moyu has just gained. He has a deep understanding of how important chaos is to him. Lin Moyu let out a long breath and ended this comprehension. Seeing the busy little tree, the little tree is repairing the soul world at this time. The roots of the small tree turned into a chaotic state and entered that unknown space, absorbing the power of the chaotic state. When all matter is in a chaotic state, there is nothing that cannot be absorbed. Not only can it be absorbed, but it can also be transformed into the power you need. No matter what form or attribute, it is not a problem. If you want, you can even transform the absorbed chaotic power into any kind of great power, because this is chaos, the beginning of all things in the world, the beginning of the evolution of everything, and it is more primitive than the origin of yin and yang. Chaos is one, yin and yang are two. Chaos evolves into yin and yang evolve all things in the world. The ancestral land of origin is the beginning of this world that evolved from chaos. It is the beginning of this world and the beginning of everything. Lin Moyu, with his own enlightenment, looked at the hard-working little tree. After a short while, the soul world had been restored to almost nothing. The little tree flew to Lin Moyu. "Master, have you realized it?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Well, I understand. Now I am not strong enough and cannot control the chaotic state. When I can transform into chaos, I can enter that space. Then I will go and see for myself what that space is like." The little tree hummed, "Master, I'm sure you can do it." He had blind faith in Lin Moyu, and he would definitely do whatever Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu said, "I have gained more than I could have imagined since I came back this time. It is time to leave again." The little tree said, "The master is going to travel in the virtual world again." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, there are some things that must be done. I will help you get some original spiritual vein debris." The little tree said, "Master, please make some if it is convenient for you." If not, it doesn't matter. I can evolve myself. Lin Moyu was a little curious. What do you want the remains of the origin spirit vein for? The little tree said, I can combine the power I absorbed with them to evolve fertile soil. Fertile soil can be used to cultivate the original treasures. At the same time, the foam soil can also speed up my growth. Lin Moyu didn't expect that his curious and careless question would lead to such a shocking result. He was afraid that he had heard it wrongly. You said that the fertile soil evolved from the remains of the origin spirit vein can cultivate innate origin treasures? The little tree blinked its big eyes. Yes, it's just that there weren't enough original spiritual vein debris before, and this time the master got so many that one of them is already ugly. The little tree pointed to the roots, indicating to Lin Moyu that the fertile soil was there. Lin Moyu saw a special piece of land. It was not big and was hidden among the tangled roots. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't find it at all. Xiaoshu explained that the fertile soil had just been formed and needed further cultivation, and now the fertile soil was still small and needed to be strengthened. This fertile land is somewhat similar to the land that nourishes Lillian's soul, but it is more advanced. Lin Moyu tried to place Lillian's soul crystal coffin here, but the little tree told him that it was not possible because the fertile soil was too strong and Lillian's soul could not bear it. Lin Moyu was very surprised. Is the origin spiritual vein not enough? Do we have to use the debris? Xiaoshu Dao, the spirit vein itself contains spirituality, which will make the original spirit vein difficult to decompose, and spirituality will also affect the purity of fertile soil, so the original spirit vein debris is more useful. Lin Moyu understood that it was not the original spiritual vein itself that was not good, but the spirituality within it. However, spirituality exists throughout the entire original spiritual vein and is difficult to erase, so it is better to choose the wreckage. Lin Moyu said, I understand. I will try my best to find more remains of the origin spirit vein. Lin Moyu calculated that after returning from this trip, everything he needed to do had been done. Nowadays, the Tao realm of the fifth-level souls is allowed to enter the origin continent. Lin Moyu felt that his destiny was already halfway through, and in about another 400 to 500 years, it would end. Not to mention that he would be facing a great war at that time. The will of the world might also be completely revived and then impact eternity. There is not much time left for me. I have to follow the plan and slow down the process of the world's will impacting eternity. 400 or 500 years may seem like a long time, but it is actually not that long, and it is not easy to complete. 10 groups of wild beast essences were left in the universe, enough for the universe to digest for nearly 1,000 years. Lin Moyu left the soul world again and entered the virtual world again, but this time there was one more person beside him, Chiotong. The human emperor's body is a technological magic weapon, but technological magic weapons cannot be brought into the virtual world, so Lin Moyu put it into his own storage space. Then another crack opened, allowing the human emperor to evolve in the virtual world. The human emperor was once Xiao Zhantian, the human race's god of war in the big world, and naturally he had entered the soul void. However, he was not strong enough to go too far, and he did not know much about the virtual world. He learned some information about the virtual world from Lin Moyu, but this was his first time to truly experience it. Lin Moyu took him to find the little python and went to the predetermined location. This time the destination is the Four-Armed Tribe. We have fought against the Four-Armed Tribe's world will before. At that time, the Five Elements giants were just a little bit inferior to the world will to become the king, but now, the Five Elements giant holds the Tao sword in his hand, assisted by the Prisoner of Desolation formation, and his combat power has greatly increased. It is more than enough to deal with the Four-Armed Clan, which has just entered the stage of transformation and will of the world. Lin Moyu has set his eyes on the world of the Four-Armed Tribe and wants the human emperor to occupy this world and make it useful to the world. Then use the essence of wild beasts to amplify the world and quickly cross the stage of soul pregnancy. Lin Moyu will do everything he can. As for how far the human emperor can go in the end, that depends on his luck. The little python found the world of the Four-Armed Tribe with familiarity. Lin Moyu pointed to the front. That is the world of the Four-Armed Tribe, and it is also the world I have chosen for you." The emperor asked, "Is there any particular reason for choosing it?" Lin Moyu said, "The will of this world has just entered the transformation period, so it is relatively easy to deal with. In addition, the core of the world's origin is not strong. In addition, with the secret method of Senior D Ting Beast, your success rate in occupying it will be very high. This world has a foundation. Compared with weaker worlds, it can save a lot of Luo sisters." Chapter 38:21. Keep them, they will be useful to you. The world will of the four-armed tribe sensed Lin Moyu and quickly evolved into a six-armed giant. A majestic pressure surged in the void, surpassing the Tao Master's aura and transforming into a huge wind that blew away the chaotic fog nearby. Lin Moyu waved his hand and blocked most of the pressure. But just a little bit of it leaked out and almost blew out the consciousness of the human emperor. The emperor felt for the first time that the will of the world was so powerful. He couldn't help but hesitate. Could he do it? Lin Moyu said, "Don't be scared by him. He is just a little stronger than ordinary Tao Lords, and there are many people stronger than him in Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. The human emperor now has an intuitive feeling of the power of the world's will. How powerful is the human emperor in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm?" Lin Moyu said, "I think one finger could crush him to death." Although the human emperor had anticipated this, he still found it incredible and felt that this world was somewhat unreal. He said, "Compared to him, I am not worthy of the title of emperor." Lin Moyu said, "That is only temporary. If you can enter eternity in the future, you will not be weaker than him." The human emperor hummed, "But no matter whether I can successfully occupy this world or not, I should not be called the human emperor anymore." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "What do you want to be called?" The human emperor thought for a moment and said, "I haven't used the name Xiao Zhantian for a long time, but this is my real name after all." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, then you should clarify your true feelings in the future and continue to be 623 Xiao Zhantian. The human god of war in the big world, Xiao Zhantian." Lin Moyu always respects those who have given everything to the world and devoted their entire lives to never regret it. With a flick of his finger, a Nekong talisman flew out and unfolded in the air. The five elements giant controlled by Xiao Xiong appeared in the void, and the sword demon also appeared with it. It turned into a Taoist sword and was caught in the hand of the five elements giant. Among the three five-element giant formations drawn by Lin Moyu, the strongest one is Xiao Xiong. The formation of the five elements giants was originally created in the virtual world, and all the divine symbols are most compatible with the virtual world. Although it was later modified and can be used in the real world, it is still a little worse. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, Xiao Jin's five elements giant's combat power is about 80% of Xiao Xiong's, which is still much stronger than the average Taoist master. Because the big-headed doll was once a weapon spirit and is now a formation spirit, he is a bit weaker than Xiao Jin. However, as time went by, the cloud-piercing sword became stronger and stronger after being nurtured, which could make up for some of the damage, but its upper limit was only at the same level as Xiao Jin. He was still far behind Xiao Xiong. If the Tao sword transformed by the sword demon and the prisoner of desolation formation are taken into account, Xiao Xiong's, Beeb, combat power will be even stronger. Xiao Xiong rushed forward with the sword of Tao in his hand. He crossed thousands of miles of void in a few steps and collided with the whirlpool of the four-armed clan. The sword of Tao, with its gorgeous sword light, illuminates the virtual controller. For a moment, sword lights were flying and the void was shaking. Strong aftermath surged in the void, and the space demon appeared beside Lin Moyu, cutting the void, forming a space crack, and blocking all the aftermath. Lin Moyu did not retreat. He let Xiao Zhantian witness the battle with his own eyes, so that he could have a general understanding of the power of the world's will. The world will of the four-armed clan was suppressed, and they fought back frantically. Avenues emerged one after another and transformed into thousands of weapons, slashing towards the five elements giant. Xiao Xiong controlled the five elements giant, brandished the Tao sword, and all the weapons transformed from the great Tao were renewed. Facing the Tao sword transformed from the original Tao of sword, no matter how these projected Taos evolve, they are of no avail. Lin Moyu had long been accustomed to such scenes, but it was the first time for Xiao Zhantian to see it. Even though he did not have any emotions, his body was still shaking instinctively, which meant that he was extremely excited. Using the great Dao as a weapon is so fishy. The gap between Dao Master and him is indeed quite large. Lin Moyu said, "This is just the world will that has just entered the transformation stage. The world will in the formation stage will be stronger. The world will of the origin continent is at the peak of the formation stage." Xiao Zhantian nodded, "You must be careful." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Everything depends on human effort. When it is time to charge, we must charge forward." Xiao Zhantian also knew Lin Moyu's character and knew that he knew what was going on, so he didn't say anything more. The battle between the Five Elements Giant and the world will lasted for a whole day. The Five Elements Giant finally gained the upper hand and began to crush. The world will finally went crazy, the whole world was shaking, soul flames emerged, and several Taoist masters rushed out to kill. Lin Moyu chuckled and shook his head, "Even the world's will is useless, will it be useful to mobilize the Tao Lord? The four-armed clan is already at the end of its strength and will be defeated soon. The world's will be broken up and return to the stage of soul forming. As for these Tao Lords..." Xiao Xiong opened his left hand and the Prisoner of Desolation formation was activated. Dozens of virtual treasures spewed out countless fine lines, which turned into a large net, covering the sky and the earth. The faces of these Taoist masters changed drastically, and they quickly retreated and fled in all directions. Their reaction was quick enough, but they still couldn't escape death. The Space Taoist demon opened his hand, and the space solidified. These Taoist masters were all suspended in the void, unable to move, and were quickly tied up by the prisoner array. The Dao sword slashed forward, and the Dao masters were severely injured on the spot. Lin Moyu ejected the world-burning fire and began to refine it. The fire of burning the world became stronger as Lin Moyu's realm increased, but not much. If you really want to make the fire that burns the world stronger, you still have to refine the world. While refining the Dao Master who was severely injured and had no power to resist, the Five Elements Giant completely crushed the will of the world. The outcome of this war is already determined. The human emperor asked, "How will the city lord deal with the living beings in this world?" Lin Moyu said, "Except for those who come to my door without any eyes, I will not kill them. Keeping these creatures will be useful to you. After the human emperor successfully conquers the world, he will enter the soul-forming stage. The more living beings there are in the world and the higher their realm, the faster he will pass through the slave stage. With the help of the essence of wild beasts, the time can be greatly shortened. Otherwise, like the Soul Heart King, he found a world without any living creatures. It would be safe, but he didn't know when he would be able to get through the soul-forming stage." Lin Moyu didn't understand before, but looking back now, Xin Wang's choice was not quite right. The world will of the four-armed clan was finally shattered. With an unwilling wail, its will turned into a spot of light and disappeared into the virtual world. With its death, the four-armed clan's world was also severely damaged, and many of its internal avenues were damaged. I don't know how many years it will take to conceive again. At the same time, the great Dao was damaged, and several Dao masters who were already severely injured became even weaker and were refined into soul crystals one after another. Lin Moyu waved his hand, "Let's go." The little python rushed into the world according to Lin Moyu's instructions, followed by a large number of skeleton gods spreading out, the origin core of my world. Today's skeleton god generals have the combat power of a first-class soul at the Dao realm, and are also average among first-class souls. When their numbers are combined, their combat power is terrifying. If there are still people in this world who stand in the way, they will die. Chapter 38-22 Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm. Lin Moyu left enough room for the creatures in this world to survive. As long as they did not come to seek death, he would not take the initiative to kill them. The army of skeleton gods lifted up the fog of chaos, and the soul worlds of varying strengths and weaknesses appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The soul world represents practitioners, some of whom have already entered the Dao realm. These powerful men of the four-armed clan sensed something, came out of their soul world, and looked at the Daku that was whizzing past. Everyone was trembling with fear, not knowing what was going on. Most people had some sense and did not dare to take action or even say a word. There were also some brainless people who shouted to stop them directly, and what greeted them was the endless sword light from the general. Xiao Zhantian hadn't seen Lin Moyu's undead legion for a long time. Since the end of the war in the big world, he had never really seen Lin Moyu's subsequent development. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu has become so powerful. But this is good. The stronger Lin Moyu is, the better it is for him and all living beings in the world. Xiao Zhantian suddenly thought of some old things. Have those Tianzuan who abandoned the big world and left been found later? Lin Moyu shook his head. Nothing has been found. Maybe he is already dead. He looked for me, especially after he was granted the mandate of heaven. He had an indescribable feeling towards those heavenly lords, as if he was somewhat disdainful of them. At that time, he wanted to find Soul Lord and ask him to revive Lilian. After all, he was the founder of Lilian's race, but he failed to find him. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the possibility of death is higher. After all, it is not easy to survive in the Origin continent. These heavenly masters may not even be able to fly out of the Boundary Sea, let alone enter the Origin continent. If things go wrong, you might die before you even set foot on the Origin continent. Lin Moyu searched for them several times, and after making sure there was no trace of them, he assumed they were dead. He glanced at Xiao Zhantian. Why did you suddenly think of them? Xiao Zhantian sighed softly. Although they gave up on us, they did leave behind a lot of heritage. I think of it occasionally, maybe because I'm old. Lin Moyu said, in fact, there is no need to think about it. If they are really dead, there is no point in thinking about it. If they are still alive, they will not be seen if there is no fate. They are no longer important. Xiao Zhantian nodded slightly. It's just a casual thought, it's really not important. Perhaps it was because he was about to become the master of a world and create a new life. For Xiao Zhantian, it was like reincarnation. As an old man, he felt more and more emotional. Who says that technological magic weapons have no emotions? They also have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but their expressions are just not very obvious. Lin Moyu and Xiao Zhantian chatted all the way, entering the world of the four-armed clan as if they were strolling in their own backyard. The situation in this world was discovered, and just a few days later, a unique chaotic fog appeared before the two. Because Xiao Zhantian's realm was not high enough, in his opinion, this chaotic fog was no different from other chaotic fogs. Lin Moyu said, this chaotic fog is composed of the power of the Great Tao. It looks similar, but in fact, it is very different inside. The origin of the world is hidden in it. There are many ways to dispel it. Lin Moyu called out Xiao Xiong, I'll leave it to you. Yes, sir. Xiao Xiong shouted loudly, and the Prisoner of Desolation formation was activated, and the virtual treasure sprayed out a large number of thin lines. The thin lines condensed into a large net, whistling towards the chaotic fog. Wherever the big net passed, the chaotic fog quickly became thinner and then dissipated like melting ice and snow. Lin Moyu said, use the power of the innate virtual treasure to reduce the power of the avenue here. Xiao Zhantian didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter, he would understand soon. Becoming the will of the world can bring huge rewards. Xiao Xiong quickly weakened the fog, while Lin Moyu took out a precious material. He still had a piece of innate origin treasure in his hand, which was given to him by the Red Stone Emperor. Lin Moyu could not see the avenue attributes of this precious material. On the surface, it appeared to be a special red. This kind of red is very special, like blood but not blood, like fire but not fire, and is 80% to 90% similar to the color of the Red Stone Emperor. Lin Moyu took out the Calamity Scepter and knocked it against the treasure. With a bang, a crack appeared on the precious material. It came again, and the treasure split in two. Xiao Zhantian asked in confusion, what is this for? Lin Moyu said, I need to ask someone to do something for me later. That guy is very greedy for money. This is the reward. Xiao Zhantian thought of who it was. You are looking for a beast. Lin Moyu hummed. The Ting beast has a secret method that can greatly increase the success rate of occupying the world. Xiao Zhantian said, that kind of existence probably needs something other than ordinary things. Lin Moyu nodded. It is indeed hard to find. This thing is called the innate origin treasure, and it contains the pure and incomparable avenue of the universe. But its exact value is hard to say, and there is no way to measure it at the moment. Please give me flowers. How could Xiao Zhantian not understand the truth? Everything has a price, and the most valuable are those that cannot be measured. At the same time, he also realized that Lin Moyu paid a great price for him. Lin Moyu saw what Xiao Zhantian was thinking and said with a smile, Senior Xiao, don't worry too much. I have always been fair. For what you did for the great world, all the people in the great world will remember you. This is what you deserve. If you can become stronger in the future, maybe I will need you to continue to protect the human race. Xiao Zhantian said no more. He could feel Lin Moyu's sincerity. The fog was dispelled, and the core of the world's origin was revealed. Lin Moyu took out a piece of transparent jade, which was given by the Ting beast, and could be used to communicate with it. After activating the jade piece, the voice of the soul came in, Senior Dieting, I'm going to trouble you to take action. After a few breaths, the voice of the Ting beast came from the middle of May, wait where you are. As soon as the words fell, the jade piece flew out automatically, flew 10,000 meters, and stayed in the void. The jade piece sparkled in the void, illuminating an area, and then the void began to twist, causing ripples. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a giant turtle suddenly appeared in the light and flew down slowly. A terrifying pressure swept through the void, but when it touched Lin Moyu and Xiao Zhantian, it automatically bypassed them and did not affect them. It would take Lin Moyu several days to fly from the Ting beast to here. But the Ting beast arrived only for a moment. The difference in strength between the two was so great that Lin Moyu experienced it again. After the Ting beast arrived, it took a quick look and understood what was going on. His eyes fell on Xiao Zhantian. You are actually possessed by a technological magic weapon. Take out the notebook and show it to me. Lin Moyu shook his head. I can't take it out, and the main body can't enter the virtual world, so I can only put it in the storage space. Ting beast said, it's okay, I can take it out when I get there. It stepped lightly with one of its big feet in the void, and the virtual space suddenly solidified. The small area in front of Lin Moyu instantly changed its nature and became a mixture of virtual and real. With just a slight touch, the boundary between reality and illusion was broken. The ability of the deep listening beast was truly horrifying. Since it is a mixture of reality and illusion, Xiao Zhantian's real body can naturally be taken out. The Ting beast took a quick glance and murmured, so it's something from the Tianyu Great Spirit Realm. Chapter 38-23, Taking Money from Others and Helping Them Get Rid of Disasters. Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm, one of the 9 spiritual realms. Lin Moyu had heard of it, but didn't know the internal situation. Now he already knew that the 9 great spiritual realms each had their own characteristics and were very different from each other. The listening beast laughed and said, among the 9 spiritual realms, there are 2 special spiritual realms named Tianyu and Tianzhou. Of the 2 great spiritual realms, the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm takes the route of combining technology with cultivation, while the Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm takes the route of pure technology. This technological magic weapon comes from the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm, but it is not a high-end item. Lin Moyu's heart moved. He had seen some strange sights in the big world. That wonder was said to have come from another world, where technology and cultivation were combined. Could it be that these images came from the Tianyu Great Spirit Realm? If this is true, it does make sense. In the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm, there must be many 183 worlds heading for destruction. After the destruction, they entered the ancestral land of origin, and later they were brought into the origin continent along with the ancestral land of origin. Therefore, those technological magic weapons that had not completely disappeared in the world, or some of the cultivation methods, were brought into the origin continent. But they are a minority after all and cannot truly influence the cultivation system of the origin continent. Some technological magic weapons sank with the origin catastrophe, the 5 continents sank, and finally entered the Boundary Sea. By chance, Xiao Zhantian obtained one of the magic weapons, lived in it, and survived until now. These magic weapons are strong and weak, and the magic weapon that Lin Moyu finds for Xiao Zhantian is stronger. But there is also a problem. Xiao Zhantian can only live in the magic weapon and cannot become a real living being. Lin Moyu's promise cannot be fulfilled for a long time. Now, he has found the right method. Although the world will is not human, it is also a living being after all. Under the premise that Xiao Zhantian does not want to take over the human race, this is the best solution. He could even evolve into a human clone in the future and do whatever he wants. Lin Moyu told Di Ting Beast his idea. Senior, is my idea feasible? Lin Moyu was more than 90% sure that there was no problem, but he still wanted to ask one more question, hoping to get the final answer from the Di Ting Beast. The listening beast laughed and said, "Don't you already have the answer?" Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. It seems that someone in the medical spirit realm has also done this. Di Ting Beast Dao, that is natural. The confrontation between cultivators and the will of the world has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the practitioners in the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm, the so-called world is nothing more than a larger magic weapon. They transformed the world into a technological magic weapon, then integrated into it and controlled it. If one day you go to the Tianyu Great Spiritual Territory, you will find that every world there is a giant war fortress. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. What about the Heavenly Universe Spirit Realm? The Di Ting Beast laughed and said, the Great Spirit Realm of the universe is unique among all the worlds. They don't cultivate themselves, everything depends on external forces. Their achievements in science and technology are stronger than those of the Tianyu Great Spirit Realm. In fact, some of their strongest warships are comparable to those of the Tao Master. Once their world is activated, they can fight against the World Master, and their strongest weapon is no weaker than any of the Heavenly Tao. Lin Moyu thought of the world in his previous life. How can one be so powerful just by relying on technology without cultivating oneself? The Di Ting Beast laughed and said, you never expected it. Some things are hard to imagine if you haven't seen them with your own eyes. At this time, Xiao Zhantian said, Senior, if the people in the Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm don't practice cultivation, what will happen to their lifespan? The Di Ting Beast looked at Xiao Zhantian and said, your question is very good. In fact, solving the problem of lifespan is very simple. They have a technology called genes. Through their research on genes, they have created a variety of terrifying weapons, while also extending their own lifespans. Of course, this extension is not infinite, unlike the Tao realm which can last forever, but at least they can last 100,000 years. Moreover, everyone in their world can live for 100,000 years. Their research on genes has even reached the level of Tao. Perhaps in tens of millions of years, the great genetic path will evolve between heaven and earth. At that time, they can use the gene avenue to achieve immortality. Xiao Zhantian was stunned as what Di Ting Beast said was beyond his imagination. He murmured, how can it be like this? Lin Moyu naturally knew about genes, but he didn't expect that genes could reach this level. In comparison, in his previous life, genetic technology was just beginning, and the things that Di Ting Beast said did not even have theoretical support. Lin Moyu could only sigh, the world is so big that nothing is impossible. Di Ting Beast said, okay, leave these things for you to experience in the future. Let's talk about the present first. Are you sure you want him to be the master of this world? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Di Ting Beast said, his soul was once separated. If he becomes the master of the world this time, he can use the power of the world to complete his soul. However, it will take a long time to conceive a soul, at least hundreds of thousands of years. Can you afford to wait? He knew why Lin Moyu did this, so he asked this question. Lin Moyu shook his head. Senior Xiao has done me a favor, and I want him to become the master of the world out of selfish motives. And I've made some preparations, so it won't take that long. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out 10 balls of wild beast essence. The Deting beast's eyes glowed, and it licked around with its tongue. With so much wild beast essence, it seems that the price God offered was too low last time. Lin Moyu said, with these wild beast essences, it will probably not take long to complete the soul pregnancy. Deting beast said, of course, what do you think the essence of wild beasts is? In that case, I will begin. Lin Moyu said, please give it your all, senior. The Deting beast laughed and said, take people's money and help them get rid of disasters. As it spoke, it looked up to the sky and howled. In the virtual world, a brilliant glow of light appeared, and countless colors descended, condensing into a giant ball of light. Lin Moyu felt that this ball of light came from both the virtual and real worlds, integrating the power of hundreds of great ways. It can be said to be a collection of the power of the Tao. The Deting beast disappeared, and then an extremely huge 4.8 Deting beast appeared in the void. It exhaled a breath that landed on the ball of light, and the ball of light immediately ejected a light band that went straight to the core of the origin of the four-armed clan's world. The interior of the light band gradually becomes hollow, forming a passage. Come in. The voice of the listening beast sounded, and Xiao Zhantian flew directly into the light band without saying a word. Not only the consciousness enters, but also the entity enters. His body disintegrated in the light band, while Xiao Zhantian's soul became more solid. Countless rays of light enveloped his body, turning Xiao Zhantian into a giant of light. With the help of the Deting beast, he rushed into the core of the world's origin, and the core of the world's origin suddenly roared and vibrated. The void was also shaking and trembling. The Deting beast snorted coldly, "Be quiet." It raised its foot and stomped, and the whole world suddenly became quiet, with no more movement. Only the core of the world's origin is still shining there, and the battle for the master of the world has already begun. Chapter 38-24 Why do we need to learn? If you want to become the master of the world and occupy the magpie's nest, you must go through a war. Logically speaking, we can only rely on ourselves in this war, and outsiders can't help. This was what happened when King Han Xian became the lord of the world. Lin Moyu could only watch from the sidelines. But nothing is absolute. Facts have proved that it is not that there is no way to interfere, but that Lin Moyu has no way to do so. The Deting beast can do it. Its secret method, with its dazzling light, blasted into the core of the world's origin together with Xiao Zhantian. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the powerful world was easily suppressed, and it was difficult to exert even 1% of its power. Even the whole world was suppressed and unable to move at this moment. With the help of the Deting beast, Xiao Zhantian is able to suppress the will of the world. Lin Moyu was a little jealous of this secret method. If he could master it. After performing the secret technique, the Deting beast returned to Lin Moyu. Its breath was a little weak, as if performing this secret technique had consumed a lot of its energy. However, it was hard to say whether it was really like that or just pretending. After all, the state in which it performed the secret technique just now was so easy that it didn't feel any effort at all. Deting beast said, it's up to him from now on, but it seems like it won't be a big problem. Although his strength is not that great, his will is surprisingly firm. Even some Dao lords may not be able to beat him in this respect. Lin Moyu saluted towards the Deting beast. Thank you for your help, senior. The Deting beast shook his head and said, no need to be polite. We each get what we need, and you are the one paying the fee. Lin Moyu said, I wonder if you can pass on this secret method to others. The Deting beast smiled. It grinned and looked at Lin Moyu. After a moment, it slowly said, you want to learn? Lin Moyu generously admitted, yes, the younger generation does have this idea. The Deting beast said, it's a pity that you can't learn it. Your realm is not high enough. Otherwise, I can teach you. Lin Moyu asked, what level of attainment is required to learn it? Deting beast Dao, it is best to reach the eternity level. Of course, if your heart is firm enough and your will is strong enough, you can learn it when you are close to eternity. Infinitely close to eternity, this is not a state of mind, but a concept. In fact, eternity is not a state of mind, but a state. Realm Lord is an identity and the authority one possesses, not a realm. If we really talk about the realm, the Tao Master is the limit. It's just that there are differences in strength among Tao Masters. The weak ones are projected Tao Masters, who are further divided into branch Tao Masters and original Tao Masters, with branch Tao Masters being the weakest. Above is the main body Taoist Master, an existence that stands out from many Taoist Masters of the same origin. He can enter the original ancestral land at any time, almost completely control his own avenue, and leave his mark. Of course, the trapped body Taoist Master must also be divided into branch Taoist Masters and original Taoist Masters. That's because the types of avenues they control are different, not because the realms are different. Strictly speaking, the two are in the same realm, the only difference is their combat power. Going further up, that is the Lord of the Great Tao. The Lord of the Great Tao is also known as the Eternal Being. They are the pinnacle of the Lord of the Tao and the pinnacle of this world. They put their own avenues into the place of origin, and the avenues radiated to every corner of the virtual and real worlds. No matter where they were, they could exert their full combat power without any restrictions. As long as the place of return does not perish, they will not die. At most, they will remain silent and have a chance to recover. Once the avenue is returned to its place of origin, the owner of this avenue will be fixed there and will not be replaced, so it can be called eternal. As long as they don't enter the place of returning to their origin, the battle between the Tao Masters will continue, and it is possible that even the original Tao Master can be replaced. Listen to what the Ting Beast said about getting close to eternity. First, one must become the master of the original body, and then reach the highest point, trying to get close to the place of return. In addition to the path of the Taoist master of the cultivators, there are several emperors in the virtual world who also exist forever. The emperor is the proof of the truth to them. As long as the great spiritual realm is not destroyed, they will not die. Even though the human emperor designed to seize the position of Emperor Jianmu, snatched his Jianmu innate origin virtual treasure, and tricked Emperor Jianmu into the beast abyss and locked him up, Emperor Jianmu still did not die. Moreover, Emperor Jianmu is still resisting, so he has a chance to regain the throne of emperor. This is a completely different path from that of practitioners. The Ting Beast is a virtual beast. The path he takes is similar to that of the emperor, but he seems more mysterious. He is not the emperor, but he can exist forever. From the few words of the Ting Beast, Lin Moyu got a message that the Ting Beast did not know that the land of return could no longer accommodate the new avenue. He is not even a Taoist master now, let alone close to eternity. However, Lin Moyu had a doubt in his heart. The path he took was different from that of other Taoist masters. After he becomes the Tao Master, he will not necessarily engage in a battle of great Taos. According to the plan, he will give up the 5 great Taos and practice the Tao of immortality. He is the only one who has mastered the immortal path. How can he compete with him? But it is unlikely that he will directly become the master of the Tao body, or even the master of the Tao. Otherwise, after he becomes the master of Tao, wouldn't he ascend to heaven in one step and become eternal? The rules of heaven and earth are strict, and Lin Moyu feels that this is unlikely. But he couldn't say these things and could only think about them himself. Lin Moyu sighed, "It seems that I can't learn it for the time being." Ting Beast said, "Why do you need to learn? I am here. You just need to pay the fee and the butcher will come whenever you call." As it spoke, it stared at Lin Moyu's left hand. The treasure was held in Lin Moyu's left hand, invisible, but that did not prevent the treasure's aura from leaking out. How could Lin Moyu not understand what he meant? The precious material in his hand was originally prepared for the Ting Beast. Throw the treasure to the Ting Beast, this is the third piece. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly, let alone they are not brothers. This time when I came back, including this one, I gave the Ting Beast a total of 3 pieces of innate origin 73 plant materials. Logically speaking, the Ting Beast should help him at least 3 times. The Ting Beast looked at the red treasure flying over and narrowed its eyes slightly. This is the red stone of the Red Stone Emperor. Lin Moyu was stunned. Do you recognize him? Ting Beast said, "Of course I recognize it. The red stone is the companion stone of the red stone emperor. It regards it as a treasure and will not give it to others easily. Lin Moyu asked curiously, you won't even give it to you if you ask for it. Ting Beast Dao, you also know that I believe in fair trade here. Back then, in order to get a piece of red stone, I did it. He stopped talking here. Lin Moyu could also tell that the Ting Beast must have paid a lot of price to obtain the red stone. The red stone emperor was willing to give himself a piece of red stone, and all he asked was that he do him a favor so that he could board the deliverance boat again. Considering this, the red stone emperor's desire for the deliverance boat is beyond imagination. At least the Ting Beast wouldn't do that. Ting Beast said, it should be that the red stone emperor wants you to go to the Dewey boat to help him do something. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. You can even guess this. The Ting Beast sighed, that guy, the boat of salvation is his not. But it's okay, if you can really board the boat of salvation again, please help him. I guess no one else can help him except you. Listening to his tone, Lin Moyu realized that there must be some special story between the Ting Beast, the Red Stone Emperor, and the Dewey boat. Chapter 38-25 How to Delay Time. The core of the world's origin gradually became quiet, and the fight came to an end. The aura belonging to Xiao Zhantian became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu was completely relieved. The god of war in the big world, the human emperor who had protected the human race for countless years, was about to win. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this is what he deserves, and it is the reward he should have received for countless years. From then on, he got rid of the burden of being the human emperor and could become Xiao Zhantian again, the peerless genius who stood out from the crowd and saved the human race from dire straits. After he becomes the master of this world, he can also develop this world well, and it is not impossible for it to enter eternity in the future. When the world was completely quiet, Xiao Zhantian's voice slowly rang out, I won. At this time, the passage formed by the Ting Beast's secret technique had not yet disappeared, and the beast said, send the wild beast's essence in. Lin Moyu nodded, waved his hand, and sent 10 groups of wild beast essence into the glow channel. Lin Moyu sent a voice message at the same time, Senior, please absorb and refine the essence of the wild beast first, and try to transform as soon as possible. The Ting Beast roared softly, and a thought was transmitted. Seeing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, what did you send over? The Ting Beast chuckled, teach him some methods that can help him transform as soon as possible. After a while, Xiao Zhantian's voice came, thank you for your generous gift, Senior. Ting Beast said, no need to be so polite, I'm giving it to you because of fellow Taoist Lin, refine it well and stop talking. The rosy glow faded away, and mist emanated from the core of the world's origin, slowly enveloping it. Xiao Zhantian has begun to absorb and refine the essence of the wild beasts, and at the same time started his soul conception. However, Lin Moyu did not leave immediately. He wanted to wait and see until Xiao Zhantian's condition was completely stable. The Ting Beast licked its tongue and sighed, so many wild beast essences, how great. Lin Moyu laughed, with your ability, if you want, you can have as much of the essence of the wilderness as you want. The Ting Beast snorted, you think too much. We can't attack the great Tao wild beast, otherwise there will be trouble later. It then added, not only us, but also eternal existence. Lin Moyu thought about it, is it because of Tian Dao Huangzheng Huang? The Ting Beast smiled and said, you are right. Some of the eternal beings in our virtual and real worlds have a contract with the great Tao wild beast king. We will not personally attack the great Tao wild beast. Lin Moyu asked, why do you do this? Can't the lord of the great Tao and the emperor defeat the great Tao wild beast king with their strength? Ting Beast Tao, you don't understand, you don't know the role and significance of the existence of the great Tao wild beast. You don't understand these things now, but you will understand them when you reach the eternal stage. Anyway, it's good that you know there is this limitation. It's difficult for us to obtain the essence of the wild beast, but fortunately we don't really need the essence of the wild beast. I also need some for some special reasons. Lin Moyu said, is that enough for you? Do you want me to get you some more? Ting Beast Dao, of course it is not enough, but compared to the essence of wild beasts, I prefer precious materials. How about this? If you can get 10 groups of wild beast essences, you can use them to replace one precious material, and in exchange for one move from me. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly. For him, obtaining the essence of wild beasts was much easier than obtaining precious materials. It settled then. Without giving the Ting Beast a chance to regret, Lin Moyu agreed immediately. The Ting Beast didn't care either, and seemed to know that the innate origin treasure was not easy to obtain. After waiting for 2 days, the fog of chaos became thicker and thicker, and Xiao Zhantian had also stabilized. He has completely become the master of the world and has entered the stage of spiritual conception. All the Taoist masters in this world have died, and no one will pose a threat to him. With the essence of the wild beast and the method of the Ting Beast, he will be able to transform in a few years with almost no accidents. Lin Moyu heaved a sigh of relief as if he had accomplished a mission. Ting Beast said, "Okay, then I will go back first. I still have 2 chances to take action." "Wait a moment." Lin Moyu called out to the Ting Beast, "I have something else to do." The Ting Beast turned around and said, "Go ahead." Lin Moyu said, "In a few hundred years, the will of the world where I live will be completely revived. By then, it may impact eternity and sacrifice all living beings. I am short of time, so I want you to help me slow down the process of impacting eternity." The Ting Beast's eyes narrowed slowly, and after a moment he said slowly, "Let's go over and take a look first." 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes, tearing open the void and opening a space channel. The Ting Beast did not use any spatial avenue, but tore open the virtual space so easily. It was very strange. Walk! A force enveloped Lin Moyu and the little python and rushed into the space channel. In an instant, the world changed and Lin Moyu found himself outside the origin continent. At this time, he was only tens of millions kilometers away from the origin continent, and the entire world was clearly visible. The Ting Beast carefully observed the origin continent, with a mysterious light flowing in its eyes, and it could see more clearly than Lin Moyu. After watching for a long time, he slowly said, "This guy has reached the peak of his formation. Although he was injured before, he has fully recovered. He is recovering, and will fully wake up in less than 500 years, and then he will indeed impact eternity. I can sense that this guy is already very anxious. He took too long last time. He should have been eternal long ago. And this guy was afraid that someone would come and cause trouble for him during this process, so he hid himself. Unless something earth-shattering happened, he would not show up easily. It's difficult to force him out unless some external force deals a devastating blow to the world. In other words, he used all the living beings in the world as human shields, and used the law of cause and effect to envelop the world. If someone really does this, then they will be subject to serious consequences. The avenue of karma pervades the entire universe. Once karma becomes serious, it will indeed bring about some unnecessary troubles." Lin Moyu frowned. "What should we do then?" The listening beast thought for a moment and said, "There are only 2 ways now. One is to strike the world, endure the backlash of luck, and force him out. But if you do this, at least half of the creatures in the world will die. Li Nuo's second method is to take action at the moment when he is fully revived. When he is fully revived, he will definitely condense into shape. Then with the help of a magic weapon of Emperor Jin Luo, he can be prevented from shrinking back and can be injured again to slow down time." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "In that case, let's use the second method." Ting Beast said, "The second method also has a problem. We, the eternal beings in the virtual world, including the Emperor, are also unable to harm the world while in the virtual world. The most we can do is to delay it, otherwise we will be severely punished. This is the rule, no Emperor dares to violate it, so you have to find someone else to do it. But even if you go find those great Tao Lords, they won't help you truly kill the world while that is about to become eternal. At most, they will just injure it. The great Tao Lords are very particular about cause and effect, and they don't want to bear too much cause and effect. Lin Moyu clenched his fist. If I can hold him back and injure him, that's enough. What he lacks now is time, and he needs to find ways to buy it.